Well, I can't understand none of it. This one begat that one, and that one begat this one, and begat, and lo and behold, someone says some shit to someone or another. Just how retarded are you?
Oh, buddy!
What? Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's me, it's Aaron, back again. Oh, thank God that January's over, huh? I shouldn't really say that. YouTube-wise, it was our best month we've ever had. Maybe I shouldn't be so eager to say goodbye to January. Over 600,000 views. 1 million views total across all our platforms in January. Probably could have broken 2 million had we been streaming our protests on Rumble as well. But again, that studio app on the phone, not the best. One more of those protests to cover, by the way. Jake Lang's coming back to town on Friday. People don't really care about the protests anymore. I'll be really honest with you. I was watching some of the main, because I always check out the protests. There was another ice out weekend this weekend. And other than some stuff going down in L.A., nobody really cares about Minnesota anymore. And we'll talk about why in a little bit. But I was watching some of the biggest channels covering the protests. And, we had about anywhere from 1,500 to 200. 1,500 to 200 makes no sense. 1,500 to 2,000 people watching our protest coverage when it was, at its peak. Lindale shooting, Jake Lang, all that stuff. This weekend I'm looking, and the biggest channel there is for covering this stuff, which is the one that's been getting the most views, has been Status Quo News. And they were getting 1,200 at a time. I'm like, oh, this is done. This is cooked. I think we did 2 protest coverages this weekend. We did 20,000 views on them, I think. Look, nothing to sneeze at. There's nobody, the people who look at Steel Toe in envy and hatred and everything, they can't do 20,000. But that was a down day for us in our protest coverage. So we're going to do the Jake Lang thing just because that has the potential to get out of hand. Really, people don't care about the protest part. People want to see some shit go down. Our biggest thing, our big 6-figure streams were the shooting on Lindale and the Jake Lang protest, wherever, if shit was going down. People don't want to watch, you go to I've been to Whipple 4 times now. And now, especially since they put that concrete barricade up and stuff, it's a bunch of people yelling the F word as SUVs go by. That's about it. You have to, if you drive a black SUV, you have to roll down your window and go, I'm just driving through. Or they'll just scream shit at you and set off the bullhorns at you and everything. I had to drive through for the first time. And I drive a black Tahoe. And I had to roll down my windows as I drove by, and I had to be like, I'm just a guy. I'm not ICE. They're a little touchy down there at Whipple. It's time to and also it's time to go home. We might have a shutdown soon anyway. So it's time to go home, guys. I mean, they've been at Whipple for a month, maybe more than a month. It's a long time. And also, you don't beat that whole paid protester rap. You know, they don't like being, Paul Allen, by the way, at 9 o'clock, we should check this today to see if Paul Allen's back on the air. Now that this whole thing has died down, I'd bring him back. But they don't like being called paid protesters. Paul Allen, got suspended for it, saying it on a sports network. But when you don't go anywhere for 6 weeks, and like anytime shit goes down, there's just like a big, baskets and boxes of supplies that just show up. It's hard to beat the whole "you guys are paid to be here" rap. I also went down to the Alex Preddy Memorial on Nicollet over the weekend. Kind of a quiet, solemn place. People put a bunch of flowers down and signs, and then people gather around it and look at it for a while. It was kind of awkward because there's really nothing to cover there. So like I said, we'll do the Jake Lang thing on Friday at noon. I'll just basically do the Rumble Friday show and then haul ass down to Minneapolis, and he's going to be in the Capitol Rotunda, or the City Hall Rotunda for that one. We'll see what kind of madness spills out. I'll say this, we're going to cover the Epstein files today, man. I even told Johnny, I said, why don't you hang back until 7:30 today, because I'm going to be right in the middle of all the Epstein stuff I want to do. I picked out like 5 of, I think, the most prevalent pieces of it. Otherwise, we'd be here all day. And I told him, I said, why don't you hang back until 7:30, because I don't want to like jump into this Epstein stuff and then be staring at the clock the whole time and then going, oh, shoot, let me bring Johnny in. Plus, I don't think Johnny really gives a shit about that kind of stuff. Like every time I bring up that kind of stuff, I feel bad because I'm like, I'll be like, do you know about this? And he'll be like, not really. And I'll go, all right, let me catch you. Like with the Epstein files, I want to nerd out hard on these and I want to really dive in. And I'll break it down for the audience a little bit. But I think the people who want to watch coverage of the Epstein stuff kind of know about it. I think the saddest part about the Epstein files is that here we are. Names have been named. A lot of redactions, but a lot of names have been named. A lot of things have been alleged. A lot of things have been thrown out there, and nobody cares. And that I was worried about that. I was cognizant of that. I was ready to, see people not give a shit. But outside of the internet, nobody cares. This is very much an internet thing. I don't know if it's like too difficult for people to wrap their head around that they don't live in their own country, that they're blackmailed and occupied, and that struggling against that when you have a house and a car and kids. And it just seems like, why don't I just live in, it's kind of Matrixy in a way. Let me just live in the pod. The rest of it's a struggle and I don't like it. And a lot of these people in the Epstein files, they die not too long after. It was interesting to see some of the names that were in there, including, believe it or not, Kevin Brennan is in the Epstein files. I wish I was kidding. Kevin Brennan is in the... Now, he shows up because they were emailing back and forth about some event they were going to have, and they wanted to have it at either the Comedy Store or the Comedy Cellar or the Stand, whatever. And they sent the lineup in an email, and Kevin Brennan was one of the guys performing. So maybe, I mean, Saturday Night Live is a huge credit, and Kevin Brennan also wrote for one of the most underrated shows out there in The Sports Show with Norm Macdonald. But I think the Epstein files might be a guy's biggest credit. I mean, that's pretty huge. I put that, if he decides to start doing stand-up again, he should put that in the promo. Seen on Saturday Night Live, Comedy Central, and the Epstein files. But he was in there. If you're a wrestling fan, Ashley Massaro, who was... I actually liked her as a female wrestler in the early 2000s, and then she left the business and she died a while back. She took herself out. She was in the Epstein files and apparently was one of the victims when she was younger. So that makes a lot of sense, the trauma and the problems she had later on in life. So those all came out, and I feel like nobody cares because it proves things like Pizzagate, right? It shows that these people are, in fact, devil-worshipping, human-sacrificing rapists and pedophiles. Like, they are exactly what we thought. To quote the great Dennis Green, they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook. Now, here's the problem. I've heard people who are skeptical, because, like, I'll talk to people about it who don't care, and they'll be like, yeah, Aaron, but what about and they'll throw at you all of the yeah buts, which is good because you got to be able to answer those. And they said, well, if this is all a thing, why aren't these people being arrested and going to jail? Which is a good question. It's enough for a reasonable person to go, yes, this is happening. But it's not enough for a court of law to go, we can convict you on this beyond a reasonable doubt. And also, if you read these Epstein files, the system is constructed in a way where these people are protected. There is no head of the snake. You can't cut it off. It's a conglomerate. So this idea that, we can round these guys up now. There's not near enough evidence. There's enough evidence for us to know we're screwed and who's screwing us and who controls us, but not enough to do anything about it. And the thing about it is, if you want to do something about it, if the people really were fed up, this is what I mean by people don't care about the Epstein files and they're not going to do anything about the Epstein files. First of all, the people in charge aren't going to do anything because they're part of it. But then you and I would have to give up our houses. We'd have to give up our cars, our phones, potentially our families. Like, you'd have to be willing to smash this whole system, risking your life and everything you have. And people aren't there yet. Revolutions don't happen in countries where people have homes. Revolutions happen in countries where people are on the street, they're starving, their money is worthless. So I think as far as the Epstein files go, if you already knew, now you know. If you didn't care before, this doesn't seem to be shaking anybody into caring. Also, there's 3 million pages of documents. They've released what they have. It's 3 million pages of shit. People are still going through it now. None of us are reading this. We're all waiting for other people to read it, go through like keywords and buzzwords, and then post it, and then we cover it, essentially. So there's like 3 levels of caring. The levels of caring are reading the files. The second level is reading the summaries from the people who read the files, and the third level is you don't care at all. And I think that's most people. We'll go over it in detail, though, because I'm assuming the people watching the show today do want to go over these. They do want to talk about them, and we will get into all of it this morning. Please and thank you. Let's see what gets started off here. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny literally doesn't give a shit about this show or you. He could watch you burning, Aaron, and he'd not even piss on you. Jesus. Let's go into the... by the way, there are people who have said, Aaron, you've got a lot of new viewers. Go into the YouTube chat and go hang out and talk to them a little bit. Absolutely. Balls Deep said, when you went to the Pretty Memorial, did you peacefully spit on his effigy and kick his flowers over? 2 things. 1, no. 2, the kind of people that are down there, you could probably do that and they wouldn't do anything to you. You wouldn't. T. Jefferson says, Ashley self-deleted. She was great. That shit makes me sad. Yeah, and the funny thing is, I learned about Ashley Massaro being in the Epstein files. Again, I'm just watching other people who have been reading it and uploading these little snippets of it. I learned about it from Val Venus. Of all the people that I could learn about the Epstein files from, it was Val Venus, Sean Morley. He posted it on Twitter, and I was like, oh shit, oh my God, Ashley Massaro is it? So Val Venus, kind of, laid part of the groundwork for my understanding of the Epstein files. When the Epstein files came out, I did not think that it was going to involve Val Venus and Kevin Brennan. But here we are. We'll get to all of it in just a little bit. Guys, thank you very much for your support. Let's do it up. Let's leave these last 2 weeks in the dust. Now, don't get me wrong. January was a good month. We were in the black in January. I'm not going to complain after having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of views. But the missing the goals for competitive purposes, for just like an intramural sports purposes, gay, lame, hate it. Let's notch some wins for the toe. Los Federales says new viewers are probably up because of that ad I put up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Epstein was, of all the things that happened with the Epstein thing, we found out he got banned from Xbox Live. He's not allowed to play Xbox video. Well, that's another thing. People are like, is he really dead? A lot of people now think after these files came out that because of what some people said in the files, that he got out of that prison and he was sent to Israel, that he's living in Israel right now. But okay, so if he is, he's not allowed to play Xbox video games online. He was banned for bullying people and threatening to kill them. That's, like I said, like there's all kinds of weird shit in there. Dub says, or was Ashley Massaro self-deleted? I think Jay-Z was in there. Pusha T. And it's funny because like Pusha T and Jay-Z ended up in the Epstein files. And then people started showing this old clip of Kanye. When you remember when he was wearing the full mask? Kanye said if people knew what Jay-Z and Pusha T were up to, Jay-Z and Pusha T would be in prison. And then here, Jay-Z and Pusha T both show up in the Epstein files. So like I'm saying, there's a lot of stuff in there. There's a lot of stuff in those Epstein files. It's just that you can't make people pay attention. You can't make people look at it. And they're not looking at it. Like I said, this is all very, very internet-y. All right, let's get into a couple of side things, and then we'll dive in with both feet. You guys gift memberships, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go, man. Let's go. Two very big accounts I've seen not talking about the Epstein files, like at all. Babylon Bee, they put one article up this weekend and then just said, here they are, go. So they didn't want to talk about it, being an Israel plant the way they are. And Chaya Raichik, the Jewish princess of libs of TikTok herself, completely silent. Remember when all of those people got those big binders of the Epstein files? And they're like, look, they put out all these Epstein files. And it turned out to be dog shit. And they used like Jack Posobiec, Chaya Raichik, Sarah Gonzalez, I think, like a bunch of right-wing bums, a bunch of Zionist, bought and paid for, Israeli shill, neocon bums got these Epstein files. And they all sat there in the front lawn of the White House holding them up. Oh, look, we got the Epstein files. Most of those people have not said a word about this shit that's come out, including Chaya Raichik, who, by the way, is not conservative. She's cancel culture. If you hate cancel culture, you have to hate libs of TikTok. Libs of TikTok is just conservative cancel culture. It's all just tattletale horseshit. Oh, this person said that. Call and get them canceled. Like it's all the shit we fought against. And now she's not bringing up the Epstein files because I guarantee the Israeli government has something to do with the rise of Chaya Raichik and libs of TikTok. Anytime something comes out of nowhere, it's been funded, and you got to follow the money. Harvey Levin of TMZ was in the Epstein files. Now, when I say in the Epstein files, this doesn't necessarily mean that they were like having sex with underage prostitutes. Sometimes they're just in there, and it's just emails between them and Epstein. To me, if it's like in the 2000s and you're emailing with Jeffrey Epstein, you're guilty of something, in my opinion. Then there's a bunch of emails that are like running around Twitter and stuff that are fake and you got to be careful. Like the developers of Bitcoin who operate on a pseudonym. There was an email where Jeffrey Epstein wanted to organize a dinner and a meeting with the developers of Bitcoin, and their email response was, "Go fuck yourself, Jeffrey." Not real, but I wish it was. Not real, but I wish it was. Daryl Hall and John Oates are both in the Epstein files. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She gonna chew you up, says Mint Diggity. I wouldn't feel bad for Daryl Hall, but I'd feel bad for John Oates if he was in the Epstein files. I mean, Daryl Hall got all the fame and attention. He's the talented one. Imagine you're Oates. Imagine you're in the Epstein files and you're Oates. That's like, next you're going to tell me Art Garfunkel is in there or Andrew Ridgeley. It's like, now the most famous thing you've done is appear in the Epstein files. Kevin, what do you think about being in there?
Wow.
Actually, in the Epstein files, they found audio of Kevin Brennan threatening one of the underage prostitutes.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Wow. So career resurgence. And then I want to get into some of the stuff that people are sending in on YouTube and Rumble. Just the stuff that I don't have in kind of my top fives that we're going to do later on. Chips and Diff says Robin Leach was in the files. Didn't surprise me. I just didn't know he was still alive. He's dead. Robin Leach died in like 2019, I think. But did you see what was in there about Robin Leach? The allegation is that Robin Leach was with a prostitute at one of these Epstein parties and he strangled the prostitute to death in front of people. Like, oh yeah, there's crazy shit in there. Now, some of it is just, there was this tip line they set up and then people just called in wild shit to this tip line and it got published. Like one of them was they deleted a baby and then ate shit out of the intestine. It's like, okay, look, I got to focus on the shit that's believable. Whether or not that happened, I don't know. There was another one where Trump R-worded somebody and all this other stuff. But a lot of that stuff comes from this FBI tip line. Me personally, I've been focusing more on the emails because there's a lot of stuff in those emails. Cheeseburger Pie with $1 says, what did your boy Ben Shapiro have to say after these files came out? I believe what Ben Shapiro said was,
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
yeah, I don't think you're going to hear much from old Ben. I don't think Ben's going to have much to say on the Epstein files. Ben Shapiro said there are no Epstein files months ago, back in like June or July. There are no Epstein files. So I don't think Ben's going to have, Ben doesn't he doesn't take the whole being wrong thing very well. The other deal for Ben Shapiro on these files is that he's going to have to answer for his precious Israel because that ended up being exactly what we thought it was going to be. T. Jefferson says, wait till Marty Jannetty is discovered. Oh, no. Not Marty. So like every B-side of every famous couple ever is in the Epstein files. Oh, Joey Mercury, here he comes. Return Trip says, who is Robin Leach? Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. God, I'm fucking old. Oh, no. Robin Leach. Come see how they party on their 200-foot yacht. That guy, it's a terrible Robin Leach impression. Robin Leach was a guy when I was like in my, I don't know, not even double-digit ages. Wasn't he on Boy Meets World at some point too? Robin Leach was around when we were kids. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have come forward and said shit about all these really rich and powerful people that were called crazy and they were nuts. And now these files come out and it looks like they were absolutely telling the truth. Then you go, oh, let's go look that person up so we can apologize to them and tell them they were right the whole time. And they're dead. I think Bongino is going live today. I think Bongino's going to be doing his show. I wonder if he'll have anything to say about this. They asked Trump about it, and he said, oh, it turns out it totally exonerates me. And it doesn't. it doesn't totally exonerate him, but the accusations that are in there about Trump are from like this FBI tip line. So I think the stuff that Trump is in there for is really difficult to substantiate. The other stuff, I mean, it's emails. It's out in the open. So we've got a bunch of that stuff to talk about today. We will get into it in just a little bit. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And while you're doing that, cross your fingers and hope that the economy turns around. Look, you guys have me on so many conspiracy theories all at once. I'm like an over-medicated patient. And like this collapse in the market, gold, silver, Bitcoin, stock, all this stuff has me thinking it's organized. It's arranged. All of these global elites and billionaires are selling off the shit they have, profit taking. It's another big transfer of wealth. They say the biggest since 2020. And I think a lot of it's because Trump wouldn't go to war with Iran. He wouldn't bomb Iran. So we're getting the Epstein files and we're getting a market crash. I think we also got news that the tariffs have officially cost American jobs, that job growth is slowed, and they think it's because of the tariffs, just because of the higher cost of importing things. The Epstein drop completely demolished Bongino's credibility. I couldn't agree more. Dan Bongino was another guy who was like, yeah, he totally killed himself. Yeah, there's no Epstein files. There's no client list. There's no nothing like that. It's all just lying bastards, which makes me believe somebody gave the go-ahead to release these, and it was despite somebody. Because you don't just release all of this information on people. I have a hard time believing that it was, Schoolhouse Rock, I'm just a bill. And like the bill became law and all these rich and powerful people went, well, aw shucks, they signed a piece of paper. The president signed the piece of paper. So I guess all of our secrets have to come out. I have a hard time believing that. So like in my brain, I go, okay, what was it that made them do this? Joey Caravello with $2 says, do you think Little Lemmy is sexy? Oh, God. In fairness, I don't think Little Lemmy thinks Little Lemmy is sexy. I don't think she kind of bills herself that way, in fairness to her. Hidden in plain sight says Dub, Epstein's, etc. Lolita Express. You can't make this shit up. Yeah. And again, who's in charge of it? Why? Let's get into some of the stuff we have outside of the Epstein files. Los Federales, I have the Jarrell Miller thing. We will get to that later today as well. Thank you very much. A guy got his goddamn toupee punched off in a boxing match over the weekend. I have some breaking news out of Minnesota before we get into the Epstein files here. I think the Leering Center is moving. I think they're either going out of business, shuttering the thing for good, or they're moving down the road. This was the scene there this weekend.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this.
So the sign is gone. There's U-Hauls out there. They're packing shit up. Now, one of two things is happening. Either, and this has happened with a couple of Somali daycares, one here in St. Cloud. They're closing down amid fraud investigations. So they're trying to, just very quietly close the doors. The only reason they were even operating was because they were sending in these bad reports, getting government money, and that's what was lining their pockets and paying the electric bills. So they can't do that right now because you have to show in Minnesota now to get this money. I think this is actually nationwide. You have to have employee records. You have to have child records. You have to have, spreadsheets. They're asking for a lot more stuff. That's why that Somali guy who had that daycare he claimed got broken into by a bunch of white supremacists or Jussie Smollett of the Somali community. He said, yeah, they came in and they broke into my daycare. And you know what they stole? Employee records, payroll data, and child enrollment. I mean, God damn it. I mean, take my eyes, but not my enrollment records. I mean, you know how many people break into places and just steal invoices? Of course. Now, we haven't heard anything about that place. We haven't heard anything about the owner. We haven't heard, because it was complete bullshit. And even when the local news here was reporting it, they knew it was complete bullshit. They didn't really lean into it either. So either the Leering Center is shutting down operations because of the fraud, or they're moving locations, because I can't imagine how harassed and bothered they are at this location. It's become a meme at this point. And one thing about Nick Shirley is he's right that there's fraud in Minnesota, but his documentaries are complete bullshit. They are complete Israeli distractions. Nick Shirley is a tool. He sucks. He's awful. He's got these big IDF security guards, like 3 or 4 of them with him. Doesn't put that on camera. He's got this racist David guy with them. And then he's got him, and they're banging on daycare doors going, little pig, let me in. Let me see how many kids you got in here. Let me see your children. There's no daycare in the world that's going to open up the doors and let you in and look at the children. So Nick Shirley would go, oh, they wouldn't let us in to look at the kids. I guess that's fraud. Thuffer and thuckatash. It's not journalism. It's bullshit. So either shit has become untenable for them at this location, or they're shutting down because of fraud. One of the two. And one thing I hate about all this is that you have to be on one side or the other. You can't just tell the truth. You have to love Nick Shirley and think he's great. Well, I'm sorry. I can't pretend to be that stupid. I can't. I feel insulted. Like, if I try to convince myself that Nick Shirley's smart or good, I go, why are you doing this? Why are you shaming yourself? I mean, it's like akin to the humiliation I'd feel if I was injecting heroin in a drug den, just like putting it in my arm. I'd be like, why are you shaming yourself? But also, these Somalis aren't innocent, and there's rampant fraud going on in Minnesota. It's just not the way Nick Shirley laid it out. So, but you can't win. Like, you have to swallow the whole wafer on either side. You have to say the Somalis have never done anything wrong and Minnesota's fine, or you have to say Nick Shirley's a god and he's amazing and he exposed it all. And neither of those two things is true. Welcome to America in 2026. Welcome to America in 2026. The government requires spreadsheets. Yeah, the government is now requiring these daycares to send them all kinds of records. And again, they're all asking for these records, and then the Somali daycares are either shutting down or they're being broken into by white supremacists. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, even though I determined all the awards, congratulations for winning Best Gay Male Streamer and Best Grifter. Well, I'd love to be the best grifter. But gay streamer, I guess it's not going to help to explain to them that I'm not a homosexual. Neither is Professor Tie-Dye. You have to be human first, and he doesn't qualify. All right, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Already getting close to that 600 mark for the morning. Thank you very much. Let's do that, and let's have everybody being very active on the toe today. Holy shit. Guys, get ready to hear about the Chicago Steak Company a couple of times today. Hot damn. All right, let's get into some of these. So one of the things we found out from the Epstein files is that you get to now brag to all your friends about Pizzagate. Remember the Pizzagate thing that they said was a hoax? They found in Hillary's emails that John Podesta, her chief of staff, was setting up these private parties, and he was asking what kind of pizza they should bring. So-and-so is going to bring their friends. One of them wants sausage pizza. One of them it was all this really weird coded speak. And, it was about colors and skin tones and all this stuff. And the deep state did this really fascinating and smart thing where they went, I've got it. We'll put it out there that the conspiracy is about this pizza place, Comet Ping Pong Pizza. And then we'll just call everyone crazy because Comet Ping Pong doesn't have a basement. There's no way where we can all meet. But we'll make it look like all of these people who are worried about this Pizzagate think that it's this pizza place. And they basically penned in the conspiracy and then gaslit the shit out of it while it was in the pen. To the point where they even either hired a guy or blackmailed a guy to go into Comet Ping Pong and pretend to be a shooter. And, I say pretend to be a shooter because this guy went in, ran around Comet Ping Pong Pizza with a big-ass rifle, said that he's looking for the basement, and he's here to break up the pedo party, and he fired one shot in the place. Never hit anybody, didn't kill anybody, came in, fired one shot. It went through a locked door, which they claimed was an employee coat room, shot through the coat room into a computer, and completely fried this computer's hard drive. Oh, gosh, wouldn't you know? Just fired one shot and fried this hard drive, which may have had God knows what on it. But what a lucky shot, right? Guy comes into a place, fires one shot, not even at a person. It goes through a door, through a computer, and fries the hard drive. Remarkable. And that was the story of Pizzagate. Oh, then they went to get that guy. They found him. Traffic stop, wouldn't you know? They shot him. He's dead. So we can't really get any information out of that guy because he's gone. So then you were this crazy conspiracy theorist if you thought, because they made the conspiracy not about pizza being a code word for pedos, but they made it about a physical pizza place, Comet Ping Pong, in Washington, D.C. Now, nobody was saying that Comet Ping Pong is the apex epicenter of this thing. This was just the way they gaslit people out of believing the conspiracy. Well, guess what? Pizza is mentioned 911 times in the Epstein files. In fact, does this mean that Jesse P.S. is in the Epstein files? I mean, it's technically the Pizza Fund. I didn't think that Kevin Brennan, Louis J. Gomez, and Ashley Massaro were going to be in the Epstein files, so who knows at this point. But the Pizzagate thing is alive and well once again. These are, now you're going to keep seeing this email, gvacation@gmail.com. That's Epstein. So every time you see that email, that's going to be Jeffrey Epstein. I think these ought to be all redacted. I mean, all of these emails. Look, the from line, who are you protecting? So somebody wrote to Jeffrey Epstein and said, this is better than a Chinese cookie, see attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. Go no. Now, people have been reading these files and they've been saying that grape soda is a code for black. Chinese cookie is a code for Asian. Because otherwise this email doesn't make any sense. The next email, both the to and the from are blacked out. They're both redacted. Totally loved it. Pizza party was great. We had a lot of fun, stayed late. We all slept in yesterday morning. Your night was good. And then redaction from Diane to redacted. Thank you. We love to have blank with us. He is too cute. Have a great week. Wait, no, I think we got to go up top to bottom on this. Wednesday. Yeah. So the to and from are redacted. And it says the kids are hungry. And then there's Leslie Taylor in a response writes, yum, that looks good. The boys are really cute too. I just need blank by 4:10 p.m. He needs a quick shower, then going to doctor for his annual. Then somebody wrote back, you got it. 4:10 will be there. Followed by, thanks for taking the boys for pizza. Blanks was sad he had to leave the fun. Have a great time skiing. Be safe. Thank you. We love to have blank with us. He is too cute. Have a great week. So I highly doubt that in all these Epstein files of this convicted pederast that these aren't code words for something. I mean, the Pizzagate thing, alive and well, 1,000% accurate. People made to believe they were nuts. And, honestly, what you're going to see in a lot of these files is that a lot of your crazy uncles were spot on. People were asking me this weekend, I was getting DMs, hey, are we going to hear from your uncle on this one, from the Real Raw News uncle? He's not even my uncle who believes in like Bohemian Grove and the Illuminati. I have another uncle who taught me about the Skull and Bones Society, who taught me about Bohemian Grove, all of that, like Mark Dice, all of those guys. I don't know if he was a big Alex Jones guy or not, but he would, my whole childhood, he would be like, yeah, all these guys in the Skull and Bones Society and all of these guys in Bohemian Grove, and they're all doing these satanic rituals. And I mean, these Epstein files do, if you already thought we were being controlled by Satanists, this is going to, what do they call it? This is going to give you confirmation bias. All of these files. So, pizza, Chinese cookies, grape soda, the whole deal. It's interesting to point out that this newsman here that we're about to see, Ben Swan, was fired from his news job after this report. I want to, and then we'll move on from the Pizzagate part of this. But first, $1 from Professor Tie-Dye says, hey, now, I'm totally human. The alien parasite piloting from my brain isn't. Fauci's Pangolin with $1 says, I went to Little Caesars last week and yelled pizza, pizza, and 2 cops shot me right away. Well, I'm glad you're still here. I'm glad you made it. Let's go to the Pizzagate. This is a guy who reported on Pizzagate. Now, this was in the midst of Comet Ping Pong. This is when the elites were trying to... This is a weird thing, too. This monitor keeps going out. I apologize to you guys. I think... Oh, Jesus. I kicked the damn thing and it shut off. Come on now. Give me one moment there. We got a monitor that keeps going kablooey on me. We'll get it back in there. It's great, you know. I mean, we couldn't knock it out last week at all, and now I've got this big Epstein Files show, and nothing's happening, and the monitors are shutting off on me. What a nightmare for the toe. Okay, so this guy, Ben Swan, did this report on Pizzagate. He was fired not too long after.
It became a major story weeks ago when an armed man decided to investigate a D.C. area pizza place for himself. This man right here, he carried a rifle into a pizza parlor and then fired it at the floor. Media is telling you the entire story is a hoax or fake news. But what does that even mean? I spent the last month investigating. So what exactly is Pizzagate? And are there any actual facts to support this story? I've got to warn you, what we're going to talk about tonight will be disturbing to some people. But this is a reality check you won't see anywhere else.
And there's a reason for that. We wish Ben Swan the best in his future endeavors. I mean, again, just the fact that guys like this get fired should be enough to raise your curiosity. But the way they keep people silent on this is they kind of play to their stupidity and naivete. And even like, I bet you if Shapiro or Bongino even talk about this stuff, they'll talk about how, well, this doesn't rise to criminality. There's not enough proof to arrest anyone, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, but do you have a human brain? Does it work? Does it function? Are you reading what you're reading? These people are guilty. You don't have to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt to, in your own brain, know what's going on.
Pizzagate actually comes from the WikiLeaks release of hacked emails from Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta. In all, WikiLeaks dumped around 50,000 email messages, and it was from those emails that the claims that John Podesta may be part of a child sex trafficking ring come from.
Dude, it's not that John Podesta was part of a sex trafficking ring. It's that they all are involved in it. They're all blackmailed Satanists. You can't get into the club if you don't partake. I mean, there's reports in these Epstein files of human sacrifice, of blood rituals, of wild stuff that if I told you about it, you wouldn't believe me. And a lot of people are reading it and they don't believe it. Your country is controlled by Jewish blackmailed Satanists who perform blood rituals. And now I'm insane, and this will definitely limit my audience. But I can't read shit. I can't see reality and not describe it for what it is. I mean, we know that Bohemian Grove exists. We know that the Skull and Bones Society exists. We know all of these wealthy, powerful people are part of secret societies. And now in the Epstein files, we're hearing from prostitutes and other people who were there, who, by the way, are dead now, who said, yeah, they made me perform blood rituals. They did human sacrifice. Robin Leach fucking strangled a hooker to death. And nobody cares. It's just like with the WikiLeaks stuff. Nobody cares. Like, I'm not going to make any money doing this. Like, I ain't doing this for profit. I do my show for profit, but I'm going to fail because I'm talking about this. This should be the biggest show streaming right now because we're breaking this down and we're going through it. People don't care. But I can't be silent. I can't not talk about this. This is that important. You need to pay attention to what we're going to go over today. Please. And we'll have fun. I promise we'll do fun shit later. But this is really important and people need to hear it. And I know I'm going to fail the monetary aspects of my show. But I do feel like I have that old school broadcaster's duty to inform you that your country has been taken over by rabid, bloodthirsty, human-sacrificing Satanists. And I'm not crazy. It's documented. It's proven. That's why Alex Jones yells and screams. That's why Farrakhan yells and screams. That's why all these people yell, because they know that you're the dumb one. They know that you're stupid. They know what's going on, and they're trying to help you. They love you, they care about you, and they care about your country, and they want you to know this stuff, and people laugh at them. I mean, the fact that Alex Jones hasn't mowed people down with an Uzi at this point is surprising to me.
To be clear, not one single email in the Podesta emails discusses child sex trafficking or pedophilia.
You know why? Because you don't put that shit in an email. That's like saying, hey, we got a bunch of mafia guys' emails. Not one thing about racketeering and extortion, but a lot of weird words that don't seem to fit. Oh, no shit.
That is a fact. But there are dozens of what seem to be strangely worded emails dealing with pizza and handkerchiefs. Self-described online investigators say that those words in the emails about pizza and the talk of handkerchiefs is code language used by pedophiles.
Do you think this guy was fired already at this point?
Get pulled into the story. Well, again, read any mainstream report, and they indicate that Comet Ping Pong Pizza was somehow linked to this fake story and has no relation to anyone involved. But the truth is, that's not true either. What media is ignoring is that the Comet Ping Pong Pizza place is actually referenced in the Podesta emails at least a dozen or so times, and that the owner of that place, James Alfantis,
he owned pedophilic art, this James Alefantis guy. And he had weird shit up at the walls at his pizza place. Like, it was fucked up.
Is a friend of John Podesta. He was actually named, this is kind of strange, by GQ magazine as one of the top 50 most powerful people in Washington. Yes, we're talking about a pizza parlor owner.
Yeah. So Washington, D.C., if you didn't know this, is Sodom and Gomorrah. It is a disgusting, filthy, gross, dishonest place that no decent person can survive in. Like, think of the absolute worst place in the world, multiply it by 2, out to infinity, you've got Washington, D.C. It's garbage. It's mud.
Now let's talk facts here. There is no solid evidence that Comet Ping Pong Pizza is being used to run a child sex trafficking ring. But there are some very strange connections between Comet Ping Pong Pizza and a second pizza place 2 doors over, Besta Pizza, and the accusations of pedophilia. Now this is where things start to get strange when you research this story. Now to begin, I need to show you a 2007 unclassified FBI document. That document, according to the FBI, contains commonly used symbols by pedophiles to express their preference in children. I want you to see these images here. These are the images.
By the way, we're never going to get big viewers on YouTube going over this. They will strangle us off big time for going over this stuff. So hit like, hit follow.
Notice this one on the end, the triangle. That image signifies something called boy love. The pizza place next door to Comet Ping Pong Pizza, Besta Pizza, well, this was their logo until only a few weeks ago. Clearly, you can see that the Besta logo actually contains the same image, I'm going to show you again, as that boy lover image. Interestingly,
it's just tilted.
After Pizzagate investigators pointed this out, Besta Pizza changed their logo.
What?
And there it is now.
No way. They changed their logo because, you see, if that were my logo, I would say that's just a coincidence. It was an artistic drawing of a pizza. I'm not a pedophile. That just don't include that, please. You change the logo. It seems like, you know, when you change something when you get caught doing some shit.
They removed the triangle.
This is the equivalent of the couple that gets caught cheating, so they have a joint Facebook account. That's what this logo change is.
Also, Comet Ping Pong, owned by Alphantis, is the place where a number of performance artists perform regularly. Two of the groups that perform there, who you can see advertised, by the way, on this Comet Ping Pong poster, include a group called Heavy Breathing and another group called Sex Stains. Well, if you check out the YouTube videos by these bands, Heavy Breathing has songs that do joke about pedophilia, and the band Sex Stains has a video that includes, and you see it right there.
Look, there's the goddamn thing.
Same boy lover symbol. It's nearly identical to the one.
But Pizzagate wasn't a thing. Pizzagate is just a crazy conspiracy theory. Pizzagate is just a thing that a bunch of psycho conspiracy theorists just latched onto because they don't like the government or whatever. Well, I don't like the government. But it's not because of conspiracy theory. It's because they're baby-killing Satanists. And again, the Epstein files prove all this stuff. And if you point it out to people, if you talk about it in front of people, they're all going to think you're crazy. You're going to stop getting invited to shit. They're going to go, you're going a little too hard on this, aren't you? And it's like, there is nothing else. The world you live in is controlled by satanic pedophiles. Like, well, should we round them up and should we arrest them and try? You'll never win. The courts are run by them. You'll never hold them. You'll never convict them. There's only one way you can stop these people. They need to go. But you can't do that because they'll kill you. You can't use the system to stop these people. They are the system. And unfortunately, there's like 3 levels to this. You can just ignore it and do nothing, which is what most people are going to do. But do me a favor. If you're going to ignore it and do nothing, at least just admit you're fucking stupid and you have no idea what's going on. Don't insult the people who give a shit, please. Don't sit there and project because you're not up on shit and you don't read and you don't know what's going on. Don't treat that as a virtue. Don't treat your ignorance and your complacency as some kind of virtue. Because then there's the second level. There's people like me who will read about it, yell about it, scream about it, but won't do a goddamn thing. I'll just try to alert everyone I can with the platform I have that this shit is going on. Now, it's going to be difficult because, as Alex Jones and others have learned, the closer you get to the truth and the more people you try to tell about this, the more they're going to try and limit your reach and shut you down. Because again, you don't think they're in Google? You don't think they're in well, they are in Microsoft. That's in the emails. You don't think they're in Bitcoin. You don't think they're in all of this shit. All of it. BlackRock, Vanguard. It's all the whole power structure is riddled with these people.
One that the FBI does say is a pedophile code symbol for boy love. As I said, there are some strange things there. As for the owner of the pizza place, James Alphantis, well, he was one time in a relationship with David Brock, who ran Media Matters for America. Well, since
gay satanic pedophile
Pizzagate began to blow up online, he has made his Instagram profile, Jimmy Comet, private. But
really?
An archive search of Instagram reveals a number of strange photographs and words with strange and disturbing images associated with them. Look, to the point where we can't show you those pictures. We're not even going to describe them to you because some viewers would find it too disturbing to share on TV.
That's part of the problem, though, too. Sorry, people have to see it. People have to read it. People have to know what's going on. Jolly Stick with 199 says, call me stupid again. I'm almost there. Oh, knock it off, stupid. Oops.
Now let's talk about the Podesta brothers, because remember, it was John Podesta's email that was hacked.
This one.
In those leaked Podesta emails, John Podesta talks about his close relationship with Dennis Hastert, the former Speaker of the House, who was recently sentenced to 15 months in prison for abusing boys years ago.
15 months.
He was referred to by the judge as a serial child molester.
The judge referred to him as a serial child molester, but gave him 15 months. Who's running the show?
According to the Washington Post, visitors to Tony Podesta's home in Falls Church got an eyeful when they walked into a bedroom at the Podesta residence hung with multiple color pictures by Katie Grannon, a photographer known for documentary-style pictures of naked teenagers in their parents' suburban homes. And to be clear, that just begins to scratch the surface of how strange some of this stuff is. And bear in mind, we can't get into a lot of the real details of it because of the limits on broadcasting this on television.
And, of course, the television networks owned by, well, you guessed it. So what's Ben Swann doing now? Ben Swann was fired shortly after he did that report. He's been labeled a conspiracy theorist now, American TV news anchor, investigative journalist, and conspiracy theorist. Now, I don't think Ben Swann was being a conspiracy theorist in that report. He was just reporting shit that was true. So he did that at WGCL TV in Atlanta, and he was fired after the Pizzagate thing. He relaunched Truth in Media after he was fired. He began publishing pieces for the Liberty Nation website. He later returned to RT America in 2018. Swann was paid $6.8 million by the Russian government in order to produce propaganda TV content for the South America, Indian, and Chinese markets. Well, the guy's got to do something for money. And by the way, when you see all these Epstein files and you see all this stuff going on, you see Russia paying people that are pointing this stuff out, at what point do you have to ask, is Putin maybe a Christian good guy? Is Putin trying to tell us something? Like what? At some point, you got to consider, here's the stuff we're releasing. Here's what it says about us. Here's our ruling class. Now let's see who that ruling class doesn't like. And maybe those are the good guys. Now, I'm not saying Putin's a good guy. I'm saying compared to these guys, could he be better? Coltrane with $1 says not a single anti-Zionist or Nazi in the files. Interesting, huh? Interesting. How do you feel about 4chan post about a guy being a driver for Epstein? The videos on it kept getting taken down for years, says 704 Cup. The stuff that's like message boards and FBI anonymous reports in the Epstein files, I give less weight to than the emails. I think the emails are really important because it's people talking in a way that they didn't think anyone would ever see. And I think that's important. I think it's important. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're doing some very important shit right now, but people are going, it is going to get, it could get throttled. Almost 700 of you checking out the show in the first hour. Thank you very much. 682. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. And by God, if you could throw in a PayPal, Venmo, Super Chat, Rumble Rant, whatever, we can only exist off of your donations, and we would appreciate it if you like what we're doing. So now we have some of the foreign policy stuff. I kind of broke this down into sections. We had the Pizzagate thing. We've got the Islam thing. Then we'll have the Israel thing. And then I've got Owen Benjamin with a good breakdown on not Owen Benjamin. I'm sorry. Although I love Owen Benjamin, Owen Schroyer with a breakdown. I thought he had a good theory as to why this stuff is coming out now at this point. But let's put this up on the screen. This is Jeffrey Epstein's emails to Tom Pritzker. And this is about ISIS. Now, there's been theories for a long time. Let's put this up in the top screen like this. There's been theories for a long time that ISIS is funded and controlled by Israel to keep up the scare of Islamic fundamentalism and terrorism and all that, funded by Mossad, funded by the CIA to disrupt al-Qaeda. ISIS famously has never attacked Israel, which in itself, very interesting. So this is Tom Pritzker first saying, yes, there is a tradecraft name for this administration's approach. And this would be the Obama administration. Clusterfuck. When China began building bases in the South China Sea, we ran freedom of navigation cruises. This is a technical process that describes which of the ship's systems are on and which systems are off. Zero orders it done. Pentagon sends over details. Susan Rice reviews systems on off, not as a protocol, but as a menu of options. She overrules Pentagon and orders which system she wants on and off. In effect, White House diluted challenge for which freedom of navigation cruises were designed. He had a foreign policy strategy that was articulated at Cairo, he meaning Obama. It is a failed strategy, and he failed to change when failure was clear. Would like to hear what Ehud thought. That's Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel. I think at this time he was defense secretary. And, of course, this is, you're going to find out later in these Epstein files, Jeffrey Epstein was very close with Ehud Barak, including emails where he asked Ehud Barak if he could dispel the rumor that Epstein was Israeli intelligence. He was emailing back and forth with Ehud Barak and be like, hey, people are starting to catch on that I'm Mossad, that I'm Israeli intelligence. Could you put out something that says I'm not? Ehud Barak emailed Jeffrey Epstein back saying, well, isn't that going to kind of make it look more suspicious if we do that? Would like to hear what Ehud thought when he first heard Cairo. Good example was complete withdrawal from Iraq, followed by passive support for Maliki, who then slaughtered Sunnis and made ISIS a rational alternative. So that's what Pritzker is saying to Epstein. Now, why, if Jeffrey Epstein was just simply some finance guy who threw parties, why is Tom Pritzker asking him for his thoughts and Ehud Barak's thoughts on American foreign policy matters? Tom Pritzker said, Epstein then wrote, Russia, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, the leaders all prefer Donald. Wild. So meaning they want Donald Trump to win. So Russia, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, they all want Donald Trump to win. Pritzker then wrote, they know Hillary. Epstein then wrote, Turkey gives Masra a heels up on Iraqi recruits. Slaughter. Russia gives Erdogan, that's the president of Turkey, a heads up on coup. U.S. gives a pass on ISIS to Palermo. Assad has no support, so will stay. Nuclear base in Turkey, Soviet defense in Iran, Saudi in Yemen, Egypt about to lose all financial support. Jordan has 1 million refugees, as does Lebanon. Also, my guy, Thurburn Jogland, Gem Council of Europe, will be here this weekend as well. In New York tomorrow through Friday, but morning to dinner Hyatt strategic retreat. Are you in New York? To which Epstein said yes until Thursday. So Epstein knows all of these guys. Epstein knows everything that's going on, knows everything that ISIS, Hamas, and all these other groups think, and has a direct line to Ehud Barak and the Israeli government. You can't make this shit up. You can't. Ehud Barak also appears in the Epstein files a bunch. He's a bit of a pizza lover as well. $2 from Joey Caravello. He says, if Hitler had won, none of this would have happened. Also, Johnny wouldn't be around. He would have been converted to mulch. It's probably accurate. I was watching a thing about how the international banks drew us into World War I. I'm going to finish that documentary when I'm done today. Honky says the ISIS flag literally says all Jews 2050 on it. It was obvious ISIS was Jew-run based on how easily fighters were funneled through the same refugee routes through Turkey. And that's kind of what they were alluding to in those emails as well. Thank you for the $5, Honky. And Joey, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate it. I don't know, man. I just don't know what we're like. It's out there. I don't know why they held off on releasing these files for so long. Nobody cares. Like even here, nobody cares. Nobody's going to make hay of it. Nobody's going to want their country changed. Nothing. You should have just released the whole thing. Like, look, we got 700 people watching, which is okay for us, but like, this is all big shit. This should be mandatory viewing for a lot of people, and we're not even going that hard in the paint on it. That's the most frustrating part for me is I can't unsee this stuff. I can't unknow this stuff. To be intelligent, to be informed nowadays is to be cursed. You really just got to be dumb. You got to let this shit roll off your back, care about and talk about shit that doesn't matter. There's no winning. There's no W here. Lab Glass gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate the 5 gifted. Now, there's a fucking guy. I'll tell you that much. Everybody doing that. I mean, look, people may ignore the fact that the country's going to hell in a handbasket and has been sold out to satanic pedophiles, but at least we'll have a shitload of gifted memberships. 18 of those away from 500. Thank you very, very much. So then the next thing we've got on the Israeli connection is these emails about Epstein being kind of the power broker between Netanyahu and mere mortals. So if a lot of these guys want to meet with Netanyahu, if a lot of these guys want to meet with Ehud Barak, if a lot of these guys want to meet with a lot of very powerful Israeli politicians, they go through Jeffrey Epstein, and Jeffrey Epstein would facilitate these meetings. Roy Navon emailed to Jacob Frankel and a bunch of others, and Jeffrey Epstein was in this email, said, against all odds, we have been granted a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Roy Navon was the managing director and senior country officer in Israel for J.P. Morgan. I love this. Look at this. Look at this. Roy Navon, managing director, senior country officer, Israel, redacted Morgan, as if we don't know that's J.P. Morgan. Say they redacted the J.P., but left the Morgan. By the way, J.P. Morgan in Israel, I am not shitting you. Their address is 46 Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv. Again, in order to be this ignorant of the shit that's going on, you have to want to be. You have to not. So then Jeffrey Epstein, after Roy Navon, the J.P. Morgan guy, said, against all odds, we have been granted a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Epstein sarcastically said, surprise, surprise. Oh, and Jess Staley thanked Jeffrey Epstein. Says, thanks, and Epstein wrote, surprise, surprise. So Epstein is being the go-between. He's running things. He's organizing meetings for people, giving them access to Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, the guy's he was an Israeli asset, and he was blackmailing Americans, and he was having blackmail on all of our most powerful people, and nobody fucking cares. And I will say this in Trump's defense. Everything that's come out in these Epstein files that has anything to do with him seems to be from this FBI-created anonymous tip line. I'm going to need emails. I'm going to need direct connections. Dude, believe me, I'm ready to crucify Trump on this too. Everything I've seen so far has been this unconfirmed tip line shit. I also wouldn't doubt if there's anything that has Trump in it, they held those back. Honky with $5. Thank you, buddy. Says ISIS was created primarily to exterminate the remaining and oldest Christian communities in the Middle East. Same reason why Israel funds Azerbaijan to destroy Christian Armenia. Yeah, these people aren't our friends, and we give them money, and we pay them to spit in our face. Wait until you see some of these emails about what they think about the Goyim. Oh, boy, do they say some nasty shit in there. Yeah, see, Randall Flagg says, is Aaron turning into Q? That's the problem. If you fucking pay attention and you know what's going on, you're punished. If you know what's going on, if you're aware, if you awaken to this bullshit, and Bapa Shab and I and Sam Show have talked about this in the past, if you're passionate and you care, and maybe that's our problem, we have to stop caring. You're crazy. You're insane. And the stupid will mock you. You know, everyone who goes, oh, are you going full Q? And you go, hey, have you read this? And they'll go, no, I've never seen that, Mike. Then shut the fuck up. Shut and listen. Shut it and listen. All right? Because there's a lot of shit that you've been willfully ignorant of. And by the way, if you want to be willfully ignorant of it, I get it, man. Boy, I wish I could go back to that and choose to be willfully ignorant. But then don't operate from this spot of arrogance. I'm like, oh, what are you guys, a bunch of Q guys? You shut the fuck up. You're 2 years old. You don't speak. Adults are talking. We know what's going on. You fucking don't. And I have no problem with that. Again, it's horrifying shit to have to confront. Chips and Tiff says, you lock it up. No, you lock it up. You lock it up. Vikes fan says, nothing burger on Trump. So far, yeah. So far, I would say on Trump, it's pretty slim. Tommy, I love this Tommy Jordan. He goes, Jews are the chosen people. You mad? Oh, yeah? Why are they chosen? Ow, wait. I've been saying it too much. I've been saying it way too much. People around me are starting to say it. It's not good. I gave them a choice for breakfast again. And I went, ow, wait. Fucking Tommy Jordan, that cunt. Honky with $1 says, wait, wasn't Aaron in a Q-named group a couple years ago, including canine-inspired Bible? No. Absolutely not. And I wish I hadn't licked my tooth when I said that, because it makes me look guilty. All right, so this is some of the Trump stuff we have on the President of the United States. It's these Federal Bureau of Investigations CHS reporting document. So this is like people can call into the FBI and they can say, I know this about Trump. I know that about Trump. This was called in, from what I understand, Charles Johnson, who's like he's like a ginger-haired conservative firebrand kind of a guy. He reported to the FBI that Trump has been compromised by Israel, and his son-in-law Kushner is the real brains behind his presidency. This is from his first term as president, saying that Kushner was the central power broker during Trump's first term. A CHS report comes from an FBI-validated informant, giving it a higher credibility threshold than standard intelligence claims. So this is a little bit more than the prostitute who said that Trump was doing, grape and murder and sacrifice and stuff like that. This comes from an FBI informant. Now, that means that if it really is Charles Johnson, which some people are saying it is, that means Charles Johnson's an FBI informant, which is, I guess, kind of shocking. The document references alleged financial, political, and organizational influence channels and explicitly states that Trump was compromised, with Kushner described as the real operational center of the administration. I would believe it, but I don't think we needed the Epstein files to tell us that Trump's been bought off by Israel. I mean, you look at his biggest donors in Larry Ellison, Miriam Adelson, all the things he's done for Israel in this second term. I don't think we needed that to tell us that Donald Trump's first or second term has been bought and paid for by Israeli interests. I think that's pretty accurate, say. Jay Fish with $1 says, hold up, you mean to tell me the administration releasing and redacting the files doesn't have more damning Donnie news? Weird. I know, right? It's strange. You would think there would be something involved there. Oh, also, you guys didn't see the Bill Gates news, did you? Did you see the Bill Gates news? Ow, wait. Damn, dog. That guy gets so fucking shot. Every interview I've ever seen with that guy, he is just up to fuck. And like, what I kind of like about the guy, I'm sorry if I'm talking about Tommy Jordan here. I know most of you don't know who Tommy Jordan is, but like, what I kind of like about him is that he's so like overtly obnoxious that you can't insult him. So like, people will talk shit about him. And I kind of feel a kinship to Tommy Jordan in this way, because like, people try to get at him, he laughs at them, and they just get more angry. That's like me with anti-steel toe people. They think this shit's real, and you get to play off of that and use their own momentum against them. But Tommy Jordan will get insulted by people, and they'll be, you're fucking retarded, Tommy, you're stupid. And he'll be like, yo, dog, I'm just doing what I do. You're just mad because I'm so good. Ow, wait. And I'm just like, he's too Like, it's a superpower to be too retarded to be made fun of. $2 from the Tommy Jordan says, do you have morals or are you an anti-Semite? Both. I mean, they kind of go hand in hand. I mean, to be a moral person, you have to believe that Christ is king, and they murdered him. I don't know, Tommy. I'm not an anti-Semite. I am anti-Israeli. I don't think Israel should be a country. I don't like the way they exude their influence and blackmail people throughout the world. But in terms of like individual Jewish people, I don't give a shit. I really don't. Here's the one that I can't remember who was begging me to talk about this one in the chat. I think it was Bappa. This is the now famous Goyim email. This is Jeffrey Epstein emailing Roger Schenck. And in the email, he says, this is the way the Jew make money and made a fortune in the past 10 years. This is in 2009. So this is during the housing collapse. So he's going to describe how they used people's pain and suffering and hardworking people losing their homes for Jews to make a fortune. Again, we said this stuff for the last 20 years. We're anti-Semitic. Jeffrey Epstein says it in emails. It's just fact. Selling short the shipping futures. Let the Goyim deal in the real world. From shipping news, the most dramatic growth has been in shipping futures, which allows shipping companies to lay off risks. The most popular futures are forward freight agreements to deliver goods on a particular route at some point in the future. So what he's saying is Jews are basically making their money on speculating. That's it. Now, I've said for years now, futures markets should be banned. Speculating should be banned. It should be illegal. These side bets that get made on Wall Street, that in 6 months it'll be this, it should be outlawed, and anyone doing it should be thrown in prison. It's criminal. I mean, if you ever watch a documentary on how beef farmers especially are fucked over by futures markets, it's goddamn evil, man. They put family farmers out of business with this shit. So basically, he says the Goyim deal in the real world. So the Goyim do all the work. All of the non-Jewish people, they can do all the work that actually produces an economy. We'll speculate on the economy. We'll get filthy rich and take the fruits of their labor. Do you think there might, like, guys, I know Jeffrey Epstein's dead, so he won't hear this message, but if he's still alive in Israel somewhere, you're not allowed to wonder why some people might be frustrated with you. You're not allowed to wonder why some people might not trust you. You write this shit openly. It's not like you're doing it by accident. It's not like some chemical imbalance you have due to your hereditary standing. You do it consciously, and you hurt people, and you fuck them over, and you don't even produce anything. And then you say, well, this is the way the Jew makes money. It's fucking evil. I'm sorry. It's evil, and it hurts people. And that's what they think of you. That's what they think of you. Brian says derivatives should be illegal. Yummer says, you're yelling at dead people now. You're right. The Epstein files have completely broken me. Someone get Yummers a membership. He's right. I'm literally yelling at the dead at this point. But yes, speculation in futures markets should be banned. 100%. Jayfish, talking about Yummers, says, who cares? It was like 16 years ago. Jayfish says, what a horrific statement. I mean, that is the blind stupidity of the people who think they're smart. 16 years ago, who gives a shit? It's like, I don't know. It just sold your future down the river, sold your grandkids down the river, occupies your country. But you're right. You're too cool for this shit. Honky with $1 says Henry Ford literally wrote about this in the acclaimed it wasn't called the International K Word. It was called the International Jew, but I understand what you're trying to say. TDR Shit Show says it's great that you care so much about this stuff. It's not that we don't care about the Epstein files. We may have too busy of a life to have time to care. It's also sort of your job to care about this stuff. Well, right. My role is to kind of inform you of it. I'm saying, no. I'm not saying, people aren't too busy. People who say, oh, I'm too busy, I can't follow it. That's fine. But then they listen to a show. Like, what I'm saying is, once you listen to this show and you hear some of this stuff, if after you hear it, you go, I don't give a shit, who cares? You're too cool for the room. And also, not only are you too cool for the room, but you're actively giving this shit permission. And you think you're being intelligent. You're scared. I understand why you'd be scared. This is frightening stuff. Thank you very much for the gifted membership, Ablo Pacheco, and it went to Yummers. Yummers is now a supporting member of the Toe. Quantum Whisper with 279 said, you voted for a map not twice, but 3 times. I think I voted for him once. I think I voted independent in 2016. I know I voted independent in 2020, but I did vote for him in 2024. So I will give you that one. You do get one of them out of me. That's for sure. Tommy Jordan says, I am Steel Toe next co-host, and I work for free. Well, guess what, Tommy Jordan? You just put yourself up to the top of the line. Tommy Jordan just become candidate number 1 to spice up the evening show. Just as the evening show's numbers are starting to go up, I think Tommy Jordan would be the rocket fuel to get it to that next level. Tommy Jordan says, Aaron being based, I'm trying to troll, but I'll look crazy. Tommy, welcome to the club. But you know what? You're one of the smart ones who gets it and then just becomes a toe guy unironically. All these other guys that you've been hanging around with, they don't understand. I'm just based as fuck. And they're trying to troll and do that, and then they just look stupid, and then they get more upset. Meanwhile, fucking Epstein files. All right, I'm fine. Jim Sharkey says, Tommy must be super desperate if he's ball washing you now. No, I think the smart ones finally start to get it. The smart ones finally start to get it. They're like, oh, wait. People just have this unnatural, Aaron's in their head so bad, they hate his guts so much. They've built up this crazy thing about him based on retarded horseshit that's not even true. And the smart ones go, oh, well, when I discover something's bullshit, I change my opinion. Unfortunately, there's too many people who have become too invested, and I think I've broken their brain just a little. Marjorie Taylor Greene was interviewed this weekend about the Epstein files coming out, and she revealed that she got a phone call from Donald Trump when they were trying to pass this legislation. Remember, they were trying to pass this Epstein files thing for months, and Trump was stonewalling it, and then eventually Trump endorsed it because his polling numbers were starting to go down. The Epstein files were something that a lot of people in his administration promised would come out. Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel. So then he said, well, yeah, I endorse this. I'll sign it if you guys pass it. Because he didn't want to be on the wrong side of the Epstein stuff. But Marjorie Taylor Greene informed the news here, informed all of us in this interview that she got a phone call from Donald Trump regarding the Epstein files, and this is what caused her to rethink being in Congress.
The phone conversation that ended my relationship with Donald Trump destroyed my political career and proved that some secrets in Washington are more dangerous than others. This conversation happened in September 2025 after I promised Jeffrey Epstein's victims that I would help identify their abusers. And everyone in my congressional office heard every word of it. The call came the day after I held a press conference promising to work with Epstein survivors to reveal the names of people responsible for sexual abuse against women and girls. I had just finished a closed-door House oversight hearing where I listened to these women tell their stories. They were trembling. Their bodies were shaking as they described being raped at 14, at 16 by rich and powerful men.
This seems almost AI. This is kind of like spooky to me. Let me go into the comments here real quick. This is AI. This ain't real. Her saying that she got the phone call from the Trump people. I've heard her say before that Trump called her into meetings. that Trump told her, you got to stop doing this. You got to stop pushing this. And Trump, I don't know why we need to have like AI slop where people go, oh, this is what Marjorie Taylor Greene may or may not have said. And, well, it turns out that Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump have both publicly said all of this stuff. Like there's no grand conspiracy here. They've both been very open. Balls Deep with $2 says approve Adrian 2.0 and Tommy Jordan. Send a link. Ow, wait. Boiled brisket. Oh, I saw this cope the other day. They're digging up year-old stuff. I'm going to have to break some hearts on this one. And oh boy, this is going to be bad for some of you. But you'll be able to write this off and memory hole it like you do all your other L's. Boiled brisket says Safe Sport. Happy 1-year suspension anniversary. Guys, I've been boxing nonstop for the last year, including after the suspension. Scott had me boxing the entire time. I was going to the classes and Scott would say, stay out of the camera. Don't be on the stream, but we need you to go in there and work with the guys. And I was in there boxing, coaching, doing the whole thing. Also, so I won by a landslide in that Skankfest boxing thing. And the desperation of like 5 or 6 people in the comments, he doesn't, even that Moody was like, he doesn't have Safe Sport. He can't. It's not an amateur boxing event. Second of all, Safe Sport doesn't govern amateur boxing matches, just coaching. So all of you people who thought that you were going to stop the Skankfest thing with that, I'm really sorry. I'm not. But I've been boxing this entire time. I'm licensed to box. Not only that, Safe Sport has nothing to say about the Skankfest thing or my boxing in general. So, again, another swing and a miss, but another win for the toe. Thank you for the $2 and the opportunity for me to get another own in there. Thank you. Thank you very much. I won. I was going to say you lost, but it shouldn't be a loss for you. It's only because you chose to make it a loss for you. But that's okay. That's okay, guys. You know what? At least you're used to it by now. All right, we got this Owen Schroyer thing. Oh, God, holy shit, did I trigger like at least 4 people already? Oh, no. Snigger Niggardly says Moody is unable to type due to damage to his hands after months of pearl clutching. I have made that guy like one of the biggest like pussy cancel culture guys on the internet just from existing. And it's chef's kiss. I mean, I've never lived in people's heads so much before. And I get why trolls do what they do because it's hard not to brag about. You have no idea how much restraint I show every single day. You're welcome. All right, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We've got one more Epstein thing here. Almost 800 of you checking out the toe. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. I think we can do it today. I think today might be the day, by God. Let's keep going. Let's keep moving. I like that number. I almost want to stay there. Owen Schroyer gave a really good theory. You know, people were saying, why? 3 million pages of Epstein documents. Why? Why now, after we've hidden them all this time? I've often heard people say, well, if the Democrats didn't want Trump in there, why wouldn't you release the Epstein files during the election if he's in there? Well, I think the obvious answer to that, by the way, is, first of all, it's controlled by the Israelis, not by the Americans. And second of all, there's a lot more Democrats being cornered by this whole thing than Donald Trump. Again, all we have are anonymous reports in the Epstein files so far about Trump. I think anything that's in the Epstein files about Trump is not going to ever be released while he's president, for sure. The Bill Gates thing, though, we alluded to this earlier. The Bill Gates thing is funny. Bill Gates emailed Jeffrey Epstein trying to get STD medication so that he could give it to his wife without her knowing, because the underage prostitutes that he got from Jeffrey Epstein got him sick, got him an STD, and he needed to give his wife medication without her knowing. Boy, I tell you, that Melinda Gates divorcing him sure does look like a smart move. Maybe a little late in the game, but a smart move. So this is Owen Schroyer theorizing as to why the Epstein files were released.
Now is kind of going to be what people are going to decide when they see this stuff. But I mean to say the timing of it is strange because you've got all of this stuff going on at the same time. You've got the huge market sell-off going on, crypto, stocks, precious metals. It's all very volatile. And of course, you've got the Iran strikes that Israel wants Trump to initiate and do the regime change war in Iran. And maybe Trump doesn't want to do it.
Here, my only problem with that is you want Trump to start this war with Iran so this revolution can take over and throw out the imams, throw out the mullahs from Iran. So he won't do what you want, so you release the Epstein files that, by the way, make Israel and a lot of other people look way worse than they make Trump look. And now what, though? Like, okay, you've released them. He's still not bombing Iran. Now what can you do? I don't understand the logic behind that one. What you do is, if you have blackmail on Trump and you want him to bomb Iran, you tell him that you're going to do something unless you bomb Iran, and then you get him to bomb Iran. Once you release the blackmail and the guy survives it, now you have nothing left. Once the bad thing happens and it's over, you anti-steel toe people know about this. Once the bad thing happens and it's over, all you have left is to cope about the things you don't like. Sup? So with Trump, you say, I'm going to release all the stuff about you and Epstein and all of that. And he goes, all right, good. Fuck you. Fine. I'm not bombing Iran. You don't then release all the files that blows everybody up, including Ehud Barak and Bill Gates and all these other powerful people. And now not only is it exposed that you're operating behind the scenes to control the United States of America, but you're also not getting your bombing of Iran. I mean, Israel has taken so many steps in the last 20 years to occupy and control America, but they have done an equally shitty job turning every American against them. Like, the age of support for Israel is over. It's done. It's finished. And now it looks like they've shot their shot, metaphorically speaking. What's left? So I like Owen. I respect Owen. Owen's one of the smartest guys out there. I don't really understand why Iran would release this Epstein stuff in lieu of Trump not bombing Iran.
And so the powers that be are saying, okay, we're going to cause market volatility.
That one I buy.
How important it is for the Trump administration to claim a victory on the economy with the stock market. That's kind of his calling card when he talks about how great the economy is doing. And then, of course, there is the foreign policy issues that I'm sure the administration knows are not popular, and yet we continue to get more regime change and more war in the Middle East, despite the backlash and the lack of popularity on both sides of the aisle, at least when it comes to the voter base, maybe not the Congress members, but the people don't like it. So I don't think the timing of this is inconsequential. In fact, I think it's actually very important that this is all happening at the same time. I would say it's all connected. And the one other thing that's when you just look at it from an administrative standpoint, you know, there is obviously damning stuff here with Trump's name in it. That is just a fact. There's no way around it. And there's obviously other public figures and names that we're seeing in here, other members of the administration that we're seeing in here. Now, what's curious about this is the selective redactions.
There's also, I forgot this part, but again, we couldn't spend all day on it. JFK Jr.'s wife. Some people in the Epstein files and Epstein themselves almost hinting that JFK Jr.'s wife didn't die the way they said she did. I believe hanging. She hanged. Epstein and his cohorts were saying, oh, no, they found her out in her yard. And people are wondering if maybe the Epstein people had something to do with JFK Jr.'s wife's death.
There's selective redactions when it comes to these documents. And really, there's no
like the JP and JP Morgan. I still love that one.
Rhyme or reason. We can't find any rhyme or reason to these selective redactions, especially if they're going to leave Trump's name in there. Now, think about it like this. That is direct insubordination. Now, I'm not saying I don't want full transparency. Obviously, we've been clamoring for the Epstein files for years. So I'm full transparency, no matter what the costs are here.
What the fuck is up with Owen's eyes? Is that shading? I can't unsee it now. I've been mystified by it for a minute here. This one's really dark and this one's got color. I've never noticed that. That's gay, isn't it? I just did a gay thing. That's a gay thing I did.
But it's like, how can they leave Trump's name in there and then have all of these other selective redactions on some of the most gruesome contents of these new files? And to me, that's insubordination. Now, if the reports are true, Trump had been telling the DOJ to redact his name from the files. And the reports were that the reason it was taking so long is because they were in there taking Trump's name out of all the files. Well, now you get the files and Trump's name is in them, at least a couple times that we've seen so far, in not so good of light. So are we talking about an entire infrastructure of influence and power here, wielding the markets against Trump?
Yes.
Wielding the Department of Justice against Trump?
Yes.
Wielding selective redactions against Trump?
Yes, and I think it's because of what we learned in the Epstein files, which is kind of what we already suspected. Our country is being held hostage by Israeli Mossad interests. And I'm going to say this. I think there are redacted Trump things in the Epstein files. I think what they did was they left enough stuff, and this is, I'm flying by the seat of my pants. This is total theory on this one. They left enough Trump stuff unredacted to make people go, oh, that's all he's in there. And then the truly heinous stuff they've redacted. For example, the stuff they have out there now that's unredacted is unconfirmed reports to the FBI, and Trump has the ability to go, well, those could have come from anyone. They opened up a tip line, and anybody could call in the tip line. So there's that part. And then the other stuff that's even worse and more horrifying has been redacted as a way to maybe keep some kind of blackmail against Donald Trump. Again, it's possible. We don't know. We're not sure. We're not sure. But one thing's for certain. I don't think they've gone through all 3 million of these files. And when they do, I think we'll learn a lot more about Trump's involvement. All right, let's Tommy Jordan, none of them ever would. Tommy Jordan, none of them ever would in a million years. They're total chicken shits. And it's smart on their part. I'd kill them. All right, let's bring Johnny in. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
Well, but not
you got a whole lot of beliefs confirmed over the weekend.
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping not to, but I knew I was going to. It's kind of like going to the dentist. There's nothing getting you out of this. So you got to get through it. And
right.
Then the dentist goes, hey, that tooth is totally fucked. And you're like, well, at least I knew that tooth was totally fucked. But explain to me how anything good happened to me. Yeah, I was right, but being right is not always good.
Yeah. You don't feel awesome in your in your accuracy. You go, hey, I was completely right, but God, my jaw hurts.
Well, I feel that way a lot, but especially on this one because nobody really cares, and a lot of the reason nobody really cares. Somebody wrote in about it, and it was a great point. Is because a lot of people are busy, and the places they go that inform them quickly on this stuff aren't talking about it. I was, SP and I went to breakfast yesterday, and we decided, you know what, we're going to go to a shitty, diner spot and see if it's any good. Try to find one of those, basically a diners, drive-ins, and dives type of thing. Can you find one of those gems? So we decided to drive down to the Hasty 183 Diner. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
It's a truck stop diner.
Okay.
It's in.
So I know what you're talking.
It's in Hasty. It's right off 94, exit 183. So we went there, and it was not good. In fact, she got sausage links with a French, I think it was French toast and sausage links. And she goes, you need to take a bite of this sausage. I bit into the sausage link. I couldn't complete the bite. It was one of the most disgusting textures I've ever felt.
What, like overcooked, undercooked, greasy?
I can't explain it. The casing was like hard play school plastic toy consistency. And then whatever was inside was this baby food mush of sausage. But in like a really hard casing that you had to really
like an
tear
overcooked
through.
casing and an undercooked sausage.
Yes.
God, that's amazing.
And then,
now, you know what? Props. I don't even know how you do that.
We both said all day, we're like, I feel hungover. Like I feel shitty from the place. So I cannot, when you find people, I don't know if other people are like this, but I'm like this. When you find like a hole in the wall, greasy spoon place and it turns out to be good, you're like, oh, I found like a diamond in the rough. I found a gem. This is great.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason that you forget that the reason that's so great is because you have to go through 13, 14 of them that are exactly
just absolute dog shit.
Exactly what you'd think they are. Yeah. So Hasty 183 Diner. No go. But we were, SP and I did have some crazy theories. We had some crazy ideas. I was talking about the Epstein files and she doesn't give a shit about any of it. And John Fetterman was being interviewed on the TV on the Sunday morning shows. And he was talking about immigration and ICE and all of that shit. And, I said, nobody's talking about it. They're not talking about it. I said, because they're all bought and paid for by the people who don't want this shit out. Like and I was like depressed about it. She's like, yeah, nobody's going to care. I'm like, yeah,
it's just nothing's going to happen. That's for me where I'm black-pilled. I'm like, oh, that's great. Like people were telling me about it. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like I'd listen to this is coming out, that's coming out. And I'm like, all right, great. But I didn't like go out looking for it. It's like, well, are we going to like, so, we hear this horrible thing like you were talking about earlier about Bill Gates. We hear Bill Gates is in here and he's talking to him about the, so are any chant? No? Okay.
Well, and then, so like knowing what's going on and then knowing nothing's going to happen, it's just like, well, basically file it under, at least we know now.
At least we know?
At least we know. By the way, no. I got people in the YouTube chat. Wayward Giz says, sounds like Pizzagate code to me. No. There's no Pizzagate code in the Hasty 183 Diner. Anybody home says, that place is the shit.
Maybe you got a bad day.
Eliminate the. That Suave Banana says, yeah, that place is gross. Go a few more miles down the road and check out Up the Creek in Silver Creek. I've been to Up the Creek. I have nothing but good things to say about Up the Creek. That one's a solid place for sure. Okay. There was, so anyway, we were at that Hasty 183 Diner and she saw one of those corner booths, kind of the half wraparound booths. She's like, she wanted to sit at the counter. She's like, ooh, I want to sit at the counter at a little shitty diner, the whole experience.
Mm-hmm.
She goes, next time, if we like this place, this was before we got our food. She goes, next time we come here, let's go sit back there. And then I started saying, like, that sounds like the kind of place that would run the lot lizards, because a lot of it's for truckers. Mm-hmm. I said, that looks like it would run the lot lizards. Like the pimp for the lot lizards would sit back there. So then I start planning our sex trafficking ring for the Hasty 183 truck stop. And I go, imagine. I said, imagine. Out here, the truckers have no one to service them. We get our staff, our army of girls. We get our pimps, and the pimps come in and they drop the money, and we're here in our corner booth at the 183 Diner. And she's like, oh, yeah, but you got to have go-betweens. You can't just deal. We're in charge. We don't deal with the prostitutes directly. And, like, we're sitting here, and after a while, I'm like, we're planning a sex trafficking ring.
That's, different strokes for different folks, I guess. The food wasn't good. What else were you going to say?
We ultimately decided against it. I will let
Probably
you know.
A good call.
Yeah, we ultimately decided not to run a sex trafficking ring. By the way, all of our prostitutes were going to be of age. I just want that out there.
At least there's that, you know, silver lining.
These were all going to be above board, just, you know, the best looking 20, 30 somethings we can find to suck trucker
Full benefits, medical.
No. We did, like, we were breaking down the numbers and we were like, there's no way you can treat these people well. You can't. It's just not. If people are like, oh, the prostitutes get treated like shit, 1,000% accurate. You are totally right. But if you just break down the sheer economics of it and the amount of overhead you have with pimps and go-betweens and stuff like that, and how much can you charge a trucker in Hasty for a blowy, right?
Right. What are you going to get?
With all the people that have their hands in the pot,
there's so little to go around.
Nobody's going to get rich. Like, if you ask me, I think being a truck stop sex trafficker is really, I think that's a part-time job. I think that's like a walking around
side
money.
hustle?
Yeah, that's a side hustle more than anything else.
So it needs an app. That's what you're saying. So you can just clock in when you have the time.
Maybe. Yeah, I think you can really just be an independent contractor on that Lot Lizard deal. I don't think there's any money in running a structure. Unless you like do a traveling thing where you're like, there's a big event happening in this area, so we're going to send you to this truck stop.
Okay.
But even then, that's travel expenses, you know? It's just not.
It's not worth it.
I don't think so.
And you got to be a real people person because quintessentially it's customer service.
Right.
So you got to be a people person to deal with the employees who get overworked because they tired of pleasing the customer.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with people. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Frida's Cafe in Wilmer, you won't be disappointed. That's kind of a hike for a shitty restaurant, though. TDR Shit Show with $2 says, as a Vikings fan, you a Vikings fan, correct. What's your opinion on the Vikings firing the GM? Not sure if it's true. And O'Connell saying he did not want to start JJ, saying he was not ready. Yeah, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, the Vikings general manager, got fired on Friday. I'm happy about it. I'm thrilled about it. I didn't want him as general manager in the first place, but he has screwed up every draft. He hasn't drafted a single Pro Bowler yet. They cut him loose, and Rob Brzezinski, who's been the team's president of staff or whatever for like 26 years, is going to be the GM until after the draft, and then we're going to pick someone. It sounds like O'Connell didn't like him. It sounds like Flores didn't like him. This sounds like a mafia hit where Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah went to the Senior Bowl to scout college players, and while he was gone, O'Connell and Flores went to the Wilfs and said, you got to fucking cut this guy loose. He's dead weight. And they fired Kwesi while he was at the Senior Bowl working for the team. So he's out. And apparently the rumor was that Kevin O'Connell told the front office, J.J. McCarthy is not ready to start day one. Let's hire a veteran, maybe an Aaron Rodgers, somebody like that, and he'll start until J.J.'s ready. And Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah said no, and he ended up winning. And we ended up with Sam Howell, Carson Wentz, Max Brosmer. Those were our backup quarterbacks. And then, of course, J.J. McCarthy got hurt. Us not having a good enough backup ended up costing us a spot in the playoffs this year. Then you factor in that Sam Darnold, our quarterback from last season, is in the Super Bowl this year. Yeah.
You got to ask, is it a hit or was it just everybody going, look, the guy is pulling duds like he's in a special ed class. It's time to go.
That was it. It was just, and they also, there were some things about him that kind of set people off in the organization. He took paternity leave for his kid being born during training camp, which is a very important time for roster management. Apparently, he took 2 weeks off and was barely accessible, which, you know, look, there are some jobs where you can do that, and they'll let you do that. Professional football is not one of them.
It's not one of them.
There are only 32 general managers of football teams in the world. It's very competitive. In fact, the guy who's now the head coach of the Buffalo Bills said he bragged. He's like, I missed the birth of my child to interview for this job and go to the press conference to announce that I got the gig and everything. I mean, that's the way football is. So, KOC. Kwesi was seen as maybe not as dedicated as you need to be for the gig. Tim the Toolman Taylor with $1 says, if you get down to your hometown of Shoreview, you should try Flame Burger. I have. I growing up in Shoreview and everything. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not like
It's fine.
It is. It be what it be. Flame burger. Lab Glass
It's the same
says.
way I talk about vowels.
Lab Glass says bullshit. KOC has been a JJ fanboy since day one. He's supposedly the quarterback whisperer. I believe him though when I hear that he doesn't think he was ready for the start of the year. He wasn't either. But the catch-22 is you don't get ready until you play a little bit. King Kong Dong says, don't forget the Addison pick was KOC saying, take him, stop trading picks away. Yeah, if that's true, I mean, I think right now, I think Kwesi's got 2 hits. He's got Jordan Addison and Dallas Turner, I think, is a hit so far. J.J. McCarthy could be a hit. We won't know. He's only 22 years old, so we'll see. Veldrain with $1 says, I would love to see an app for truckers where all the prostitutes on GPS and the icon is the lady silhouette mud flap on the map. See, I got people that want to talk about trucker sex trafficking. It's I've got my finger on the pulse on this show.
Well, question is where you're getting the pulse from.
My own asshole. 730 of you checking out the toe right now. Keep this vibe going. Nice. I'm digging it, guys. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's make some money. What do you say? Chicago Steak Company. Let me tell you about my Valentine's Day sponsor, Chicago Steak Company. And honestly, this one's a no-brainer. Chicago Steak Company, code HEART26. That's HEART26 for the code. Look, you could fight for a reservation at some overpriced restaurant, sit there surrounded by strangers, rush through your meal, or you could stay home. I know SP would love that. Cook together and have a way better experience. These are USDA prime steaks, hand-selected, wet-aged up to 40 days, restaurant quality delivered to your door. Here's the deal. It's the last week for free Valentine's shipping. Order $199 or more, use code HEART26, that's HEART26, and you get $145 in free gifts. That's 2 Maryland crab cakes, 6 Italian chocolate pastries, and free shipping. Guys, do it. So you've got appetizer, main course, dessert, done. Go to mychicagosteak.com/heart26, code heart26, that's HEART26. Link is in the description, mychicagosteak.com/heart26. Thank you, Chicago Steak. $2 from Joey Caravello says, Johnny, do you miss playing ice hockey, miss the action, fights, and showering with other men?
I'd say yes to everything but the last part. I really didn't do that one.
That's one thing that, like, I guess it also makes me realize how much pedophilia there was in, like, Nickelodeon and Disney and all that. I got, like, my whole idea of what, like, gym class was in high school and stuff was from those shows we'd watch where everyone was all the guys were showering together. I was like, oh, I guess you do that in high school. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You don't all shower together, which means that these producers and directors of these shows were just putting in scenes where teen boys were showering with each other, which is
I never took it on that lean, but yeah, I never did the showering in general. The group shower thing was not a. Like, if it was a group shower, I waited till it was empty. Like, I was kind of like, I'll be by myself. I wasn't a prude, like, oh, I can't be in there and anybody see me. But I just, one, I'm the goaltender. I got to take off more shit, so I'd wait for it. It's uncomfortable. And most of the time, you have private showers.
You have private showers.
Well, I mean, like stalls.
Yeah, stalls.
Let me put it this way: if one of you like, oh, you're worried someone's gonna look at, if someone's looking at you, it's because they're trying. You're gonna know, and we're all gonna feel uncomfortable about you. So, God, I hope that doesn't happen.
Hey, somebody in the chat pointing it out. I can't find. It's on the YouTube chat. And Mint Diggity, there she goes. You'd better make some money today. Like, you'd better rake it in today because Tommy Jordan's gunning for your spot. Tommy Jordan wants it, and he's offering to do it for free.
Well, that is a hard price to beat.
Yeah, Mint Diggity says, give Tojo Johnny's spot. So you got this small groundswell. So what we need you to do is you need to draw money today. You need to be a money draw for today's show, or Tojo is going to be coming up behind. And you know what he's saying? He's looking at you. You know what he's saying?
What's that?
Ow, wait.
Yeah.
I think it was my youngest. No, it was my oldest. My oldest, I said the choices were French toast, sausage, egg, and cheese, English muffins, omelet, cereal for breakfast. And I gave them the rundown. I gave them the options. And, of course, my oldest, I've been saying it too much. My oldest goes, ow, wait. I'm like, oh, no. Oh,
it's passed on.
No. It's caught on, and it's all my fault, by the way. It's all my fault. So Mint Diggity has put you on notice.
Okay.
It's draw money time or it's Tojo time, apparently, according to the people. So we'll see how it goes. T-Baby says Dallas Turner is pretty damn good, too. I said he was one of my hits, right? Jordan Addison, Dallas Turner. Those are the 2 hits so far. I'm going to say that I think JJ is going to end up being a hit. So I had this 15-minute Alex Jones Bohemian Grove thing ready to go, but I feel like we've done enough conspiracy talk today. I'll just say this. The old Alex Jones, this is from like 2000 when he went to Bohemian Grove and he got in and he saw all the satanic rituals that these rich and powerful people do. He's very vindicated today with all of this satanic Epstein stuff that's in there. But again, I think the stuff the elites do, the skull and bones, the satanic rituals, all that stuff, it's so alarming and it's so shocking that people can just dismiss it. They're like, that's too fucked up. I'm just going to choose to not believe that it's happening.
Or we've heard about it for so long. It's like, yeah, I kind of figured this is what's going on.
Right.
But, again, what are we going to do?
One of the examples is George H.W. Bush murdering a prostitute and in the Epstein files. And people going, oh, come on. I've heard people say this. Oh, come on. These guys are leaders of countries and they're this and that. And they're just killing prostitutes. I'm like, these guys order bombings of civilians every fucking day. They kill people by the tens and hundreds of thousands. You can't understand
where they fathom that they'll take out one.
This is the guy who had something to do with Kennedy getting killed. George H.W. Bush. He blew a president's head off. You don't think he'd choke a fucking hooker at a moment's notice?
If she's going to be threatening what he's going to get done or do, yeah.
Or if he just feels like it. I mean, the Bush family has bombed countries because the price of oil would go up a couple of bucks. They're some gangsters, dude. Wasn't it Prescott Bush who sold the Nazis gas or some shit?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was either him or Joe Kennedy.
Either way, make hay while the sun is shining. There's a market for it, but they're killing hundreds of people. Yeah, so.
Prescott Bush was a director and shareholder of the Union Banking Corporation, an investment bank that managed financial interests for Fritz Thyssen, a German steel tycoon who helped finance Adolf Hitler. So, yeah, I mean, the Bush family worked with the Nazis. You don't think his offspring would choke a fucking hooker to death? Come on.
I could see it happening. So that was in the Epstein files, too? I love the Bill Gates one. I love that Bill Gates had to learn how to roofie his wife to protect her from the clap.
Yeah. Well, she ended up finding out, well, the rumor is she ended up finding out about the Epstein stuff and she divorced him.
Yeah.
So ultimately, maybe that's what it was. Maybe like Toka and Razor from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, she crushed the donut and she found the ice cube.
Uh-oh.
And then she went, and then she divorced him. It's a possibility. I'm going with
entirely possible.
Yeah, I'm going with the Toka and Razor move for the reason behind
unique choice.
Yeah. Balls Deep with $2 says, who is Mary Jo Kopechne? Exactly. You know Mary Jo Kopechne, don't you?
No.
If Tommy Jordan knows who Mary Jo Kopechne is, you might be in trouble here. Mary Jo Kopechne was the woman that Ted Kennedy was riding with. Kennedy! So he was drunk driving and he drove into a river and he swam his ass to safety and left Mary Jo Kopechne to drown.
Oh, yeah.
So they got no problem killing people. One thing I do want to share with you guys is the Richard Nixon Bohemian Grove thing. Have you ever heard this? So Bohemian Grove, they do like these satanic rituals and mock sacrifices and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And some of this stuff showed up in the Epstein files. Have you ever heard Richard Nixon? Because, you know, the White House was taped when Nixon was in there because the CIA totally wasn't trying to control him. Nixon talked about going to the Bohemian Grove in San Francisco, and he described it in what I define as the greatest explanation of something like this ever. Because Nixon hated the elites. He hated the Washington insiders. He hated all these guys. He thought they were gay.
Really? The guy they got kicked out?
Go
Hated
ahead.
him?
Go ahead. What?
I was going to say the guy they hated, or the guy that got kicked out and they framed, he didn't like them very much from the get-go.
The Bohemian Grove that I attend on time to time, the Easterners and the others that come there, but it is the most faggy goddamn thing you will ever imagine. A San Francisco crowd that goes in there. It's just terrible.
It's the most faggy goddamn thing. But it is the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine. The President of the United States describing satanic rituals that he sees as the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine. But again, all these guys, they see it, they know about it, they're told about it. And boy, do they keep it quiet, though. They keep it quiet. Bob Banks says on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 reference, he says, epic reference. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a deep cut. Not a lot of people will go there. No. So many people haven't seen that movie now. Like, for a lot of people, that's not their Ninja Turtles. It bothers me.
Hashtag it's my Ninja Turtles. Well, I mean, one. You know what I hate? I hate watching documentaries on, like, the Ninja Turtles and stuff. Like, I'll watch a lot of those, what do you call them, nostalgia documentaries. Mm-hmm. And to find out that Ninja Turtles 1 is like widely regarded. It's dark, it's gritty, it's awesome, it's an adult take on the Turtles. And that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2 is now seen as kind of like the Joel Schumacher Batman of the Ninja Turtles movies. I'm like, come on, I liked them both. Kevin Nash is the Super Shredder knocking shit over, Vanilla Ice. It's fun. And then they're like, well, actually, in the fucking comic books, the TGRI detective guy or scientist guy is actually evil and he's working against the Turtles. And it's like, well, just because they didn't do that angle doesn't mean this one's not good too. But apparently they wanted to sell a shitload of toys and do cartoons and they couldn't do it off the original. That's why Casey Jones wasn't in that one.
They brought him back in the third one. Nobody even talks about that one.
Oh, Elias Koteas came back?
Yeah, and Turtles in Time, where they go back in time. He's the one watching over the samurais in their new...
I couldn't watch Turtles in Time. I saw some promo where they were wearing like a Shogun outfit, and I was like, I can't. Yep. I can't do this to my Turtles fandom. Can't. Honky with $1 says, most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine. Guys, we just found the new Steel Toe Morning Show slogan. There we go. Veldrain with $1 says, George W. Bush Jr., now watch me make her eyes pop out. We actually have George H.W. Bush. It was H.W., by the way, not W, who choked a hooker to death. Actually, after she died, George H.W. Bush went, oh, man, your eye popped out of your head. Oh, that is disgusting. Oh, wait. Oh, she's trying to say something. Are you trying to talk? That is some freaky ass shit. George H.W. Negan, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's move on. Guys, Johnny's got to make some money today or Tojo takes over, according to Mint Diggity. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I'd appreciate it if you... this show lives on your donations, so please consider throwing a couple memberships or something our way. We'd appreciate it very, very much. And let's talk about the people who do pay us. Let's talk about All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care can come pick you up whenever you need them, and there's nobody quicker than All Care Towing. Put the number in your phone so you have it when you need it, 320-253-5203. 5203 for all care towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory with, oh, God damn it, Stacy and George or whatever it is. With George and Stacy. Go talk to them, call them, give them a shout. Ask them about what you might need for carry, personal protection, home protection, and the like with Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And then we've got Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see Cheetos and his crew there at Stoney's. They're going to have a big St. Patrick's Day celebration. More on that as the date gets closer. They've also got live music on the weekends, great drink specials, and an awesome place to go watch the Super Bowl this weekend. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's on Broadway today. No, Joey Caravello's mommy. It's not Derek and Tracy. It's Greg and Stacy. That's it. Greg and Stacy. Derek has even changed his email name when he emails me to he's Greg now. So Greg and Stacy.
Greg and Stacy.
At Midland Armory in downtown Foley. All right, throw in some shit. Make this show worth something. This was very funny. People have already been sending this in this morning. I'm sorry that I had to kind of poo-poo it, that I had to pass it off, but I knew I had it for later. So over the weekend, there was a lightweight championship fight between Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez, one current champion, one former champion. On the undercard, there was a fight between Jarrell Big Baby Miller and Fabio Wardley. They were fighting for an interim world championship because Alexander Usyk isn't fighting right now.
Okay.
So Fabio Wardley, who's this guy right here, is fighting Jarrell Big Baby Miller, and this might be a first in boxing history. I don't know if this has ever happened before, but a man's hair was punched off. This is Wardley versus Miller. Let's take a look.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
It is a toupee.
And he just took it off and threw it into the crowd.
Now, I don't understand. Why, for a boxing match, would you wear a toupee?
I mean, nobody's gonna hit you in the top of the head. It should be fine, right?
Well, like what's I don't understand. Like especially if you're black, like being a black bald guy is not a rarity.
In fact, the person opposite you.
Yeah. So I don't know. He's trying to hang on to this shit here. But all of this is gone. I mean, bro, shave it. I mean, I'm one more recession away from probably hacking all of mine off. And he's got, I mean, fuck a horseshoe. This is just like the whole top of his head. Like he had a tortoise living on top of his head for a decade, and it just smothered the follicles. It's no point to a hairpiece, my man. I mean, and again, certainly not in a boxing match where, again, that shit could be punched off. Because now, no matter what he accomplishes in his career, he's the hairpiece guy.
Yeah. Did he win the fight?
No. Fabio Wardley won.
Oh.
Yeah. Jarrell Miller is kind of a journeyman at this point. So, yeah, afterwards, he threw the hairpiece into the crowd. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Fabio Wardley was the one who caught his hairpiece. Fabio Wardley was sitting in the stands, and it was Kingsley Abbey that he was. Oh, I'm sorry. No, Jarrell Miller won the fight by split decision. I apologize. Okay. I thought Big Baby Miller lost to Kingsley Abbey. He won a split decision over Abbey, but the fight went viral in round 2 when Abbey landed an uppercut that sent Miller's toupee flying off of his head. Now, no,
I feel like even losing the fight, you still win. You got his hair.
Right. You're one of the first fighters to ever knock a guy's hair off. And now Jarrell Miller won the fight, which who knows, could put him in contention for a championship fight, whatever. Doesn't matter. You don't get any respect out of it. You're the guy who had your hairpiece punched off.
Do you come back with another toupee? I mean, we all know now.
He ripped it off and just
Well, right, but like when you come back to the next fight, do we bring another toupee into the?
Well, I mean, I don't know. He wasn't thinking about that. I mean, that fight, I gotta say, it split decision. I mean, very close fight. Some would say Jarrell Miller won by a hair.
Or most of them.
Maybe he lost his hair from a disease. Maybe it was a really bad strand. Fuck. I screwed that one up. Jesus, it's a guy getting his hair punched off. How do you screw that one up? Joey Caravello's mommy says, Jesus Christ, you butchered that one, right? I'm off. Too much conspiracy talk today. I can't switch gears into easy hair jokes. Maps Go on the Wall with $4.99 says, reminds me of Scott Pilgrim movie where dude knocked the streaks out of a chick's hair. I'm getting all kinds of shit for not knowing who won the fight or anything else. I'm the people. I'm the guy who said that people are only going to remember this fight for the guy's hair falling off. And I proved it by saying, I got the winner wrong. I got everything about the fight wrong. Why? Because nobody gives a shit outside of the guy's toupee falling off. If anything, I proved my point.
The whole thing.
The toupee or not toupee. That is the... Veldrain with $1 says, excellent ad for Rogaine. Don't let this happen to you. I mean, next fight, he's got to rent out the space on top of his head. You know, they put those temporary tattoos on.
I suppose that's an idea. How long do those last? You can get that in there.
They usually last by about the 4th or 5th round. Bernard Hopkins, my favorite fighter of all time, did a really awesome deal with that. He rented out his bed. This was a 2001 fight against Tito Trinidad, and it was goldenpalace.com, which is like either a gambling website or a casino at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And he rented out the space on his back for $150,000, and he put goldenpalace.com on his back. By like the 5th or 6th round, it had sweated off. But he took the $150,000. He bet himself to win at 4-1, and he knocked out Tito Trinidad. So he turned that 150 into 600. Yeah, he did pretty well off the back tattoo thing. But yes, Jarrell Big Baby Miller can now rent out the top of that spot, and he can make a whole bunch of money. Why not? Balls Deep says Jada Pinkett Smith is looking rough. That's Jarrell Miller. It's not. He doesn't have alopecia. Although I don't understand. Like, we saw his hairline. Why are you trying to hang on to that?
Part I'm impressed with is after his hairpiece got knocked off, the other guy got punched in the face by Will Smith. I think that's part of the reason he was able to win the fight.
Man, I think the fact that you come back and win the fight, you have to win the fight. You can't get your toupee knocked off and lose the fight.
He didn't lose his head. He just lost the top of it.
Yeah, you get your toupee knocked off and you take the L, you're done. You can't show your face on TV ever again. But on the flip side, you get your toupee knocked off and then you storm back and win the fight. On one hand, you're kind of a badass. On the other hand, nobody's going to give a fuck that you won because now you're the toupee fighter, unfortunately.
Well, at least when he was bald, he came back with a full head of steam and brought it home for the win.
Yeah, it fights better without the hair, if we're being honest. 710 of you checking out the toe. I think we've peaked for today. I think we've probably peaked for today. Hey, do me a favor. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Throw a membership in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, something. That would be great. Let me make some money here. Snark magnets. Some people journal. Other people buy snark magnets. These are bold, sarcastic magnets with quotes like, "Witness the void where I once cared. Your approval is not required, and I drink coffee for your safety." Snark magnets let you say exactly what you're thinking without starting an argument. Fridge, locker, cubicle. If it's your space, it's fair game. Made in the USA by a small creator who understands the assignment. Use code Rumble10. That's code Rumble10 for 10% off your entire order at thingsofholding.com. That's thingsofholding.com. Code Rumble10 for your 10% off Snark magnets. There you go. All right. Well, I don't have to do many of those. You guys feel like throwing in a couple of bucks at the old toe? We're definitely on a cold streak. I think we are definitely in. Not viewership wise. Viewership wise, we're looking great. But monetarily, I'm going to tell you this, guys. I'm pressing for you. I really am. I'm trying. I'm giving. I think the part that sucks the most is I really am like leaning in, and I'm like, hey, we got to make some fucking money today. Let's give them a banger. And I just makes you feel like you've started to lose the audience and like what they want a little bit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. Sure would appreciate it. This is maybe my favorite lighthearted piece of the day. Michael Rappaport. This is our boy. I love Michael Rappaport. Remember, just because you're chosen doesn't mean you're not dope. Michael,
actually, it's the other way around. Just because you're not chosen doesn't mean you're not dope.
Oh, I said it the other. Yeah, just because.
Yeah,
well, now I see
you said
why
it the way he believes.
Now I see why I'm not making any money. I'm fucking screwing up who won the fight, who was in the fight. Fucking screwing up my Michael Rappaport quotes. You're getting what you deserve. So Michael Rappaport has been making some news lately. Number one, informing us that even if we're not Jewish, we can still be dope, which is great to hear. Just really great to hear. Really a load off my mind. He's also running for governor of New York.
I thought it was mayor because he wants to oppose Mondani next time around.
He's going to run for mayor. Okay, so he's going to wait 4 years to run for mayor.
Right, and he's like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to come out like I'm opposed to this guy. That's why I'm officially announcing my candidacy. Like, he's calling Mamdani's tenure a failure already, which is...
It's a month in.
Right?
And
wait. Good luck to you.
So is he... Because Rappaport's a lefty, so is he saying Mamdani's not being lefty enough, or Mamdani's too far to the left?
Well, it's mostly Mamdani is more of a socialist and a fan of certain religions and things that he doesn't really.
Oh, Islam! I forgot about the Islam part. Hey, you know who's in the Epstein files?
Who?
Mamdani.
I heard about that. Mamdani's in there
as a kid. Not that we know, but his parents and him and Epstein are posed in a picture together. And like Epstein's not like the Easter bunny at the mall. Like you don't just like take a picture with Jeffrey Epstein without knowing who he is. I mean, he doesn't just pose for pictures with people. So Mamdani's parents were connected in some way, shape, or form.
Right? It's almost just like this whole thing's rigged, and no matter what, like I'm picking this guy because this guy's an outsider and he represents me. No. He's part of the same group that's been feeding at the same fucking trough.
Shuli Madoff with $2 says, "Who's having a rougher week though, you or Trump?" I mean Trump, but I mean it hasn't been a lot of wins for the toe on the live stream portions. On the view counts and like the protest streams and stuff like that, a lot of wins for the toe. So the wins are balancing out the losses, thank goodness, but a lot of humiliation ritual for the toe on the live streams. It would be more understandable if it was accompanied with a drop in viewership, but that doesn't seem to be happening. It's just, it's a me thing. Let's go to, so this is Michael Rappaport. Now, remember, when he's doing these walk-in talks, he's very serious. He wants people to hear him. He's got shit to say. He's a deep thinker. Michael Rappaport isn't the guy on next Friday who said, what do you play for the Cucamonga Cracker Killers? Michael Rappaport is no longer the guy you get when you can't get Bill Burr. Michael Rappaport is a thinker now. He's a political figure, so we got to take him very seriously. Let's see what Michael Rappaport has to say.
This whole crap with this cancel culture and the... Shut up! Shit! Shut the fuck up!
That's just a good time. I could watch that all day.
He's winding up. And by the way, there's no way this is a 2026 rant. There's no way we've got a 2026 rant that's starting with, cancel culture. He really is 10 years behind Bill Burr. It's just his whole approach and his vibe and his material. It's very 2016 Burrish.
This whole crap with this cancel culture and the... Shut up! Shit! Shut the fuck up! Nobody wants to hear it. Fucker. You've been talking all fucking week. You don't care what you have to say. Just stop talking. You got me right in my fucking head, asshole. Stop.
You've been talking all week. No, I don't care if that's fake.
I know the snowball part is definitely real. I don't know, that second voice didn't sound too in place.
I don't care if that's phony or fake or whatever. Michael Rappaport getting hit with a snowball is just it's simple, innocent fun to me. Honky with $2 says, does this toupee count as looks maxing? Can we call him follicular? Hey, fuck that. I like that joke. I like that. Joey Caravello's mommy says, ask Aaron that same question at 10:20. Yeah, ask me how big of an L I'm taking at 10:25 today. Then I'll have a better answer for you. It could still be a giant shit sandwich. Nova says, you can't pay the bills with views, Aaron. Yes, you can. I'm monetized. You literally
get more money and more views. So you can.
No, I will say the protest streams have covered our missed you know what's, our L's, but that's not an excuse for me.
Right.
Because you
can't develop a habit on that. That stuff's not happening again.
Not only that, we earned those views doing something else, so you can't use it to offset the show. It's good to know that the show is sucking hind tit, and your protest streams were good. So we need the show to pick up. Zenman with $5. Thank you very much, Zenman. It's very nice to have people supporting this show. I appreciate it. He says Rappaport's best video ever. All right, this is Rappaport. You ever watch the movie Kiss of Death with Nicolas Cage and Michael Rappaport?
I think so.
Was this at the time that Nicolas Cage was doing?
Oh yeah, I've seen this.
Was this the straight to DVD Walmart bin era of Nicolas Cage, like the foreclosing on his Scottish castles era?
I thought it was before that.
Okay.
Possibly.
Clean up their own backyard.
We're getting demonetized for this one.
What'd I do? I didn't do nothing, man. What'd I do?
Oh!
Something to say. I'm about to talk to the cops, huh? Mom, back it up.
I don't know. Nicolas Cage is like a badass who beats the shit out of people. I can't buy it.
Yeah, he had a rough patch though, so where he wanted to show his acting chops. They cast him to be a bad guy in there, and then eventually he redeemed himself as a villain with Face Off.
Honky with $2 says, "Are you dyslexic by chance?" No. You could call your biography From the Gayole to the Goal. I don't even know what that means. I just Joey Caravello's mommy says Leaving Las Vegas is Nicolas Cage's best movie. Man, look. I would love to agree with you on that, and I'm not trying to pick a fight at all. I'm a Con Air man.
See, for me, it's Con Air or The Rock. It's a tie in between the two.
You know what? I got Con Air. It's just so, and to also hear that John Malkovich read the script and he's like, I love this.
I have to do this movie.
Yeah. The fact that John Malkovich, who's like this respected thespian, reads the script for Con Air and loves it the same way I do, is just really, that just reinforces my love of that movie. It kind of tells me that it's okay to like that movie, because a lot of us enjoy Con Air in the closet. We don't admit that it's a really good movie because our friends who like movies go, oh, dude, Con Air, it's so lame. It's so... But when you hear John Malkovich go, it's one of my favorite movies I've ever worked on, you're like, yeah, fuck you, dude.
You know what? I say Con Air hate is Nickelback hate. Like that. Like, I hate it because it's cool to hate it or think it's like, no. It's a good movie and you know it.
Yeah, Nickelback made good music. You can pretend you don't like it if you want to. But it's good goddamn music. All right, let's continue on here. We're just going to keep flipping shit around. Memberships, Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, whatever. Venmo not working this morning. We have no test of Venmo. We need to figure that out. And we don't know if PayPal is working today either. I love the first 2.5 hours of this show. After that, it depends on how we're doing, whether or not I like the next 2 hours of the show. We'll see. By the way, someone did say, Aaron, you've got more people in YouTube nowadays. You should go back to their chat. I have to say, every time I go to you guys, you don't really have anything interesting going on in there. You really don't. I mean, the Rumble chat kind of kicks your ass. I'm not going to lie. I'm not trying to insult you. I just want you to earn it. And like, even the ones that don't even like the show are very uninspired and underwhelming. And I would expect better is all. So I'll come back to you guys when you've got something. But I got to say, the Rumble people are a lot more intelligent, smarter. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let's go into this 59 car pileup in California. A lot of the country yesterday, or last week, excuse me, got snow, got ice, got cold weather, and they usually don't. California, some places down south, Texas, I know, was one of them. And when these places get snow and ice and everything else, they lose complete function. They lose all ability to walk, to drive, to shop. I mean, the entire sections of the state shut down.
They've never done it before.
In California, they had a 59-car pileup on the highway. 10 people injured, nobody killed, but this was the scene in California over the weekend.
Car pileup in California left 10 people injured, and a highway looking like this, a junkyard really. The highway patrol says that it was a foggy morning there in Tulare County with visibility between 100 and 200 feet when the crashes happened. The accident forced the closure of Highway 99 for most of the day.
So they couldn't drive in fog?
No. I mean, drive in fog, you have 100 to 200 foot visibility. I mean, it's pretty simple. You slow it down 15, 20 miles per hour, you'll be fine. I mean, fog isn't a deal breaker. I mean, snow and ice is number one. Rain and wind probably number two. Fog, I mean, just slow it down.
I'd understand if it was black ice. Or it's just, you got taken out by fog.
Fog should not be a reason for a 59-car pileup. Although, it just takes one of those semis jackknifing and taking up the whole road. That'll pile shit up pretty quick. But still, like, California in general, like, if it's not perfect conditions, they really can't do anything.
They can't handle it.
They can't handle life. Like, if anything happens in California, it's just we got to lock down. I think they really enjoyed COVID too much out in California. And so now their answer to everything is just lock down.
Okay.
You got a little fog. Well, we better lock down. Like, there's nothing we were going to do today that we can't do tomorrow. You know, oh, we got a little bit of rain. Yeah, why don't we stay in today? Why don't we have an e-learning day? It'll be, you know, we'll telecommute. It'll be fine. California, I think, really got broken by COVID, and now they're just really into the whole staying in idea. Look at that. Ooh, we got one that drove under the semi. That's a rare. Oh, shit. That looks like a Somali trying to park in St. Cloud. Oh, my. Looks like somebody caught the landscaping rock. That wheel is pushed all the way in.
Oof.
Is that a Tahoe? I think it is. They even I think they blew the T off the Tahoe. I think that's an Aho. Yikes. Somebody spilled all their cocaine. It's unfortunate. You know what sucks about this is, like, the news, if you've got a story about, like, Christmas lights, they'll put a drone up there and the drone will go up and it'll show you all the Christmas lights. 59-car pileup, we can't get a drone.
Well, I'm guessing because it's still foggy out when they were filming, maybe the visibility was too poor.
Can fly a little closer. I want a nice tight overhead shot is what I want. Honky with $1 says, this winter, my mom seriously thought that these anti-ice protests were about climate change. You actually have no idea how happy that makes me. That your mom, like, didn't give a shit about what was going on, didn't know about what was going on, and just went, oh, anti-ice protests? What, are they not like the weather?
Don't live in Minnesota if you hate the snow.
Yeah, I mean, being in Minnesota and protesting ice is about the most retarded thing I can think of. I mean, there's a very simple solution to that, and it's not gathering in the streets. Thank you very much to Nicholas, my golfing buddy, for the $10. I appreciate that. How about the rest of ya? Let's go, baby, let's go. What do you say? And I'll start being funnier. I'll try. I really do. I can feel it. I can feel that I did too much Epstein stuff today, and I'm like, I'm in mud. Like, I'm not quick.
Okay.
I'm not firing off really fast today. I don't know if you kind of feel the same
Or
thing.
it's a holdover from that hole in the wall you went to.
It could be the hole in the wall. It could be the Hasty 183 diner.
You just need to take a shit.
God, with that, you know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe they're plugging me up. 709 of you checking out the show right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. President Redacted with $20. That's a guy.
Thank you.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
That's a guy. President Redacted says it feels good to be vindicated knowing that there's an official correlation between Israel taking over Palestine and Trump in the files. Israel has the 249-year-old president of the United States, or the 249-year-old United States of America by the balls, the House of Cards. And he's right.
Mm-hmm.
He's right. I mean, you look at those Epstein files, and it is full of Israel having us completely by the balls, blackmailing all these people. It's brutal. Hey, thank you, President Redacted. That puts us in a decent spot today. Appreciated. Now the rest of you jump in, and I'll shut my fucking mouth. All right, let's. We have an update on this Turkey Tom thing. Have you been following this at all? Please say yes. If you say no, people are going to make fun of you so bad.
I've not been following.
Fuck!
But
Because they're just going to go, oh, Aaron brings up a topic. Johnny doesn't know anything about it. I'll try to fill you in on this. And maybe I'll save shit like this for the evening show from now on. But Turkey Tom, you know who Turkey Tom is.
yeah, I know who he is.
Turkey Tom, for those who don't know.
Is a conservative podcaster.
No.
No? Then who am I confusing him with?
I don't know. Turkey Tom is a YouTube, they call them now slop tubers. So like basically he does videos like exposing videos like Ethan Klein's a cunt or Hassan Piker's a stupid asshole. And like, so he got very popular doing that kind of stuff. Well, the problem is, and the reason I bring up Turkey Tom specifically is because it kind of speaks to a theme you see with people, nerds especially, gamer nerds, comic book nerds. They get a little bit of fame, and I tell you, they are the people least ready to handle it. And every time there is evidence and proof of it, I will always bring it up. So this Turkey Tom guy who does videos, slop videos, stuff like that. He also does a podcast with this guy, Nicholas Diorio. Turkey Tom was hit with some crazy allegations a couple of weeks ago. And this was around the same time that like Renee Good and Alex Petty were being shot. So this really didn't catch on. But Turkey Tom had a couple of girls that he slept with kind of rat him out to, I think, Kiwi Farms. It wasn't Reddit. I think it was Kiwi Farms. But one of those forums, they ratted out and gave interviews talking about this Turkey Tom guy and what a fucking degenerate, weirdo pervert he is. And it is amazing to me that none of these guys, when they make their millions, when they make really good money, can't just like keep their shit together. Keep your perversions under control. Keep your bitches at bay. Maybe don't get geeked on blow and drugs and everything. Like, what is it with this rule that if these guys become big online, they have to piss it away or they have to snort it away or they have to whore it away? It's just... There's not one. It's kind of like that 59 car pileup in California. One car hits, the rest of them just keep speeding in. None of them stop. None of them do anything to avoid the collision. It's just everybody, like bugs to a light zapper. So this Turkey Tom's women say that like he beats them during sex. He is very aggressive with them. He can't come unless he watches videos of him having sex with these girls. Oh, he films them and they didn't always give him permission to film them. He would just have his phone on.
Isn't that a crime?
Yes, very much so. And they would realize in the middle of sex, oh my God, he's filming this. And then he couldn't get done. So he would stop having sex with them and go watch what they just did. And he would whack off to it later. They also found out that he was like a huge porn addict, did a lot of coke. Really said some fucked up shit to these girls in terms of how young they look and their slight teenage build. And I mean, this Turkey Tom and he was one of these guys who was big on like no masturbating. He would sell like no gooning merchandise and shit like that. Turns out he's a giant fucking deviant, which I mean is par for the course at this point. If a guy's like that, just assume he's doing it.
If they're telling you how to behave.
Yeah. So this Turkey Tom is confirmed by these. And first of all, he'd just hook up with these girls. So you're this guy with this millions of followers on YouTube, and you're just going to smash these whores. He was having conversations with them where he was telling them very sensitive shit. And now he's surprised that all these disloyal hoes burned him. And it's just like there's no room to feel any sympathy for this guy. I mean, he's just an absolute cunt. Everything in these interviews, he just comes off as a complete smug asshole. And you're just going, why can't these guys keep their shit together? I understand that Ethan Klein is not seen as like a cool guy or the epitome of cool or whatever. But Ethan Klein has kept his shit together for almost like 20 years now. And is still going strong. Why? Because he's not, he's getting married. He's having kids. He's living a life off the internet. This Turkey Tom guy just goes searching for e-whores, fucks them, tells them all kinds of like deep down top secret shit. And then he gets surprised when these disloyal hoes burn him. It's like, that's the internet, fuckface. That's what these people do. They all turn, they all flip. Never tell an internet person your business. Never tell someone some shit in the DMs. All right? These aren't your friends. These aren't people you know. They're avatars with a keyboard.
But they said they liked my show.
Yeah, exactly. So this Nicholas DiOrio gives an update. He and Turkey Tom do a podcast together, or at least they did. This Nicholas DiOrio says, we're done unless this guy's going to address the shit that came out about him. That's the other thing. The day after all this shit comes out, he just releases his pre-produced documentary on somebody.
So he doesn't address it, doesn't talk about it, just
didn't address any of it. Just business as usual. And, I guess his strategy is to go, well, I'm going to wait until this all blows over, which is fine. You can, unless you ever want to come back. If you just want to let this all settle, if you got enough money, the John Goodman scene in The Gambler where he goes, you're $2.5 million, we put that away, live off the interest, that's your tax base. Boom. That lets you operate from a position of fuck you. If you've got that and you want to see this all go away, then you can go away and people have forgotten about it. But the second you come back, they'll be like, oh yeah, isn't that the creepy, like some young coke fiend filming women without their permission jack off guy?
The internet is not going to forget this, my friend. You are going to have to address it.
So you're either going to have to deal with it head on or walk away. And really, the choice is yours. This is Nicholas DiOrio on whether or not he's going to continue doing his podcast with Turkey Tom.
Nick, any update on Tom's end? Well, I do know that he hasn't killed himself, so I don't know if he's quite...
Okay, well, this is what I like about internet people is that they're all convinced they don't need PR firms. But they all need PR firms more than any other kind of celebrities because they all just say stupid shit. Like this Turkey Tom should have had a person, a handler, who said, hey, Tom, I'm locking your DMs. I'm going to handle your social media from now on. Because Turkey Tom is a video game dork. He's an absolute fucking comic nerd, fantasy nerd, who all of a sudden got very, very famous and got attention from girls for the first time in his life. These guys can't handle it. They redline and they go way too fucking far.
His end, but I don't know. That's the extent of it.
You're allowed to say Zionists killed 50,000 children, but not to fuck that.
Maybe we should make a half-baked episode about it called Tom's End.
Insanely manipulative. There's no other
I don't know if he's quite reached that point.
acceptable term. If there were, it'd get banned for involving Israelis. We can insult every other...
I would love for him to respond so we could see what happens and potentially Vega doesn't have to keep this episode. Dude, this episode of Half-Baked, if he somehow turns this whole thing around, I don't know what episode this is. We released the... because people are begging for the podcast to come back, and it's obviously not coming back unless there's like a serious fucking thing that we are unaware of.
Right. He's like, no, I'm not going to continue to do a podcast with a fucking sex pest and a coke.
Knowing what we know, I'm
Yeah.
not doing that anymore.
This is the one smart thing an internet guy's doing in this whole universe is he's going, I'm going to keep my brand away from that lunatic's brand unless something drastically changes.
But the podcast was supposed to put out an episode like the day the allegations dropped, and it got put on ice. And I imagine Vega would very much like to release that episode, so it would be really cool if he can come back and show some receipts.
Political group, but ban fuck U.S. imperial.
Well, I mean, what receipts can you show? I mean, you can show that these women are lying, but I feel like if you could have done that, you would have done it.
You would have by now.
Yeah. You know, those interviews with those girls, and I think Null did them. I think Null did the interviews with those girls. I wonder if Turkey Tom isn't busy masturbating to them because, as the girl said, he does like to jack off to watching himself get fucked. So those interviews may be a really good source of inspiration.
Those are perfect.
For him. Who knows? But none of these guys can fucking handle a modicum of success without going off the fucking perversion and coke train. I mean, your boy who was big on the Johnny Somali stuff, Legal Mindset, he's having a mental fucking breakdown.
What's happening with him? He hasn't had new stuff on Johnny Smalley. I haven't checked him out.
He's been breaking down crying. He's been sobbing. Their streaming is really hard. No, it's not. Streaming is the easiest thing in the world to do. I am lucky to be able to do it. Everyone who does it is lucky to be able to do it. But he's
Plus, it's
fucking
his second gig.
Crying on air. He got diagnosed bipolar and he's fucking with his meds and shit. And it's like, maybe it's like all of these guys, because they make a lot of money in super chats, they think that this is what they're supposed to do or this is what they're good at. Nah, you hit on a thing, you got lucky, the money's rolling in and you can't control yourself. I think the fact that these guys are breaking down and they have these great downfalls shows that you weren't supposed to do this. This isn't for you because you can't handle it.
Technically, then, by that logic, Ethan Klein was supposed to do it.
Yeah, Ethan Klein is...
Or he's going to have a monumental downfall. One of the two.
You feel like it would have happened by now, you know?
True. Yeah.
Shuli Madoff with $5 says, please tell me you saw Barry Weiss on Tim Dillon's show this weekend. We have that one for later on today as well. $5 again from Shuli Madoff says, Ethan Klein has posted about Hassan at least 5 times a day since October 7th. Sit down in this one. There's nothing wrong with him being like obsessively following Hassan Piker. We're talking about guys.
Hassan Piker got suspended by Twitch recently.
Yeah, and then he went on YouTube and had like 140,000 people
so
watching
it really didn't hurt him at all?
Oh, it was such a retarded move by Twitch. And he got suspended for shitting on Zionists and shitting on Israel.
That's his whole thing.
Yeah.
So none of the content violations with the guns and stuff, considering how they've banned people. Oh, no, we went after the Jews. Okay.
Yeah. So that was a really fucking dumb move by Twitch. But I mean, you know, all of these guys with their coke and their hookers and their whores and all of the gamer and comic book and fantasy guys, those are the ones that are always the ones who can't handle it because they're supposed to be isolated. They're not supposed to be around people. I'm sure Turkey Tom is a destructive pervert. That's why he should be left in his room to whack off all day. He's not supposed to be around girls. He doesn't know girls. He can't handle girls. He doesn't like girls. He can't come with girls. So he's either asexual and wants to whack off to other people's experiences, or he's gay. So stop. Yeah, and you know what? Whoever watches him, they're responsible for this too. Because
it's on you too.
You know these dumb, ugly fucking dorks with no social skills aren't supposed to be famous, but you watch and support them anyway, knowing that you know where this is going to lead. You know he's going to be in a pile of coke, naked with 4 girls laughing at his cock and screaming about him on the internet, and he's going to wake up in his stupor going, I don't know what happened. You got into waters you couldn't swim in, kid. And now he's the fucking filming sex, whack off coke guy. They were saying shit like he was using his ex-girlfriend's Adderall prescription.
Now he got a problem.
What's with the Adderall? I feel like you're a giant fucking pussy if you need the Adderall for like getting high. Not like, I mean, there are people who get it. First of all, most of the people who get it prescribed don't need it. But the ones that do get prescribed and take it by the recommended dosage, which I'm sure are a minority of the people who get it, whatever, I'm not talking about you. Fuck off, don't cry to me. But these people who take Adderall because it fucks them up, it's like, just do meth, you fucking coward.
You just want to take something that's going to get you all amped up. You need a stimulant. Anything will do.
I'm just tired of these fucking people.
Is it cleaner?
I'm just tired of these fucking people who all they needed to do was watch the situation I went through. And you can avoid all the terrible pitfalls. And it's like, and they don't. It is, like I said, it's the 59 car pileup. It's the driving right at the semi and not hitting the brakes. It's like, you know this is going to end poorly. I know. But you can't help it. You can't help it. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hey, 745 checking out the toe right now. Let's get some fucking work done today, boys and girls. One more time with the people who pay us. All right, let me tell you about our Valentine's Day sponsor, and honestly, this one's a no-brainer. You heard about him earlier. Let's hear about him again. Chicago Steak Company, code HEART26. That's HEART26. Look, you could fight for a reservation at some overpriced restaurant, sit there surrounded by strangers, rush through your meal, or you could stay home, cook together, and have a way better experience. These are USDA prime steaks, hand-selected, wet-aged up to 40 days, restaurant quality delivered to your door. Here's the deal. It's the last week for free Valentine's shipping. Order $199 or more. Use code HEART26, and you get $145 in free gifts. That's 2 Maryland crab cakes, 6 Italian chocolate pastries, and free shipping. So you've got appetizer, main course, and dessert done. Go to mychicagosteak.com/heart26, code heart26. That's HEART26. The link is in the description, mychicagosteak.com/heart26. Thank you, My Chicago Steak. All right. Now push to get us up to 800 today. Why not? And gift those memberships. Throw a couple of bucks at the toe, and hopefully we can shake off this bad run we've been on the last 2 weeks. What do you say? Let's, okay. We're going to do the Tim Pool thing in just a little bit. Before we do, I was at the Alex Preddy Memorial, and I was at the Whipple Building this weekend covering the Ice Out protests. And I will say, I'm going to do the Jake Lang protest on Friday, but after that, I think it's pretty much done.
You're done with doing the protest coverage?
No, I just mean the attention that it gets is pretty much done. Like, I was doing about 2,000 people at a time when I was down at the Jake Lang one or at the Lindale shooting one. And they both did hundreds of thousands of views. One of them did over 250,000 views. And now I think this weekend they did like 20,000. You know, so it's
people
just
are kind of burnt out.
People are burnt out on it. And then I was looking at Status Quo News to see how they were doing, because they're like the big one that gets like the tens of thousands when this shit is hot. Okay. And they were at 1,400. And I'm like, yeah.
So they're dropping too.
I'm like, yeah, it's over. People don't care unless people are getting shot. They want to see riots. They want to see all this stuff. At first, they did want to see protesters. We were doing good numbers for just protests. But they've seen that, and now they're like, I don't want to watch these retards. In fact, you go into the chat, and people will be like, tell these fucking assholes to go home. Because it has been 4 to 6 weeks. Like, we get it. You don't like ICE. You know, you're not happy that they're here. Don't you people have jobs? Go commute. Come on. Let's get moving. But they're not. They're just sitting there. Like, there are so many people when I go to Whipple and shit, I see the same people.
So they just don't have anything to do every day?
I don't know. And then they have like free concessions set up. They have food for everybody, crock pots full of like
who's paying for all this stuff?
That's just it. Is it charity out of the goodness of their heart? Because every time they block off a street after a shooting and they're ready to protest all night, there's just boxes of gear that shows up. They got like fireplaces and fire pits and all sorts of stuff just ready to go at a moment's notice. I mean, it's hard for me to believe that this is just charity. You know, I've interviewed some of the organizers for these things, and I'm like, wait a minute, you're an organizer, so you get some of these people to come out. It's not like you're getting them to come out for free. Or at least I hope
I'm just
not.
donating my time out of the goodness of my heart.
Right. And then you see so many people. I've interviewed so many people who are here from out of state. And it's like, I highly doubt that you're taking weeks and weeks off and just coming here and losing a lot of money to stand here and yell at ICE agents through a barricade.
Plus, this ain't your state. Don't tell us how things should be done. Right.
So this guy decided that he would drive by the Whipple protesters.
Okay.
And he would yell out through a megaphone his support for ICE. Now, the anti-ICE people are like internet dabble people. They're very stupid. They're easy to pen in. They're easy to rile up. You just taunt them, laugh, and drive away, and they'll be angry, and their hair will stand up for about an hour or two. They don't like people driving by and doing this shit. So this guy decides to go by with a megaphone. And I will tell you this, if you drive by there in a vehicle and you don't let them know that you're not with ICE, they'll assume you're ICE and just scream shit at you.
Great.
To the point where they were getting into the street and blocking vehicles. So now I was there on Friday, for the first time since the barricades had been up. And it keeps people out of the street, but it really does just kind of keep them penned in, and they have just like kenneled dog rage, essentially, and they have it forever. So I drove through that part of the protest for the first time on Friday, and immediately just megaphones, fuck you, leave our state. I rolled down the window. I'm like, I'm not with ICE. I'm just driving by. And they all started laughing and everything. And that's kind of the psychosis of it, is like, if you think they're ICE, you're this bloody-toothed madman ready to scream.
You're
and kill
raging.
him. But the minute they say, I'm not ICE, they're laughing and jovial. And it's like, okay, guys,
it's all good.
We got to find like a little emotional regulation here.
These people might be bipolar.
Yeah, maybe a couple. I don't know. So let's go and see what this guy did and the response he got.
What's up, losers? That's a stupid-ass hat. God loves ICE. God loves ICE. God loves ICE. God loves ICE.
Shut the fuck up, man.
Fuck me. Fuck me. ICE. ICE, baby. Losers, go home, you bunch of caged animals.
Be taken for public use without justice.
Go home, you caged animals. You caged, mentally ill, delusional, mentally ill, caged animals. Caged animals. Yeah, you too, Piggy.
So there was somebody dressed in a piggy outfit. So that's the other thing, is like, people go there dressed up. I saw one person dressed as a frog. They had a big, like, those inflatable dinosaur suits.
Yeah, because someone got pepper sprayed in one of those before. So now this is some sort of like signal of the movement, is the inflatable frog suit.
Yeah. So it's just kind of, and that's all they have to do. They stand behind that cage all day, that barricade, and they yell at cars. They're literally dogs barking at cars is what they are. A car drives in, fuck you, leave our state. Car drives out, fuck you, leave our state. There is a fucked up thing that they're doing.
What's that?
That ICE is doing. They're doing this deal where they're releasing people from custody, like just people they've detained. They're releasing them at like all hours of the night. So like they'll be releasing them at like 3 a.m, and not like releasing them in terms of like sending them to the lobby to organize a ride, like out to the gate, the end of the gate, basically where the protesters
just throwing them outside in the middle of the night
and just fuck off. You're free to go. Yeah.
Oh boy, hope you can score an Uber.
They have this organization called Haven that's giving people rides. So they're there parked 24 hours a day, ready to pick people up and give them rides wherever they need to go. But I interviewed someone there and they told me about that. I'm like, wait a minute, they're like cutting people loose at 2 a.m. They're like, yeah, they just release them.
I wouldn't give a shit, except it's freezing out.
It does seem like, no matter how you feel about the protesters, mildly inhumane.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a dick move.
Honky with $5 says the actual number of pages of Epstein files is twice that which has been released. But if you ignore the redactions, it's around 271,000 pages of information. I heard 3 million. I heard it was 3 million.
I heard it was 6 million.
That's a lie. That was an exaggerated number. Someone in the media told you. Thermodyne Diesel gifting a membership. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. There you go, guys.
Thank you.
You guys are, I mean, you know, it's not terrible, but God, everybody with a $5, everybody with a gifted membership. Let's put this baby to bed. What do you say? Let's do the Tim Dillon, Barry Weiss thing, because this was genuinely funny. Tim Dillon has been going after Barry Weiss for quite a while, and for good reason. Barry Weiss is not the CEO, what would you call it? The news director for CBS News. She has no qualifications to do this job.
She's an opinion writer.
She's an opinion writer. She had a blog that like 50 people were subscribed to. But when Larry Ellison bought Paramount, he bought the free choice or free speech blog that Barry Weiss was running for $150 million. Now, was it worth $150 million? No. But Barry Weiss also spent her teenage formative years in Israel. She is a staunch Zionist, and she does not feel that Israel critical material belongs getting as much prominent play as it has been on the news. Barry Weiss has already famously killed a story about an El Salvadorian prison where we were sending illegals. She said she couldn't run the story because there hasn't been a White House source to comment on it. So if the White House won't comment on the source, they can't report on what's going on in this prison, which all the people at CBS News said, Barry, no, that's retarded. You've basically just handed the White House a kill switch to any story we do.
Right.
Which technically, if she lives by that ethos, she did. So Tim Dillon has been very critical of Barry Weiss on his show. Barry Weiss has also done brilliant things like interview a former Mossad director because Barry Weiss hasn't gotten the "you're a Mossad agent" tweets enough. So right. Tim Dillon decided to do a little impression, decided to do a little character. And he said that Barry Weiss would be hosting his show on, I believe this was Friday or Saturday. Let's take a look at at Barry Weiss.
From the Free Press, this is Honestly, and I'm Barry Weiss.
You can't say the guy doesn't commit. And you can't say that gays don't love dress up. That's for sure.
We started this podcast 9 years ago because a white woman in Minnesota served a chicken quesadilla to a man and was immediately accused of cultural appropriation. That man's name was George Floyd.
Whoa. What?
When J.K. Rowling had the audacity to suggest that penises and vaginas were different, we did a 72-part series on the fallout from her comments, including interviewing many of her slaves.
I love that he can just deadpan the shit out of this, too.
And not just break at any point? Yeah.
Yeah, he can just deadpan it. And she does, her whole gimmick, her whole career has been stupid fluff distraction pieces and never covering any actual hard news. That's why it's so easy to just laugh in CBS's face when they said Barry Weiss is going to be the new news director here. You're like, but she's
not geared for the job.
Right. She does dumb gossip pieces for way too long, almost like she's part of an apparatus that's meant to distract us and fight about horse shit, rather than focus on what's really going on in our country.
After I was asked to leave the New York Times because I was too much of a rogue and a truth teller, I started the Free Press because I really wanted to encourage and foster open discussion and debate between people in New York, Miami, Tel Aviv.
Come on, Tim.
I am a huge supporter of freedom of speech. It's one of the things that I find most important. When David Ellison called me and said, would you like to run CBS News? I had to think about it because I really enjoyed my blog, my 17 listeners, and this podcast. But I ultimately decided that $150 million was enough money to come into CBS News and turn it around.
I mean, you know that the person you're making fun of is a complete disrespected fuck up when you don't even have to make a joke.
You just be the character.
Just be the character, say what they would say, lay it all out there, and people will be like, yeah, this is a ridiculous fucking person. And then you go look it up, and you're like, wow, none of that was satire.
That's all 100% true. That's the sad part of reality.
It's like the South Park thing where they're explaining what Scientology is, and they go, Scientologists actually believe this.
Yeah.
It's like, but between what was in the Epstein files and between the Barry Weiss stuff and all these other things, what needs to be done is just, you can't do it in the courts. And the only problem is, like, the people who are occupied, i.e. us, the people who are being fucked over have to want to do something. And like I said about those Epstein files, just not enough people care.
Nobody gives a shit anymore.
Yeah.
They've gotten us so against each other with all the little tiffs and tats over things that now, nobody cares about that stuff. We're not going to ride because we'd have to pair with those caged animals in the street. We don't want to do that.
And like, whenever I read those Epstein files and shit, I just go, I'm like, I try to stay away from what my answer is because, like, even SP, who doesn't like following that shit, and she's like, God, you're too deep into that stuff. I'm like, I get it. I understand. She'll be like, yeah, but what are you going to do? Like, what could we do about it to fix it? And I go, don't ask me that. She goes, what do you mean? I go, I have an answer, but I can't say it out loud. I can't say it out loud because it's heinous. It's really bad, the thing that would fix it. I'm not saying the thing that should be done even. I'm saying what's a surefire way to fix it? Let's just say we seem to go through this once a century. It seems like every century in human history has this moment where they're like, well, they're fucking shit up again. They're trying to control people. They're trying to blackmail people. They're trying to, and then the minute you fucking strike back, you're the villain. That's the brilliant part of it. Is that you sit there and you go, look at these people that are fucking doing this. We need to stop them. And you're like, oh, so you're saying we should do this to these people? And you're like, no, it's just that's who's God damn it.
We have to get them all rounded up in the same place. No, first you burn down the Capitol and you blame it on.
It's just. It's this sneaky, underhanded shit. And it's so brilliant. And you cannot underestimate your enemy. They are fucking smart. They are very intelligent. Probably in many ways smarter than you. But you have to figure out what your faction, your kind, your whatever does well. And one thing the side we're on that's always done very well is violent retribution. Like, even if it's not a good thing, even though if it's not a decent thing to do, you have to work with the tools you have.
But how much worse does it have to get before we finally like hit the go switch on that? Because I kind of feel like I'm just kind of good. Like we're never gonna.
We're a long ways away.
All right.
We're a long ways away. All right. Let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. And while we do that, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I would really, it's just a weird thing happening. I would appreciate a little rally here. Let's, this show does run on your donations. I'm not ashamed of it. I don't like to point it out very often. I'd rather just, open up our stories and do our program. But the fact is, we're not going to run from it. We're not going to hide from it. The last couple of weeks have not been as good as the weeks previous to it. So we do need to remind you that we do live on your donations. We appreciate you being here. And if you don't have anything to donate to the show, just hit the thumbs up button, hit the like button. It helps the show. And if you don't do any of that, that bothers me a little. So do the free stuff if you can. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. But throw in a membership if you can. Throw in a couple of bucks if you can. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We have been missing. We're pushing. I mean, we're really kind of pushing 50-50 at this point. So please and thank you if you could. Well, guess what? The fucking grift train is open, boys. And I'm sorry for saying the F word so much. I'm pushing. I'm pressing. That's what it is. I'm pressing, and I know it. So the grift train is open on the, and I see more and more people doing this, the go to the place, knock on the door, and then if they don't answer, you go, oh, I found some fraud. Like this is becoming a thing now where, like, you got Nick Shirley. He did his thing. And Nick Shirley, I mean, complete shill, completely full of shit. I mean, he shows up with like 4 IDF guys, knocks on the door and goes, show me your kids. I want to see your kids. And it's like, I feel like Nick Shirley is almost there to ruin the credibility of the Somali fraud thing, because before Nick Shirley came along, everyone's been rewriting history and acting like Nick Shirley exposed all the fraud in Minnesota.
No, we heard about it in 2013.
He just made it a fucking nightmare to try to navigate because he's retarded. So this retarded lispy guy came in with his racist sidekick and started knocking on daycare doors. And when they didn't answer, they went, well, that's clearly fraud. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. And they're like, oh, we gotta get in there and do something about this fraud. And it's like, well, we were. Like, Joe Thompson was doing something about the fraud. We'd been sending Somalis to jail. We'd been investigating more fraud. Like, we were getting a handle on this. And almost like it was all designed, it was all planned. Now Nick Shirley goes in there, does a really slapshod, shitty job of doing this documentary. So now it divides people. And instead of going after the fraud and doing all this stuff, now we're sitting arguing about Nick Shirley. Well, now, guess who decided that they were going to jump in and they were going to grift away over in California? None other than guy who probably fucks dudes, Benny Johnson.
He needs something to deter off the stink of the whole, like, hey, wait a minute, aren't you gay? Like, that would be great if every time he does stuff like this, where he's knocking on doors, like, hey, I'm Benny Johnson. Hey, aren't you gay?
Aren't you the one that secretly boom booms men in the butt? That is you, right? Hey, I want to see the children in this daycare. No, I know better than to show your kind the kids. Oh, no.
I want to show I want to see your grinder history.
Yeah. I guess neither of us are getting what we want today. Ah, yes, you are not Nick Shirley. You're not the lispy guy. You're the actual homosexual. Yes, no, we cannot let you in to see the children. Absolutely not. By the way, thank you, Tired of the Bull, gifting a membership. Thank you.
Thank you
so much, guys. Follow that guy and do what he just did. I'd appreciate it very, very much. 15 memberships away from 500. Thank you, pals. So Benny Johnson did like a 24-minute thing where he went around California and basically ripped off Nick Shirley. I mean, this is him seeing the grift, completing the grift, and trying to convince people he's not gay. This is while the Epstein files are coming out, these guys are all going around dirty, fucking
talking about
shitty,
fraud.
Yeah, homeless tent neighborhoods talking about fraud.
Money, but the reality is we could fix this if we wanted.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that never occurred to me.
Welcome to California.
We just had a whistleblower from inside of the homeless industrial complex.
So you believe homeless shelters are being used by illegal aliens?
So they're round.
Oh my God, we just
had a lady on the phone go, yeah.
A lady on the phone said, yeah. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, proof. I mean, there are real investigative journalists out there. Like, I'm going to give James O'Keefe credit. I think James O'Keefe does really good work because he goes to places, he talks directly to the sources, gets them to admit shit. Like, and he'll tell you the same thing. He'll tell you this takes weeks and months to pull this stuff off. Benny Johnson's like, I have an idea, guys. I want to do a big viral video about fraud, but it's got to just be goy slop that people eat up. I don't want to do any actual work about it. So just grab a camera, follow me, and we'll just say wild shit and then have a guy on the phone say yes.
Allowing protesters to come and surround us.
The Benny Show.
This is what LA looks like everywhere. Not just this street, every underpass, every ditch, every overpass, every single intersection looks just like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Benny Johnson has discovered that LA is a shithole. Wow. Wow.
That's news to you, buddy.
It's amazing. By the way, a lot more dramatic than Nick Shirley, dare I say, kind of gay. Little
It's all
gayer.
that theater class time. Real talk, he had to book this whole thing just so that way he could have a reason to stay at a hotel.
People are saying Aaron Rumble is down. Bongino went live and crashed it. What? Yeah, our Rumble numbers did go way down. God damn it. I mean, we really are just bound in. I mean, we're just cursed to fucking just take L's. Just take hot fucking L's. Is that for real? Are we off? Yeah. I think we are.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Fucking Bongino went live and crashed the thing.
Like the whole platform for everybody?
Oh, people are saying not down.
Let me check.
Well, then who's the fucking cunt who wrote that into me, God damn it? Oh, people are saying Rumble went down. It's not down. People are saying chat's okay. Everything's good.
I see the chat. Skip the...
We're fine.
Says we're live at the bottom.
I see us live. We're good.
Yeah, we're live.
All right, everybody send us $5, however you want, and then we'll know that we're live. God damn it. All right, back to Benny Johnson discovering fraud in California. I wonder where he gets his ideas. It's amazing. Conservative Inc. needs to be abandoned. People need to stop lionizing people just because they have the same opinion as them on something. You need to start judging these people by their character. Because just because these people aren't saying the right things because they believe it. They're saying it because they know they'll get your money. You know how I've been pissing all you guys off lately with my takes on some shit? It's because I actually fucking believe it, and I respect you as my audience as intelligent enough to be able to disagree with me and still be entertained. But it may be why we're not. I mean, that's the thing that annoys me is this is, unfortunately, you need to do what Benny Johnson's doing. I can't do it. My heart, my brain, it won't let me do it. Because
you don't have the gift for grift.
It's dishonest. It's a fucking lie. One thing we get punished for, being too honest. Hey, our show runs on donations. This is the exact amount. Not keep giving until, who gives a fuck? Let's just drain all your bank accounts. No, just a couple bucks. Thank you very much. And then, hey, here's this news story, this controversial news story. Well, guys, I've looked into it a bunch. Why don't I tell you how I genuinely feel? No, Aaron, all these other commentators will just tell me, they'll find out what I think, and then they'll manipulate me and just say things that they think I'll like. It's like, okay, I guess we want grifting sociopaths now. Don't fall for this shit, you guys. Don't, because he's on a side too, and it ain't yours.
I just feel glad that I've always been uncomfortable with him. Been like, I don't like this guy. He seems fake.
And it's as simple as follow the money. Find out who's paying these guys, and then find out what opinions they won't take, and you'll know. I mean, you figured it out with Daily Wire. Why can't you figure it out with everybody else? And usually it's the same people paying.
You have been lied to. Gavin Newsom, the governor of this state, says that homelessness is down, that he's fixed homelessness, and he's setting records to make the state better. This is a lie. Here's a police officer.
See, this is what I hate about these conservative documentaries. Hey, the statistics say this. Hey, look, I went to an overpass and there's still shitty homeless people. It's like,
this is a lie. I'm not going to prove it, but look how it seems right.
Who is trying desperately to engage with these homeless drug users in their filthy hovels that seem like they've been here for years. This is a choice by the leadership of California to allow this to happen in your neighborhoods.
Amazing. You know what you'll never see Benny Johnson report on? Futures speculation, foreign companies buying residences in the United States, hedge funds, consolidating ownership and power of many different businesses, the inaffordability of housing in the United States.
That's strange because it would seem like that almost might have a direct correlation to these kind of ghettos that become dens of iniquity.
I mean,
I don't.
It's in the movie The Big Short where they say the rich and powerful in this country own us and they buy and sell us. And when shit goes wrong, we blame immigrants and poor people. And look, I'm not saying that we don't have an immigration problem. I'm not saying that homeless people don't stink and we ought to fix it. But all you're doing is shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic if you think this is our biggest problem. Benny Johnson's not going to tell you about Wall Street. Benny Johnson's not going to tell you about the top, which is where a lot of these problems are being caused. Benny Johnson, because his owners want him to, because they're hedge fund managers, are going to say, oh, look at these dirty fucking homeless people. And people who are middle class living paycheck to paycheck have a lot more in common with those dirty homeless people than they do the people who pay Benny Johnson. But instead, they're terrified of becoming those homeless people. So they'll hate them. They'll look down upon them. They'll spit on them in a way to distract themselves from how difficult their life is becoming because of the people that fund Benny Johnson. That's the real crime of this shit. He's like, yeah, focus on fraud. Yeah, focus on homelessness. Focus on all this stuff. But take care of the big problem at the top, too. But Benny Johnson's going to make a 24-minute soliloquy about, look at all these dumpy homeless people. All right. Front porch conservative with a $9.99 says, okay, here's my money. Anyone else want to help this guy out? Shit.
Thank you.
Main vein with $1. Thank you. He says, okay, Aaron, you keep telling us who we shouldn't listen to. How about tell us who are you listening to? I will say the people I like, although flawed. I like Dave Smith a lot. I like Tucker a little. I used to like I think prime Alex Jones was the shit too, but he's been compromised. And Owen Schroyer is another one that I really enjoy watching. I think if you watch Owen Schroyer, I think you're going to get a lot of straight information rather than bullshit. I think give Owen Schroyer a chance.
I really like that clavicular guy.
By the way,
I smash my face with a hammer too, so I can relate. I don't do it for looks. It's fun.
You just do it for self-punishment.
Yeah.
It's that clavicular guy is apologizing to the Jews now. Did you see?
Really?
Yeah, the owner of that club that they all went to.
Yeah, I thought he said he had to kiss the wall or whatever.
Yeah, he says he might go to Israel, but he did apologize to the guy as well.
Remember how cool and how anti you were when you were singing your Hitler song at the top of your lungs in the club? Where'd that go?
Here's the thing about clavicular. Clavicular's retarded. You have to remember that.
You don't say.
So with clavicular, you got to give him a little leeway, because he got dragged into this politics shit. He's a meth-addicted, face-smashing retard. That's not hyperbole.
That's actual fact.
Yeah, he just wants to go to the club. That's all he wants to do. And if he needs to apologize to the Jews to get back into the club, he wants to go mog some Jews at the club. So that's what he needs to do. Roots Calhoun says Harrison Smith is the man. I was going to say Harrison Smith. He's on InfoWars now. And Harrison Smith is another really good one. So, yeah, there's guys out there that'll tell you the truth. But here's the problem. A lot of people, they start to hear it, and they go, fuck, this is too depressing. And I get it. I understand it. Like, I get why people don't want to watch people like that, because there's not a lot of good news. Joey Caravello says, I love Candace. Dude, Candace decided to go, like, full-on crime podcast, like true crime.
Mm-hmm.
Housewife, like she's like the conspiracy theorist for Republican housewives. Because it's like all juicy stuff like, oh yeah, I don't think that. I think that Erica Kirk is kind of nasty. Like everything Candace does is designed to get a rise out of like middle-aged right-wing women. And God bless her for that. But I can't really take Candace Owens very seriously. Go ahead. How many memberships we got? 15 memberships until we get to 500. No, good old JR, not the Minnesota Vikings, Harrison Smith. Different guy.
Whole different person.
Yeah. All right, guys, keep holding the toe up. Throw in a couple. Yeah, we're way down there. 667. We got into the mid sevens today, though. Thank you so much for that. And please, if you could, consider throwing a couple bucks at the toe. Here's what I'm going to do. We did very well on Rumble reads today. I'm just going to hit the escape hatch on that, and I'm going to put that towards today. Because I want to do a show, and we've been taking too many L's lately. So help us out, push us forward the last little bit there. Did you hear a couple people died this weekend? Grady DeMont Wilson, the guy who played Lamont in Sanford and Son.
What is it? Kevin McAllister's mom?
Kevin McAllister's mom, Catherine O'Hara. We were going to get to that one. She died too. Lamont died at 79. A lot of people on Twitter, R.I.P., you big dummy. I thought that was cute. Catherine O'Hara, by the way, only 71. I would have thought older than that. I thought Catherine O'Hara was in like her 40s when she did Home Alone like 35, 36 years ago.
She doesn't look 71. Is it weird that when people are like, she died at 71, I'm like, all right, that's not too surprising. Like, I'm not like blown away when it's like, hey, 71 and she died. Like, hey,
no, you're allowed to die at 71. I think average life expectancy for women is like 79. Men is 76.
Yeah, so she was like coming right up to the line. It's a lot of people are like, it's so surprising. No, it isn't.
71, especially if you've got a shit immune system. That's a prime getting taken out by like pneumonia, flu kind of age. You can go. 79. Lamont was 79. That's prime age to tap out. If you get into your 80s, that you're doing pretty well if you're in your 80s. But 70s, nobody says a guy died at 70 something and goes, "Oh, he was so young." You know,
he was in the prime of his life.
Yeah, 60s they'll say that. 60 like, "Oh man, he went young." 60 something, that's too bad. Unless you're a pro wrestler, that's like 150 for pro wrestlers. But I think 71, it's on the younger side of old. But I think you're allowed to die at 71. 79, you're definitely allowed to cash in the chips. He last appeared in the drama Eleanor's Bench in 2023 after a nearly 20-year acting hiatus. Oh, man.
So he just came back and now he's gone.
Just came back 2 years ago and then he dies. Well, he got to say farewell, at least. Roots Calhoun says, both of my grandpas cracked 100.
Nice.
I had a great-grandfather that went to 90 and a great-grandmother that I think made 97. And the sad thing about the great-grandmother is that she had no problem. Like, she had no health issues, no nothing. She just, when you get to that age, you power down so much when you go to sleep.
So that eventually you just shut off.
You try to start that motor back up and you just don't have it in you anymore. It's like, so she went in her sleep. I think the worst thing she did was like one day we were worried that her brain was slipping, but she was just really tired. Like one day she put her dirty dishes in the freezer. And we were like,
okay, that's a bit of a weird, but all right.
Yeah, she put her dirty dishes in the freezer, and my grandmother, she had moved in with my grandma at the time, her daughter. And she said, "Mom, you just put your dirty dishes in the freezer." And she goes, "Oh my God." And she was really embarrassed. She went and got them. She put them in the sink, whatever. But it's like, we're like, okay, we'll keep an eye on her. And she didn't have any other issues after that. So like, I think at a certain age, you get tired and you just go, fuck it. And you just forget what everything is. That's why they all
shuts off.
Yeah, that's why they have to take a nap so often. Hostile Soldier says, if you make it to 80, you should get to take someone with you. I think it was Patton Oswalt who had a bit that said once you turn 80, you should.
Like the older you are, the better the crime you can get away with.
Yeah, you should get to break a new law every birthday. every year. And if you lived in, I think C said 90, you get to commit murder. But it has to be with your bare hands. You can't use like a gun or anything like that.
Seems fair.
That if you're 90 and you can kill someone with your bare hands, you should be able to do it and get away with it. And I'd agree. Root says, my grandma dropped dead with a beer in her hand at age 97, right in the living room. Just fell dead. My brother tried reviving her and caved her chest in. Yeah, like old people are like babies. You're not supposed to give them.
You got to be careful with them rib cages. Those are fragile.
You're supposed to do the finger chest compressions like you do with babies. You're not supposed to do I've been CPR certified a couple times in my life. Not right now. I let it lapse again. But they teach it. They make you get recertified every year because they keep changing the rules. Like they don't do rescue breathing anymore.
They don't?
It doesn't do anything. Rescue breathing does nothing. So they have you do the chest compressions. But on babies, it's 2-finger chest compressions because you'll cave in their fucking
You'll break
bones.
their little lungs.
And old people now, you're supposed to either do like this part of your hand. I think that was a while ago. But I think you're supposed to go back to the 2-finger chest compressions at that point.
Just be worried it's still too brittle. I'm going to break grandma.
Hey, you want to see what it's like to fuck around and find out at a protest?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw what was going on in LA this weekend, but now that I've had some 6-digit viewerships on some of these riot protest coverages. Yeah. I see shit go down in other cities, and I'm like, oh, God damn it. I just get kind of mad. I'm like,
I could drive over there.
I'm not a 1-hour drive from that place. That sucks. I'd like to get down there and cover that. But some of these people, man, I don't know. They tempt fate, and they want to take that tear gas and take that pepper spray. Let me tell you something right now, boys and girls. There ain't no honor in that. They don't make you a hero because guess what? While you're standing there like, I'll take a pepper ball to the face, they're all running like bitches. All right? And that's because that's the smart move to make. You don't want to get hit with one of these paint pepper balls. This is one. Yeah. This is one protester in L.A. that found out the hard way. Yeah.
Or is that?
Lay your head back. You and the Lucy, we're going to wash it, okay? We're going to wash it with distilled water to find her.
Don't use water. Don't use water. Oh, that's a rookie mistake. Yeah, you don't want to use water to kill the burn of pepper.
That's just going to activate the capsaicin. You got any vodka?
Well, milk is the one you're supposed to use. It dilutes the acids.
Okay.
So milk is the one you're supposed to pour milk in their eyes. And you're supposed to drink milk if you're eating really spicy foods. But yeah, water activates spice and spreads it. You don't. That's a bitch. The fuck does he have? Does he have like a nightstick or some shit? Is he the fucking big boss man? If you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia. I love this. I love the cosplaying down at these things. Yeah, I got a club. Yeah, that's going to work. Good. No, you know what? Good luck.
How did that help you against the pepper ball to the face? Just out of curiosity.
Did you get your nightstick drawn or your fucking proton pack or whatever the fuck you've got in your side there? I'm wielding. Yeah?
Yeah, it's L.A. It's probably a dildo.
That's true. It's probably just a giant black dildo. And it's not even to defend himself at the protest. It's just, you never know when you're going to get a feeling.
Right?
So he's just ready with his dildo just in case. And people don't understand, that's a collapsed version of his dildo. That thing extends. He's just got it so it'll fit in his dildo holster. Yeah, I mean, those protests, man, standing in front and taking a pepper ball right to the head, there's nothing honorable in that. Look, man, that shit's going to burn no matter what. They're going to put out those chemical irritants and shit into the air, and that's going to get in your mouth and nose and eyeballs, and that's going to suck bad enough. You don't need to take one of those bad boys at point blank range. Nobody's going to think of you a year from now and go, oh, man, remember that guy that got shot with the pepper ball right in the face? Nobody gives a shit. So just
everybody thinks they're going to be the hippie putting the flour in the gun barrel.
Yeah,
it's a pepper ball that comes out.
Exactly. Or like that lady who grabbed the flashbang.
Nobody feels bad for her.
What are you doing? I mean, that thing goes boom. Leave it alone. But like when I was covering Lindale and we were getting tear gassed and flashbanged, I ran like a bitch. I'm not ashamed to say it. I would have my phone back facing the pepper balls and the police and everything, but I'd be facing the other way, running away from the pepper balls and the flashbangs because, yeah, fuck that. I can always
here to take that.
Here's what you do. You let that shit go off, and then as it dissipates, you go back. That's the give and take of these Plus, I was talking to SP about it. I'm like, I don't mind saying now that they're over. And, you know, I got the Jake Lang one on Friday, but I go, now that it's mostly done covering these protests, I got to say, you don't need to, like, get right in these guys' face and take a pepper ball or anything else. Because the fact that you're there and all this tear gas and flashbang shit is going on right around you, it looks badass. Like, just
you're kind of winning there. The system's fighting you.
Just the fact that you're there and this shit's going off around you, you kind of look hardcore a little bit, whether you are or you aren't. You don't need to stand right in their face and like, go ahead, G-Man, chief of godless, chief of government, shoot me. It only hastens my reward. Shoot me. You're like, no, now you're just going to end up, you're going to look like Walter White. Remember when he gets thrown in the back of the cop car? He's just like crying with the snot running down his nose and pepper spray everywhere. They don't mind doing it too. It's not like the police are going, this is going to hurt me a lot more than it's going to hurt you. They do not give a shit.
I subdued the victim with a headbutt.
Exactly. In fact, they're probably going to laugh more than anything else. Veldrain with $1 says, now I picture William Shatner trying to punch someone to death with the old Star Trek duel music. Historically White says, congratulations, Aaron, you've earned your nose ring. You mean I don't have to keep wearing it for show? Oh.
It's always nice to hear. Thank you.
I mean, does that mean like I can get different colored nose rings like jiu-jitsu belts? Like, is there a yellow ring, an orange ring, a red ring, a brown ring?
Peak woke, it's rainbow.
The brown ring is all the protesters. Very clear. I kind of like this woman. This next clip we have is kind of based. She's a lefty. She's very adamant against the Trump administration. She hates all conservatives, but I got to say, at a time with all the Epstein files and shit where I'm like, everybody's got to fight dirty and like, we got to get some shit done. You're not going to be able to take these people in the courtrooms. You're not going to be able to arrest them. We're going to have to go get them, right? Well, this woman, I know that you probably disagree with her targets.
Okay.
But let's just hear her out, okay?
If a civil war begins, I volunteer, but not as a regular army person. Pick me to serve as a bioweapon. Let me spread Hep C to the bad guys.
All right. This lady's either A, incredibly hilarious, or B, off her rocker, or C, both.
I love her. I think this is a great idea because like not all of us are designed to fight the war with like guns and grenades and shit. But yet a lot of people would take that as, okay, then I don't have to fight. This woman said, well, no, I have something to offer to the war effort, and I don't just want to sit on the sidelines. So
look, I'm a whore, and I know how to put my tools to work.
Yeah, and I've got Hep C. I mean, you'd be foolish not to put this to use.
Go. My weapon isn't my gun, it's my Hep C. Spread love, not war. And by love, I mean Hep C. Come.
Ladies and gentlemen, terrible news. Turkey Tom has fallen on the battlefield. Turkey Tom he's no longer in the fight. Turkey Tom, it was just laser tag. What the fuck are you doing? Sorry. She said I could film it. Got Hep C playing laser tag, bro. The risk reward there is not good.
The worst part is she looks familiar to me, like I've seen her before. I'm afraid I know her.
Right? It's Spinelli from Recess all grown up.
Oh.
And by love, I mean Hep C. Comment below if you have Hep C and you want to join my liberal bio arsenal. Hep C can be cured via oral medication, but we're not going to have Hep C meds at wartime.
I like her. I like that she's just willing to throw herself into the battlefield and just give people Hep C. They'll never see it coming either because they'll be like, wait a minute. Are you like trying to spread AIDS? She'll be like, I don't have AIDS. And they'll go, okay, let's do it. Nobody ever suspects Hep C.
Right?
Not even Forrest Gump. Like Jenny had Hep C. She didn't have AIDS. Everyone goes, oh, Jenny had AIDS. No.
We all thought it was AIDS.
You talked to Zemeckis and you talked to the guy who wrote the book. And he said, no, it was Hep C. Because when the guy wrote the book, I can't remember his name, AIDS wasn't a big thing. But Hep
C was having a breakout?
Yeah. If anything, like when it comes to being scared of sex, AIDS kind of stole Hep C's thunder in many ways. Bigot on socialist media says she's one of the most mentally stable on the left. Well, look, mentally stable or not, she's willing to fight for her cause, and you got to respect that. And if I run into people on the right who fight in this civil war and they say, well, I got Hep C, I'd be like, well, that's on you then. You know? You knew. You were told. The warning was out there, and you just couldn't help yourself.
You couldn't stop.
Mr. Stellar gifting a membership on YouTube.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Let's go. Let's go. I gave you all of our Rumble Read money today to see if we could notch ourselves a W. And with Valentine's Day coming up, maybe we'll be getting a lot of that. But
maybe.
God damn, we need to, let's go. Main Vein with $1 says, Aaron's third wife. I love SP so much. I don't have eyes for anyone else. And I'm not trying to get Hep C. I respect this woman on a platonic level.
I was about to say, so SP will just pick up Hep C. It's the whole package already in your hand.
I can't do it. Ooh, I got invited to another gym to go spar this week.
Nice. Do you have do you know of anything about the Creator Clash stuff? Like, are you
it's
getting?
Not Creator Clash. That died a long time ago. No, this is Skank Fest.
Oh, Skank Fest. Yes, sorry.
I won the vote. They did a poll and I won it. I won in a landslide by like double digits. And then Lewis said, we'll be in touch.
All right. So hopefully you're going to get what you want. Work your way towards. Yeah.
He described, he goes, people want us to do this Chad Zumach Stuttering John thing. He said, but that Dabbleverse is fucking toxic. Like, he's just like, they're nuts. So and I was like, yeah, like you're not wrong there. And I said, the only problem with those people is that they don't have anything else. So like everything on the internet is real to them. Whereas normal, well-adjusted people go, oh, I'm performing when I'm doing this. Like, this is a performance.
Got other shit to do.
Yeah. Yeah. They just, they don't have anything else, so they take it very, very seriously. Okay.
Not good.
Oh, Aaron, we'd love to have you in on Fridays. Oh, shit. Well, then I got the kids. That's a little tough.
Then that's a difficulty, my friend.
I was kind of gunning for Thursdays, to be honest with you. But oh well. I just like when I've been sparring lately, it's like I don't have anybody my size who can like push me at all. I need to get in.
They're all little guys?
Or like, I don't know, I outweigh them by maybe like 20 pounds. I like fighting guys that are bigger than me because they're slower and dumb and they have no cardio, and it's just I like that better. But we'll see. We'll see. I always tell whenever I go someplace and I do any kind of work, they always go, "Hey, you want to do this picture? You want to do this?" I'm like, "You don't want to do that.
You don't want
you don't want it. I'll work. I'm island hopping, but you don't want to take any pictures. Trust me." Patrick Bet David got into it with the TMZ guys over Don Lemon getting arrested on Friday. And I don't know. Yeah, Jasper says, do not for the love of God get associated with that crowd again. Oh, never. But it is fun to watch them like still rage about the one that got away. And they do. Like, I will give them this. They have a lot of commitment. I kind of thought they'd be used to just me handing them L's all the time, even at my lowest point. They couldn't really do anything. But like they've committed. Like they're still angry. They're still upset. I'm still their boogeyman. I still live in their head. But no, don't worry, Jasper. I'm not going back. I just like to poke them and taunt them a little because, again, they have no separation of real versus streaming.
And they don't ever move on. So it's like, what are we going to do?
I told SP that. I'm like, once in a while, I just like to poke them and give them a little shit. And then she goes, well, then aren't you kind of doing it? I go, no. Because I just do it. I want to see them react for a while. I go, it's a very, what do you call it? You're playing from like in the clouds and you're poking down at them. And then you go like that. It's like, just because I'm antagonizing ants in an ant colony doesn't mean I'm in the ant colony. I think is a good way to put it. When I'm tapping on the glass to annoy the fish, I'm not in the aquarium, so to speak. I'm just fucking with them, which is mean, by the way. I need to point out, it's bullying. And I should be better than that. 199 from Shit Show says, I've seen you box. Looks like slugs fucking. That's a funny line. I'm going to steal that one. I'm stealing. If you come up with a good one, I'm stealing it. Thank you very much for that 199. Thank you, Mr. Stellar, for the gifted membership. And thank you, Main Vein, for the $1. I appreciate it. Mad Max Mardigan says, Aaron, how easy is it to find a sparring partner that's over $4 bills so you have someone heavier than you?
It's a lot. Plus $4 bills, if they can move in the ring, they're going to hurt. There's some mass behind that punch.
Nobody $4 bills is ever going to be able to hurt you.
Oh.
They're not good. You can't be coordinated enough at 400 pounds to throw a hard punch. A hard
Even if
punch.
it's muscle?
A hard punch doesn't come from your weight. It doesn't come from anything. It comes from technique. It comes from speed. It comes from being able to put your body into it. The problem with being 400 pounds is you can't get that 400 pounds behind a punch. You don't. I mean, you're not going to be. I mean, can you see a 400-pound guy really popping those hips? Like really snapping those hips, his hands and his arms being fast and moving in unison with his hips and his head moving at the same time to avoid a counter. No, it's going to be this big ham hockey shitty thing that you could probably let hit you square in the head. No problem. All right, guys, go ahead and keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. So Patrick Bet David versus Harvey Levin. We'll do this. Harvey Levin was in the Epstein files, by the way. I don't know. That probably shouldn't surprise anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, look at the heights he's climbed in the entertainment industry and act like you're not getting involved with an Epstein or a Weinstein or somebody like that. So Harvey Levin was in the Epstein files. Patrick Bet David has not been in the Epstein files yet. So I don't know if this changes who you root for in a debate between Patrick Bet David and Harvey Levin. Now, you don't have to root for anyone. You can hope both of them look retarded if you'd like to. But now, what do you think about the Don Lemon thing from last week?
With both the way he behaved on film and the fact that it's actually illegal, like I'm all for Don Lemon getting arrested for going into the church and protesting.
Okay.
Because it's illegal, and I just don't like how disrespectful everybody was in that video. And Don Lemon going, this is how you protest. It's like, actually, no, this is entirely illegal, so it isn't how you protest. But just again, they're not harming anybody. They're in a church doing their own church service, and you're like, you have to make these people afraid. And I'm like, okay, let's change the group of people and see how you feel. So yeah, I'm all for it. Arrest anybody that protests in a church.
It just depends on whether a court believes he was a journalist or he was a protester. And that's kind of what it comes down to. It did seem like, I think the best defense he could come up with for himself is, I was a journalist sympathetic to the protesters.
Yeah, that's the closest you can get.
Could argue that. I'm just saying, like on the week where the Epstein files came out, every time we do this to someone like Don Lemon, it feels like a distraction. And so I kind of want to let him go because I'm like, okay, first of all, we're not going to throw Don Lemon in jail for this. Second of all, taxpayer dollars are going towards this. And third, act like if this was Nick Sorter following them in there, you'd be charging him or you'd be arresting him. You wouldn't. You'd say he's a journalist covering an event. So I think some of it has to do with who Don Lemon is. Yeah. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, Bull King Hippo hit like a truck. Weight matters. Yeah, when you hit King Hippo in the head, his pants dropped down around his ankles, and you got to hit him in the stomach, and he couldn't get up when you knocked him down. All right, let's go to the PBD Harvey Levin fight over Don Lemon.
Why don't we start with your take? Legit arrest or not?
I think no matter what happens here, Harvey, you have to understand Israel had nothing to do with it. What? Patrick, nobody's accused.
Nobody asked.
I just usually start with that. So, hey, we got two Israel shills hanging and banging, debating Don Lemon, PBD, and Harvey Levin, Mr. Epstein files.
You see, this is concerning to me because we need Don Lemons out there. We don't need to arrest Don Lemons. We need the opposing ideas. And
That's right. We don't need Don. We need more Don Lemons. You know what we don't need? Dave Banana.
As long as we don't have a Bob Orange.
Hold on, I got one.
What?
It's like we don't need Stephen Potato. Home run Jefferson.
Go to break.
Fuck yeah. I thought. Hold on. Wait a second. I got another one. We don't need Stephen the Fruit Roll Up or something.
Okay.
Cocksucker.
Not as good as the first one.
Don Lemon. It's like, what is he, like sour or something? Are you going to put him on your fish, you piece of garbage? Home run Jefferson.
Go to break.
You guys know Don and I are probably not on the same side politically, but
we are on the same side sexually. I've been meaning to come out of the closet for some time now. I escaped Iran because of my insatiable urge for cock. Jesus, Patrick.
Something me and Don have in common.
Wow. You know what Don Lemon and an actual lemon have in common? I like to suck on both of them. Jesus. PBD, you don't have to come out of the closet this hard. You're breaking the fucking wall down coming out of the closet.
the other side of it is if you think about, we set the precedent that if you want to protest outside, and I watched a lot of this stuff closely at the beginning, it was like maybe Don's just asking the guy questions, and then the clips came out that he was talking to the protesters outside, and then at the end of the clip said, turn it off, I don't want it to be in the camera, and then he said, I never talked to the protesters, I didn't even know what they were doing. He got himself in trouble with this. He should have never done this. He could have just waited for the pastor to come out.
I have covered.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If your story goes into the church, you kind of have to go into the church, I think.
Right. If you're covering the protest and they go in there, but advocating for what they're doing, saying it's protesting and all that stuff, that makes it look more like you're a part of it as opposed to I'm just covering it.
And out of respect, I feel like you should kind of stay out of the way, like, you know, kind of post up in the doorway and film it there versus like getting right in the middle of everything.
Everything. If I were to cover that protest, my news director said, go cover it, and I didn't go in the church to cover it, I think I would be fired.
Okay. Here's the difference, though. Don Lemon's an independent guy. He doesn't have a boss, so he can use his judgment. Although I will tell you this, if I were covering it, I would go into the church. I think I would. I could sit here now and I could lie to you and I could be dishonest and I could be like, absolutely not, never. But I think in the moment, I would follow the protest into the church and cover what was going on because that's really good stuff. Plus, I think it was a Protestant church, so I don't recognize it.
Plus, I mean, he's gay. Is he welcome in any church?
Actually, they said all the holy water started boiling the minute Don walked in.
Weird.
But only because he's black.
So let me ask you this, Harvey. You've been around the block for a while. Who else, what person at
Epstein. Oh, sorry.
His size, at his level of a name and credibility, has done this? Who's done this before?
Everybody.
That has gone
Everybody.
to go into a church.
Opie and Anthony. Two of their listeners fucked each other in St. Patrick's Cathedral, and they followed him in there. Come on. Ask me what happened to them.
What happened to them?
They got fired and didn't return to terrestrial radio for like 6 years.
Oh.
Yeah.
Church? I have. By the way, I have. First AME Church. I did that.
Okay, so for us, if you look at this and say the
that always kind of sucks when you try to come up with this example where you're going to stun him and the guy just goes, me.
I did that.
And then PBD's like, well, anyway, let me just continue making my same point, even though you kind of shit all over the thing. I'm doing more of a Matan Even impression than PBD.
Flip it. So now imagine all of a sudden they say nothing. So this means I'm a 22-year-old YouTuber, citizen journalist. Guess what, guys? The government does nothing. Go in the middle of Joel Osteen protests. Go in the middle of Islam. Go in the middle of House of Prayer. Go in the middle. Create ruckus videos of getting.
By the way, this is a very like classic PBD argument tactic. He likes to just create hypotheticals that are not the situation that was happening.
But they could happen because you're okaying this.
All right.
Like, okay.
Let me help you with this one, Johnny. All right. Let's say in this there's a church, but in the church they have a pet rabbit. And let's say those protesters go in and they say, we're going to get the pet rabbit. Do you go in and film them getting the pet rabbit? Oh, so you're on the side of Islam. What? Wait, I don't understand the hypothetical. Is the rabbit Christian?
Viral. We're getting hundreds of thousands of viewership, subscribers, dollars. Is that a good idea?
Yes.
You know what that does?
But hold on, hold on. But Patrick,
Yes.
we're talking about two different things.
Chaotic.
No, Patrick,
I don't think we are, though.
No, what you just said about people going in and disturbing a church service, that's about the protesters. But we're talking about someone who is covering, as a journalist, the protesters. There's two separate things. We need Don Lemons. We need Georgia Fort's people.
We do.
Who have opposing views.
But then what?
I don't know. I've seen the streets. We have enough Don Lemons in the streets, if you catch my drift. We need more Don Lemons in school. We need more Don Lemons in married relationships with children. Not married. No, not married. I mean, they have children, but they're married. I don't mean they should marry. I mean, I'm gonna give the black community go from one problem to another problem.
They were so, like, by the way, the Don Lemons were so on your side until you corrected yourself.
Oh, the poor Don Lemons. What are you gonna put him on the side of your water glass or something?
What's your problem with him going inside the church to chronicle what is going on?
Listen, the lawyer's going to do their jobs. This morning I had Cuomo on the podcast. He's given the argument on both sides, and I totally get it.
Right, exactly. We have a Christian church on one side. We have a black gay on the other, but ultimately this will be worked out by Jews.
He's got good lawyers. The other side's going to make their own argument. We're going to see what's going to happen at the end of the day. There's going to be discovery, a lot of things coming out. I am not a fan of people getting arrested because even...
Wow, hot take from PBD.
Whoa.
I am not a fan.
I am. I love watching people get arrested. Cops is my favorite show.
When the other side did it to Trump, to O'Keefe, to all these guys, I said, this thing's going to flip. This is not what we want. We don't want to be in a mode of arresting. However, if he's accused of joining the protesters, then going in to create ruckus, asking questions of the pastor in a house of prayer, in a place where people are coming into, worship, if they can make a case, because we don't have another name at his stature that's done this before, if that does, I think he's going to end up being guilty. But
boy, it's almost like Aaron, catching shit for going down to those protests and not taking a side. It almost makes sense because if you go in there and you go, I'm just documenting. Just documenting, I'm asking people questions, so on and so forth. That's how I got to interview ICE agents down there. That's how I got to interview protesters down there. You just play it straight down the middle. You start kind of tipping your hand and you start showing where your loyalties lie. All of a sudden, when these assholes start breaking laws and you follow them,
now you're part of it.
You kind of give them a reason in a lot of ways.
Well, like you said in the beginning, when you watch his footage, it looks like, because it is, he is a news journalist who's very sympathetic with the protesters. And so he's almost cheering on what they're doing, which makes it really hard to go like, yeah, but we can't hold you as an independent news source that's not related, because you kind of were, you weren't leading the charge, but you were sitting in the back with your pom-poms going, yay, go in there and get them, boys, go.
Right. I don't, I'll put it this way. I think it's kind of a waste of time to be arresting Don Lemon. I don't.
Most he'll get a fine he can pay.
Yeah, I think really you can arrest him. You've made your point, and now you can either drop charges or refuse to press charges. You arrested him. You told him, hey, don't fucking go into a church again like that. And then now we're done. No more. We don't worry about Don Lemon any longer.
But Pam Bondi really needs this win.
God, Pam Bondi. She might. I mean, honestly, Pam Bondi might be the worst attorney general in recent memory. She's so, and hated by both sides.
Yeah, she's racking up like everybody.
Oh, and Bongino, Patel, like Bongino's live right now. Anybody going to make him fucking eat crow over the Epstein files? He was saying that Epstein files, poppycock. There's nothing good in those Epstein files. Oh, really, bitch?
They don't exist.
Pam Bondi. I still think they've got stuff they haven't released because Pam Bondi was hinting at a lot of shit.
Videos and
shit. And then all of a sudden they don't exist anymore. And Kash Patel, we're going to get it all out of there. He was running a sex trafficking ring, this and that. And you go look at those emails that are in the Epstein files, and he absolutely is like taking orders from people on what he should bring or what's at his parties. You know? Papa Shab says Pam Bondi is just there to secure lawsuits for Jewish students. I mean, you remember like Trump, you know, he's going to be Mr. Anti-Immigration President. Do you remember the first immigration edicts he enforced?
Like we were going to import 300,000 Chinese people?
No,
college?
he kicked out a young woman who wrote a protest article that was critical of Israel's occupation of Gaza.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. He revoked her visa and said that she couldn't sit with us anymore.
America first, guys. America first.
Darkwind says, fuck that. I want to see Don go bankrupt with legal fees. Damn. They're saying that Dan Bongino's show is muting around 100 people a minute. That's actually pretty good. I thought it would be more than that. I thought
like a lot of like people calling him out and they have to mute him.
I'm sure. Cheeseburger Pie with $2 says, let's bring back Bill Barr. Dude, I'm sure Barr was in the Epstein files too. Bongino, I'm back. He's got 171,000 people watching him right now. He's putting up Candace Owens numbers, bro.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh, look at all those dollars coming in. Actually, that's not near as many
as you thought it would be.
We go on runs like that sometimes. Actually, if we went on a run like that right now, we'd be way over.
We'd be way done.
He comes. Yes, he comes. So that's how they pitch it the other way. So in the media business, I was working with a writer one time on a project. He said they call these people quote machines, where you go to the whistleblower as with the story. He then pitches as his own because he's your quote machine. So a perfect example of this, I'll show you exactly what I mean. You got receipts. Receipts, kids, receipts. You don't have receipts, don't bother, right? You know the show's all about receipts.
He seems very tense. I'm saying that right now. I don't know if they're talking about the Epstein files or not, but he seems very tense and defensive already. I think he kind of knows what the message is going to be from people on this one.
For a second. July 5th, 2025. All they did was take this narrative they had built out in advance. Donald Trump's making America less safe. The FBI's been totally politicized. They go to a bunch of quote machine leakers and losers who totally screwed the FBI up, which is going to take a long time to fix, by the way. It's not going to happen overnight, I promise.
Yeah, the FBI was just killing it before.
Thank God we got that Cash Patel guy in there to fucking straighten that ship out. And he had somebody else. What was his name? Bongino. Do you know him, Dan? I think you're related.
Yeah. God, wish we would have better guys in there.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Language.
Are you basing that on where? Espionage arrests? They're up. China-related espionage arrests? Those are up dramatically. What about agent applications? Oh, those are up. What about the murder rate? Oh, that's down.
How about Israeli blackmail arrests?
Right? How are we doing on the Epstein arrest?
Yeah.
An organized terror group conduct a successful attack. An organized terror group from overseas conducting. What are you talking about? 640 people arrested. What are you talking about? You're supposed to be journalists, right? Back it up.
So wait, if they wouldn't have arrested those 640 people, there would have been 640 successful terror attacks in America. I'm going to press X to doubt on that one. That's like, okay, remember when the Biden administration arrested those militia retards? Because they were going to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. That's what the Trump administration does. Same as the Biden administration. They arrest a bunch of people and go, look, we broke up terrorist attacks. It's like, oh, by that you mean you gave a bunch of guys terrorist attacks. And then when they said, sure, we'll do that, you arrested them.
Yeah, and it's also easy when you can label anyone who uses their car as a weapon a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
Once you see this in lib media narrative articles, you'll never miss it now. Let's say there's a conservative podcaster they hate, and you can go through the list.
Named Dan.
Even Republican conservative.
Look at this. By the way, Bill Barr's dad was the headmaster at the private school that Epstein taught at. Oh,
right?
Fantastic.
What they'll do is they'll attack that person relentlessly. Joey Bag of Donuts. I'll be like, conspiracy theory.
Joey Bag of Donuts, by the way, the deputy director of the FBI.
Says something against, say, me or Cash or anyone else they need to gore that day. They'll be like, respected conservative journalists. You dipshits just wrote this guy was a conspiracy. Tell me it's not true. It is real. You will totally. I can give you 1,000 examples.
Dude, he's in total defense mode today.
It's like a preemptive cope.
So Dan Bongino's whole first show back is him going to be going, let me tell you why all the people saying I'm a dumb piece of shit are wrong. All right, here's why all the people saying that I'm a dumb piece of shit are their shit. And we'll make them eat our shit that we shit out from the shit that we made them eat.
Tell me they don't do it. Tell me they don't do it.
Guys, we are so back. So it looks like Dan Bongino's having a lot of fun on his first day back.
Yeah, good for him.
Good for Dan. I'm sure he's gonna be very happy that he left that cush job at the FBI to get yelled at by people online all day. Jasper gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, pal.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
All right. And then Abel Graham gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Hey, guys. We're getting close. 9 memberships.
Run going.
9 memberships away from 500. Let's go. I'm not supposed to be here, says God, New York took a nosedive. How did Minnesota get cooler than New York? Well, easy.
Where not? Have you been watching the news?
Take it easy. Don't get too mad.
Slow your roll.
Papa Shab says he's backpedaling and distracting. He's acting like a pedantic Jew throwing misdirects. Well, you are who you work for. That's what I hear.
Tell me when he's telling lies.
Yeah. I'm not supposed to be here, says, dude, that bald woman was hot. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Dan Bongino, the former deputy director of the FBI. By the way, I've been watching some of the stuff that Matt Gaetz has been saying on his show. I totally understand why they didn't let that motherfucker become attorney general. Oh, my God. That was like, all you have to do is follow what Matt Gaetz is doing right now, and you'll realize that was an organized hit job on Gaetz.
They realized somebody wasn't on their team.
They realized that Gaetz is a little bit on the based side of things. And they didn't want him in there anymore. So we got
Worst
Pam
part
Bondi.
is now I want him.
Right. And then
I want him so bad. Like, fuck Pam. Get Gaetz back in there.
And then you look at what Pam Bondi's done, and you kind of understand why she's in there. Joey Caravello says, Johnny wants to finish the show and tweak his own nipples and burn them with his lighter. I didn't know that.
Never done that before.
I was not aware. I don't know, man. I think Bongino, I don't think he's going to quit doing a show by any means. I don't think it's going to be that bad for him, but
you think it's going to be rough for a while?
If I were Bongino, what I would do is I would only read $20 and up Rumble rants. And if they shit on you, you can probably handle that. But stay out of your chat. Don't read your chat. Our chat loves us. They're big fans of the toe. And so we can read it all day long. Bongino can't. Bongino,
a little harder for him.
Let's even go over to the YouTube end where a lot of those people think I'm the devil incarnate. Let's take a look here. Let me pop this out and see. Boiled brisket threw a temper tantrum in the somebody got rid of him, and it's like 15 messages in a row. Balls Deep decided that boiled brisket was seething a little too much. Jesus.
Time him out. He'll be back tomorrow. Take it again, buddy.
He was, oh boy. I think I ignore people, and I don't mean to, and I think they take it very, very personally. By the way, see here in the YouTube chat. Yeah, Dan Bongino is a gay and black dummy, says Real Jack Matt. So he's gay, he's black,
and dummy,
and he's a big dummy.
It's the trifecta.
Steve says Toe knows how to get arrested. Well, we all have things we can give each other advice on.
Does it better than anybody in the business.
See, they love me. Bondi may actually end up getting impeached, says Carlos Cameo. Balls Deep says, how do you feel about the people I brought here breaking the law, derp? Yeah. Like I said, I think that Dan Bongino might just want to, give his thoughts for a couple hours a day, and that's it. Adam Simon says, holy shit, he's looking at us. Hey, you know what? The YouTube numbers have been going way, way up lately. The view counts on the live streams are doing very well, so I am more than willing to take a look at you guys, and you know how you keep my attention? Super chats and gifted memberships, my friends. That's why I have to go to Rumble so much. They're so generous. I got to keep up with those guys. All right, Johnny, are you on this afternoon?
Yes, I am.
All right. You are at Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Be sure to subscribe to those. Tune in at 1 p.m. Central Time, and Johnny will be there. Thank you for joining us during this Epstein episode, and I will we'll talk to you again tomorrow morning.
Later.
There he goes. All right, guys, and you are getting very close to starting our week off, breaking this nasty fucking streak we've been on. So push a little bit harder, couple of 10s, couple of 20s, and we're out of here. Buttshine is mad that I'm reading the YouTube free chat. They told me, I had a couple of people send in money, and they said, hey, you got new fans that are over on that end. You should say hi to them. So I'm coming down from my tower. I'm slumming it with you guys a little bit. So be nice, and you'll be all right. Be nice, and you'll be okie dokie, and I'll come slumming with you. Hey, make your Coleman tent look really good. Make your air mattress. Make sure the underpass is nice and clean, and your daddy will come visit you. What do you say, Buttstein? You can make that happen. Sam Show says, Johnny, I dedicate this to you. Oh, boy. Oh, it's a song from a band called Dark Throne. It's called Fuck Off and Die. Oh. I mean, it's a subtle message. I'm not supposed to be here. It says, what's Johnny's channel called? Just Kidding LLC. I don't know why either. Like, name it something more catchy. Name it something more findable. All right, guys, go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks, and let's break this nasty streak we've been on of being giant fucking losers the last couple of weeks. This is a bitch. Marion County, Florida, a large stockpile of chemically treated railroad ties caught fire Monday morning in Marion County, sending huge plumes of potentially irritating smoke into the air, as if Florida needed more of a reason to give people brain damage. Now that's nasty shit too. That chemically treated wood getting caught on fire. That goes up in the air. You're talking about headaches, nausea. That shit's nasty, man. Like, if you have we were always told when you were having bonfires and stuff out at the cabin, don't roast marshmallows or do hot dogs or anything like that over the fire. If we had like railroad ties that we use on the beach as beach separators, if we were burning those, you know, sometimes there were treated ones. They'd be like, nope, no marshmallows tonight. Can't do it. That's the treated shit. Officials warned that because the railroad ties have been treated with creosote, an industrial wood preservative, it can produce heavy, irritating smoke. When it burns, it can release toxins into the air. Due to this, the fire is being treated as a potential environmental and public health incident due to toxic smoke and contamination risks. And again, if there's one thing that Florida didn't need, it's brain damage. This is some of the footage of the
We
fire.
are staying on top of breaking
Why
news
not have a
today.
10-second ad
What
first?
this could mean for you.
Super chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo, gifted memberships, PayPal, Streamlabs. Let's go. Look at that. Might want to check Israeli immigration into Marion County lately. This seems to be their MO. I mean, what was it? Argentina and was it Chile? They both had like wildfires that were set by Israeli nationals because they wanted to be able to buy up the land for Chile. It's fucking evil. People hate you when you do shit like that. Ooh. Imagine you're downwind from that fire, boy. Oh, you better take some Advil. You better get a good night's sleep. Your head's going to be thumping. You might be puking. That's nasty, bro. Nasty. Thank you to Mayhem Bear over on YouTube. Says, cause that karmic drop just gave me a solid belly laugh. Also, your Chip Chipperson. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Everybody, follow Mayhem Bear's lead, and I'm a happy boy. Dub says, in Kenya and India, large piles of trash are covered in creosote and burnt. Mountains of bald car tires burnt for days to collect the strips of metal wires after a week or two. You know what we should do is we should have a H-1B visa program that brings people from countries like that over here to do tech jobs, and we should pay them 30% less than we pay Americans. That's a great idea. Buttshine says, very good Chile pronunciation. You're welcome. You're welcome. I try to be, people watch this show, and one thing they comment on regularly is they say, Aaron, you're very culturally sensitive. And I appreciate that, Aaron. You respect people's diversity. And I say, well, thank you. $1 from Eric Crutches says, speaking about gay black dummies, what does Toe think about the Vikings firing Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah? When we hired him, I kind of had a feeling that it wasn't going to work. I didn't think he was. I thought that maybe he'd been hired for certain PR reasons that looked good. And I think that's been borne out in the end. Oh, thank you very much, Chips and Diff with $10. He says, here you go, tater tits. Thank you so much. Guys, we're not far away. We are not far away at all. Did I get that? Okay, I did get that 5 memberships from Jasper. Thank you very much. Hey, how about a little gifted membership rally, a little drop rally? I appreciate it because without saying too much, close. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. Oh, yeah, let's. Here we go. This is nonsense. This is silly. We've had a very heavy show. This is a silly one from, I want to say this is you Florida folks again. Yeah, Universal Studios. That Florida sun, that heat, that humidity, just say it gets to people.
At 11, an unwanted exhibition during a tram tour at Universal Studios today. After coming to an abrupt stop, a man exited the vehicle, took off his clothes, and was moving about in front of more than 150 people, including children.
So this guy got off the tram during the Universal Studios tour, went into the woods, got naked, and I guess just started helicoptering his shit.
Passengers say it appears that man was under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol.
What? No, come on. Some guys just like to free up their sweaty balls on a humid day, Mr. Judgmental.
He was rolling around on the ground, taunting employees on the side of the road. After being
That's the one where, as a cop, you got to flip a coin on who's doing the arrest and the handcuffing. Oof. Because you might catch a stray ball in there somewhere, and that's not something you want to start your day with.
From the scene, the man was gone. Every guest who was on board that tram got express lane passes. We've reached out to
Hey! You know what? I'll stare at a cock for a fast lane pass. God damn it. It's not what I meant to say. I meant to say if somebody walks around naked and I happen to see it, and the result of which is I get a fast lane pass where I get to cut the line, I'm okay with that. I'd make that trade. I'm not saying that, when I walk into the park, it's like, all right, here's the cock looking booth. And then I'd go in there and then you give me you know what, though? I might do that too. Not to look at the cock, but to get the fast lane pass. I mean, that's cheap compared to what they actually cost, right? Carlos Cameo, reformed rapscallion, bigot on socialist media, optic nerve, all saying clip it. Yeah, not getting away from that one. Balls Deep says clipped. Oh, shit. I'm not supposed to be here says how much? Fast lane pass. I already said. You give me a fast lane pass. What I'm saying is it's enough to keep me quiet because, like, those theme parks and shit, they just want you to be quiet and not sue, not file a complaint, not do anything like that. So they give you the fast lane pass and they go, now just don't mention this. That sounds fair to me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not supposed to be here says how much super chat? I don't know. I'd say you throw me 50 or 60 bucks. I'm a happy guy. I'm just picking that number out of thin air. By the way, hey, did you see that they announced who the Alex Preddy shooters were? This is, I think you're probably going to see people quieting down about Alex Preddy's shooting. They already have, Like, I went down there Friday to cover the ice out protests. And I was kind of thinking, like, oh, there's going to be a lot of people out at the Alex Preddy site. And I went out there, and sure as shit, there were like a couple dozen people. And they were all very quiet, very somber. Not a lot going on. It wasn't very busy out there. So I think the Alex Preddy thing is already kind of worn off. But they did find out, God damn it, we'll get to that in a second. They did find out who the officers were who did the shooting. For those of you who wanted to make this like a white supremacist kind of a thing, and these ICE guys are all a bunch of white Trump supporters, it looks like our white supremacist, white power border patrol agents were, we get this straight, let me see, Jesus Ochoa and Raimundo Gutierrez. Maybe that's what it is. They're all getting us back now. 2 federal agents who fired shots in the shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis last weekend have been identified in government records. They've also been suspended without pay, I believe. The Justice Department has opened a civil rights investigation into the shooting. It's not going to be a good look if we end up charging these guys. It's like we get like some Latino shooters, and we're like, all right, we'll charge these guys with a crime. It's like, oh God. It's like, that's not going to go well. People are going to bring that up as a problem they might have. Balls Deep with $5. Thank you. Oh no, I shouldn't have gotten excited about this. Oh boy. Faceway says they sound very white. Yeah, remarkably, especially Gutierrez. A lot of white Gutierrez is running around. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Here's Balls Deep and the clip that he made from today's show. Hey, you know what? I'll stare at a cock for a fast lane pass. You know, I'm going to be honest. We've been on a hell of a losing streak. If we don't snap that losing streak today and that clip gets made, it's going to be a depressing Monday for the toe. Hey, you know what? I'll stare at a cock for a fast lane pass. Your proposal is acceptable. Oh, by the way, Victor sent us some drops that I wanted to use. I wanted to get those on the stream deck here at some point. We'll do that today. Butter says foreigners are murdering Americans in the streets because of Trump. There you go. That's the talking point. We got to come up with the PR spin from the protesters. Foreigners are coming into this country and killing our nice Jewish nurses because of Trump. I can't believe it. Be funny if you found out Ochoa and Gutierrez were illegal, so Trump just goes, all right, they're deported. Bunch of, like, instead of going like, they're heroes serving their country. Instead, he just goes, dirty, fuzzy foreigners killing our Jews. Not good. McBuster says, do you find it hard to hide the fact that you're gay? I don't know what you're saying, Will. Yeah, you like to putt from the rough. Putting from the rough. What is... Thank you, McBuster. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I don't trust any number to be a safe number. So go ahead and throw in your 5s and your 10s, and let's call this thing a win. I know you like your movie trivia. Oh, what's this? Dances with Wolves to Dancing with SO charges. With SO charges. Guilty Nathan Chasehorse. I don't understand the reference. You're going to hate this. You're going to hate this, guys. But I've never seen Dances with Wolves. Somebody texting in, my reaction when you said the name of the ICE agents, friendly fire will not be tolerated. Although I will say this about like the lefty protesters is that I think they've moved on past like the white thing. I think they've moved on past like the whiteness of the agents. I think now it's just kind of a Trump thing. Trump ascends whiteness to them. People are asking Los Federales in the chat, are you putting a Mexican flag on your go-kart? Yeah, Los Federales tried to show us his vehicle that he's buying for like $35,000. He sent a link into the show, and he's like, yeah, I'm buying this for 35 grand. And we were kind of shitty about it, and we told him he was buying a $35,000 go-kart. So definitely don't ask Los Federales in the chat about his go-kart. He doesn't like it. I'm not supposed to be here says, Dances with Wolves, you're not missing out on much. It's like 4 horses with 20 minutes of dialogue. Oh. Okay. I really thought I was going to catch shit for not seeing Dances with Wolves. Apparently I'm safe. All right, this is a funny one. The Associated Press, the AP ran a story where they were criticizing the lack of diversity at the upcoming Winter Olympics. What do you want? You're bringing in people from fucking Africa. You're surprised there's not more slalom skiers? I don't, what are we supposed to do? You know, the Jamaican bobsled team, they fucking stunk. They only made that movie because it was funny. All right? I'm sorry, black people don't do winter sports. I know a black guy. I know there's like 1 or 2. But in general, Africans, they think that demons live in the snow. So they don't want to do skiing or snowboarding, or they don't trust it. All right? They don't bother with the winter sports. So don't do a news report going like, I can't believe that Europe's growing diversity is not being reflected at the Winter Olympics. You can't, like, at some point, you're just shaming minorities for not liking shit. You know, you're like, you think that you're doing this thing where you're like, I love diversity. I'm so liberal and I'm so tolerant. When in reality, what you're doing is like, hey, Negroes, get on a snowboard. It's like, don't yell at them. They don't want to. They're just, I mean, they came from a third world shithole. They're still getting used to making this country a third world shithole. Just give them some time. They don't have a lot of time and money and energy to be heading up the slopes. They get on the chairlift. They have no idea what the fuck is going on. So no, we don't need more winter diversity at the Olympics. It's the people who want to compete, they're competing.
Immigration from Africa and the Middle East is changing the demographics of Europe's top winter sports countries, but that hasn't really translated to their largely white rosters heading to the Milan Cortina.
I would go on and do your ski jump. It looks like a lot of fun, but I believe there is a demon of revenge in the skis.
Winter Olympics. For instance, Team Sweden is almost entirely made up of ethnically Swedish athletes, which is hardly a reflection of the country's diversity.
You ever seen a Swede ski? You think someone from Angola is going to be able to hold a candle? These whites do not tire in the snow. They are like bunnies.
As Sweden has welcomed historic numbers of asylum seekers in recent decades. Experts point to social, financial, and geographical barriers and believe there needs to be a big cultural shift.
No, there doesn't. They don't want to snowboard. All right? They want to play soccer. That's it. God damn. You know, not enough Somalis are fucking downhill skiing. The hills are packed enough. We're good.
For anything to change. And research shows the single biggest influence behind...
Could you imagine Somalis playing hockey? It would be so unfair. You got these big, like, 6'5", 240-pound enforcers just decking some 5'8", $125 Somali. Just fucking wrecking him. Well, we need more diversity on the ice. This is a bad idea. This is the 4th broken bone this period. You're going to get one of these Somalis killed. They just keep Allahu Akbaring people into the boards. It's not fair. Could you imagine like Derek Bugard, God rest his soul, just smashing a Somali on the ice? No. Leave them alone. Let them do what they want to do.
Children getting into and maintaining an interest in sports is their parents. For second-generation immigrants whose parents may be unfamiliar with the sport, young athletes may have a harder time garnering the support that they need.
They come from a place where the low temperature is 79 degrees. All right? They've never seen snow in their lives.
Parents made me nervous because they felt scared. They felt maybe I was also out of place. Maybe it's something dangerous. Maybe it's something I don't belong to. but I proved them wrong.
There are also financial...
All right, let's see you ski. Get up there. I fell 14 times. It's the bunny hill. What the fuck are you doing?
And geographical factors at play too. Immigrants typically live in major urban areas, away from skiing hubs in the mountains, and are in less privileged economic positions. Participating in winter sports can be very expensive. While some countries like Sweden offer programs to young children that give them access to free ski equipment and the slopes, experts also believe that more needs to be done by winter sports to improve accessibility.
That's the thing with all these news updates. They're like, why aren't these winter sports doing more to reach out? It's not their job to reach out. They just take the people who want to play the thing and they let them play the thing. Oh my God. Why aren't more black people skiing? Why do you keep asking retarded questions? You know the answer. They don't know how. Veldrain with $1 says, what? Do you mean a lack of diversity for Winter Olympics? There's at least 5 Somali skiers from Minnesota. They were paid a lot to ski. Really? We've got Somali skiers in the Olympics? I don't believe you. U.S. Olympic ski team. I don't believe you at all. That looks like a lot of blonde white ladies. Let's see who's in the Alpine. Oh, my God. Oh, I love my country. Okay, what's the next one? That's the Alpine team. How about the cross country team? Let's take a look. Get the fuck out of here. All right. That's a cross. How about the free ski team? We got to have a little rhythm and blackness in there, right? Come on. Nope, it's just those guys. All right, the moguls. Come on, we got to have some. All right. I thought we had a black in there for a second, but the shade is just darker. That's all. That was a lighting issue. There's no way it's all black, all white people. Oh, there's our aerials team. How about snowboarding? Got to be a black or a Tejano in snowboarding, right? Hey, we got an Asian. Hey, we got another Asian. And lesbians. Okay. Para-alpine. Do we have any crippy blacks? Nope. All whites. Can't even beat our handicapped whites. There we got our para-snowboarding. Nope. Ski jumping. We've got 2 Asians so far. That's it. That kid looks like he's 12. What the fuck? All right. And then Nordic combined. Sorry, guys. This all looks like a fucking American Eagle poster. I got bad. All right. There you go. The United States ski team. 2 Asians and off we go. That's it. All right, we got to fire up the music. Come on, guys, help us out. We've been getting our ass kicked the last couple of weeks. It's not been good. I even threw the rumble reads at this one because it was a good day of rumble reads. Throw a couple of bucks at the toe. I mean, it's $60. We're 60 away from a win. This used to be something like we just knocked it out right away. I am going to say right now, as not a bit, I don't want a loss today. I don't want to play around. I don't want to stress out about it. Great show. We had huge numbers today. Hit like, hit follow. We went through the Epstein stuff. Throw in $5. Throw in a membership. Make this so it's not a beggy goddamn show. Just throw in a little bit of money. We would have lost today if it wasn't for the rumble reads. We might still lose. But it's not a good trend that this used to be like knock it out easy. A $60 number was a simple one. And it ain't so simple now. Veldrain with $1. Come on, guys. Memberships, everything. Let's go now. Well, in defense, the state of Minnesota said there was 5 Somali skiers. I don't think they made it. All right. Miss Tay gifting a membership. Thank you. Let's get some other people in there. Let's see some new faces. Make this thing survive. 55. Miss Tay with a second gifted membership. Thank you so much. Even 50 away from today's goal. And I think 7 memberships away from going until 11. That's right. We're 7 memberships away from 500. Let's notch a win for the toe. What do you say? $50 away. Help us blow it out. There's $19.99 from Mark Robinson. There he is. $35 away from a win for the toe. This is not Zumach's money train. I started this. He stole it from me. I took it back, bitch. All right, $35 away from a win and starting the week off right. Let's do this thing, boys and girls. Hostile Soldier gifting a membership. 6 memberships away from 500. Now, if you guys knock out the goal with memberships, I have to go till 11. McBuster with a gifted membership. We're 5 away. 4 away. Fauci's Pangolin with a gifted membership. $20 away from a win for the toe. And 4 memberships away from 500. Oh boy. It's winnable. It's just a $20 hike. Silver Wolf gifting a membership. And we're 15 memberships away. $15 away. And 3 memberships away from 500. Oh boy. Almost there, and we're just 1 song in. Sanford Son with 5 gifted memberships, and that's a win for the toe. All right, call it, boys and girls. That's going to do it for the rally. But, now, and we're 10 over, so you got 10 in the bank. And also, I have to now go until 11 o'clock because you guys crossed over 500. So,
fuck!
That's right. You tell them. Away from 600, and it's been a win for the toe. Wow. Veldrain says the joke is I'm accusing the state of Minnesota of Winter Olympics fraud. Did I just miss a fucking fraud joke? God, it's because I was thinking about money. That's it. That's it. That's what happened. Oh, there it is. A win for the toe. We got it. Come on, guys. Even look, there are very few people who don't love the toe. But for those of you who don't, you can still be happy with us. You can still celebrate with us. It's okay. We can get ourselves a win, baby. Probably next week, too. All right, we got another half hour to go because you guys are so goddamn generous. Main Vein gifting a membership. Oh, shit, I got to keep track. Now, wait a minute. What happens if 97 more come in and we get to 600? Then I have to go till noon at least, right? But don't worry, that's not going to, we're not going to get to, we're not, look. It's been a very good show, and you guys have been fantastic, and that was a nice, easy rally, and everyone got in on it. I loved it, but I'm no fucking, I'm not delusional. Jesus. We're not getting to 600, although they're still coming in. Thank you to Chris Reese for another $1. Geez, 20 in the bank for today. So we've even got a little cushion for our misses. Chris Reese giving another membership. Oh, my God, the bank will not stop. Thank you, guys. This is way different than the last couple of weeks. I'm starting to think that month of January thing might actually be a real deal. Look at all those different names. I love Mark Robinson over on YouTube, Veldrain, Mistay. I love just having 7 or 8 names just plastered all over the fucking thing. Oh, my God. Chris Reese with another gifted membership. Jesus. Chris Reese is really going all in here. We're 94 memberships away from 600. Holy shit. Okay. I think we're ready to start this extra half hour that you guys have got. I think they're done gifting memberships. You've put 30 in the old bank of the toe. I don't like this because now I'm going to have like Sam Show and other people going, see, Johnny left, it all rolled in and you knocked it out in a minute, which we did. That's true. But I don't think that had anything to do with Johnny being here. I don't think that had anything to do with it whatsoever. All right, we got Sane Caesar says, Aaron, the Royal Rumble sucked on Saturday. Triple H should be fired. Okay, look. I was very happy with the Women's Royal Rumble. I thought that Lash legend, letting her just kick ass was really awesome, put her over huge. But the right girl won. Liv Morgan got the W, Sane Caesar. I'm really happy about that. The Sami Zayn, Drew McIntyre match, what more did you want out of that? Sami Zayn shouldn't be there. He doesn't belong there. I don't think he's a main event guy. I don't get the fascination. He looks like shit. He's ugly. Drew McIntyre should have beat him. And they gave Sami Zayn a lot of offense, let him hit his finish, the whole deal. I was fine with that match. AJ Styles versus Gunther, what do you want? Like, obviously, it's a retirement match. AJ's going to lose his retirement match. He's going to retire. You could argue, well, they should have had him retire at WrestleMania. Okay, but does that not then overshadow the rest of the show? Because now it becomes the AJ Styles retirement show instead of what WrestleMania usually is, which is putting over new talent who's ready to be a main eventer. You don't want that overshadowed by AJ Styles retiring. I mean, how many retirements have they done at WrestleMania? Let's name them. Flair, Shawn Michaels. I think that's it. Because, like, The Undertaker didn't do it at a WrestleMania. So, I mean, I love AJ Styles. He's great. But is he Ric Flair or Shawn Michaels? Probably not. And he's not going to AEW, by the way. He's going to go to TNA, and he's going to finish up there where he started. And then he'll do some crossover stuff with WWE. My match for Gunther at WrestleMania, if I'm WWE creative, Gunther versus Randy Orton. And Randy Orton puts his career on the line against Gunther. Because Gunther's whole gimmick is he's retiring people. Goldberg, Cena, AJ Styles. Randy Orton's old gimmick back in the 2000s was the Legend Killer. And there's kind of a fun, that kind of rhymes a little bit. So Randy Orton versus Gunther. Randy Orton puts his career on the line, and he beats Gunther. And that's where that storyline pays off. St. Caesar says the men's Rumble sucked. Jey Uso needs to be fired. I don't know if Jey Uso needs to be fired. He did what they told him to do. I mean, he did what he was booked to do. I do hate that run it back shit and his music. And it's like, Jey Uso's whole thing is he's a really good intro. And then the match has to start, and he's nothing special. The men's Royal Rumble, I don't see why Roman Reigns needed to win the Royal Rumble. He didn't need it. You could have had LA Knight win it. The thing they did with Braun Breaker was kind of cool. Obafemi looked like a monster. Royce Keys looked really good. Brock Lesnar, it was cool to see him. But, like, you could have given that win to LA Knight. You could have given that win to, you're going to hate me for this, Logan Paul. Randy Orton, maybe not. But you didn't need Roman Reigns. Veldrain with $2 says, worth it that you didn't get the joke. Looking at the pictures of the Winter Olympics team was a good laugh. That was a good bit. I will take that. I will take credit for that. Miss Tay says, we don't pay Johnny to come. We pay him to go. Oh, so he's like a prostitute. I get it. Thank you, Miss Tay. Papa okay, so I said that Sami Zayn is ugly and he doesn't have a good look. I knew I was going to get this. Papa Shab says, Aaron only likes sexy male wrestlers. Yeah, that's... I can admit that wasn't a good look. I could have thought that one through. Papa Shab says, fantasy booking for WWE. What are you, 10 years old? A little bit. My kids watch it now, so now, like, I'm back into it. So now, and with my fucking autism, if I'm in, I'm fucking all in. Like, I'm fantasy booking the whole deal. No, I didn't miss Main Veins membership. I said thank you. It's right there. We counted it. We're all set. Yeah, thank you guys very much. Not only have you been generous enough to bang out our goal plus $35 today, but also you put us over 500 memberships on Rumble, and that now causes me to go till 11 today. So you guys are, off to a killer start. I appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Should we hear a little bit of this fuck off and die that somebody, I think, was it Nova? Did Nova send this in? No, Nova sent something else. Somebody sent this in for Johnny. I think it might have been Sam Show. Let's see how mean and nasty and bullying. The message of the song is pretty straightforward, at least. Yeah, but as far as all the poker shit, yeah, like I start going down that rabbit hole. And like, I can't stop because now I'm like, oh, let's see all the moments Mike Mattisau was a fucking cunt to people. And that Muslim British guy was a fucking dick to everybody. And now I can't stop. Worst Rumble in recent memory, says Vikes fan over on YouTube. Dub says, is that boxer who broke Mr. Paul's jaw still alive after that car crash? Yes, Anthony Joshua did survive, but he did retire from boxing. He's not going to box anymore. Josie Wales says, does Toe do 8 to 9 hours a day now? No, we do an extra half hour for everybody if we cross over a 100 membership barrier on Rumble, just as a way to reward people for being so nice to us. Kate Jones says, Soul whatever, liked her. Oh, Soul Ruka. She has the coolest fucking finish. It really is like amazing how she pulls that off, and it doesn't look too contrived. Helmuth tantrums are the best. Absolutely. T. Duden says, aren't you embarrassed talking about wrestling? What about your comics and action figures? I don't have comics and action figures. You don't have a TV show you really like, and you don't wonder what's going to happen next in the TV show or what character's going to do what, or what you would do if you were writing that TV show. You don't do that. I feel like you're weirder than I am on that one. I feel if you really like a TV show, you like fantasy write it, fantasy book it, whatever. I feel like you do that if you really like a show. Baba Shab says, I don't mean to defend Sam's show or speak for him, but I know for a fact he didn't send that in. Who was it? Somebody sent that in and said, this is what I think about Johnny. And I feel like it was a $1 or $2 either Rumble rant or super chat. No, it wasn't. It was not Sam's show. But it was someone who said, this is what I think about Johnny. And it was just a song called Fuck Off and Die. So sweet. And you know what it is about this audience that I love so much? It's the subtlety more than anything else. All right, let's do this next one. This is Milton, Massachusetts. Look, I kind of thought we were going to notch a win today on Epstein Day, so I was fully prepared to notch a W today. I was not expecting to go over. I was not expecting to hit 500 and go an extra half hour. So I will tell you this, I am into tonight's material. You guys are getting a little bit extra. Oh, and also memberships on YouTube. For those of you who are YouTube and Rumble members, get in your requests for what you want our members only show to be about this week. We deep dived into a bunch of stuff last week. We ended up doing over an hour for members only. So we'll do that Thursday after the morning show. I'll say goodbye to Oz, pack him a lunch, get him off to school, and then we'll do the members only show. So if you want us to deep dive into anything, for this next one, I'm thinking comet ping pong shooting and the conspiracy behind that. Or if you guys want to do something else, again, just let me know. Here's a guy in Massachusetts who, you know how we've been watching this winter some of these flamethrower driveway videos, how like people will clean their driveways with the flamethrower and it looks really awesome. There is a setback to this, and it is something that you have to be very cognizant of, you know, because like, look, shoveling's a bitch. I did it yesterday. It sucks. At least it's exercise though. And snow blowing, you can get very cold blowing the snow. Lucky devil. So the flamethrower thing keeps you warm. It's very quick. melts the snow, gets it out of your hair. But there is a drawback to it that you have to consider.
Yeah, he thought it was a good idea in the moment. Didn't think the house would catch on fire, but
and there you go. Now, it seems like it would be common sense that if you're flamethrowing your driveway, you do it away from the house. Like you stand with your back to your home, and then you take the flamethrower and you shoot it out toward the end of your driveway. Not this guy. There was that spot like near the garage that he's like, well, I can't just kick that with my boot or grab a little shovel or, just fucking ignore it. He had to go ahead and light that son of a bitch up with the flamethrower too.
unfortunately, this is where we are tonight, Ed. Behind us, crews are still working to board up the house, and I'll just direct your attention off to the left side. You see an area up there that is badly charred.
Oh, you fucking retard. No. Do you know what he was trying to do? When they said he set his house on fire trying to remove ice, I thought he was doing it from the driveway. This retard took like an acetylene torch and tried to melt icicles with it. Oh, God, you deserve to lose your home. You deserve to have all your windows boarded up. You, sir, are retarded. He took a torch and he just thought he'd hold it up against like the gutters and the siding of his home until the icicles melted. Now, I know you're not supposed to do this with the really big icicles. You're not supposed to knock them down because I can like bring pieces of the house with it if you're not careful. But the little ones, you can give them a little wind chime brush. You'll be fine. But you don't, I mean, just because you're not supposed to pull them off of there because you might fuck something up, doesn't mean that flamethrower is a good idea, dickhead.
He tells us he was up on a ladder right there using that torch to melt ice.
It spread quickly.
In a matter of...
No shit. Almost like there's a lot of insulation and other shit that can catch fire really quick, especially in the roof of your house.
Minutes, fire swept through the attic of the home on Craig Street.
Homeowner was using a blowtorch to melt the ice.
The homeowner tells us...
Even the guy calling it in says it like, yeah, he's fucking stupid. Sorry, guys.
Started at the front corner where he was trying to melt ice off the roof. A doorbell camera shows him just before he climbed a ladder with a torch.
He gets down and then we see the flames like in just the gutter, and then they start coming from like the back. If I'm looking at the house, the back left.
That's just it. You don't know how fast that fire's spreading because now it's underneath the roof and you can't see in there. So like insulation and all kinds of other shit is catching on fire. And you're not going to know how bad the fire is until the flames are shooting out the other end. Good job, buddy. Great work.
And then all of a sudden, like smoke from the right, and it just like seemed like the whole roof was consumed.
We pulled the gutter off that side of the building, thinking it was going to be light fire, and the whole attic was fully involved.
The stubborn flames kept firefighters busy for hours, battling a frustrating fire and the frigid cold.
When it's cold like this, you need a lot of help. So we did have a lot of...
Yeah, so now you put these firefighters in the position where you've got sub-freezing temperatures, and now they're using fire hoses and shit, so they're getting all kinds of splashback. They're getting soaked. They're wet, and it's cold. There's probably ice forming on their uniforms. Great job, dickhead. Charge him for whatever the bill is for the emergency services.
Outside towns come and help us.
The extreme weather has led to ice buildups on many homes, but firefighters say removing that ice can be very tricky.
Just get a professional company to take care of your ice dams. I mean, don't get hurt. I mean, don't go up on your roofs.
Thankfully,
Don't set your house on fire. Of course, their EMS and ambulance have Patriots shit on the back of them. God, you New Englanders are fucking unbearable. Good luck this weekend, by the way. I'm rooting for Sam Darnold.
Time homeowner wasn't hurt.
I hate that I like both teams in the Super Bowl. I should say I hate the Seahawks, but I like Sam Darnold. And Drake May was one of my favorite quarterbacks coming out of that last draft class. So I'm not going to be too heartbroken no matter who wins, but I'm rooting for Sam Darnold just for the story.
Say it's an important lesson to others who are struggling with ice dams.
It's crazy that a torch, like what did it ignite? What did it hit? And then all of a sudden his house is gone. It's awful.
Now, firefighters do say that the fire really spread through the attic area of this home, but there is water damage throughout the entire house here. Tonight, firefighters say officially they are still investigating what sparked this fire.
What? You're in the retard shooting fire at his house, and you're wondering what started the fire. There was a goat in his attic, and he got some sandpaper on his feet, and he started rubbing them together. And the friction, there was some construction paper, and then the spark caught that, and then that went up, and then the insulation lit. Well, we're just investigating. We're just trying to make sure we know exactly what happened here. Take your time. Joey Caravello's mommy says, I wonder if the insurance company will deny that. Because, yeah, I mean, he did set his own house on fire. Be good for him if they did. Jelly for the Smelly says, forget Dances with Wolves. Both you are required to see 2 of the 3. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Never saw it. Jeremiah Johnson bored me to fucking tears. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I watched The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly when I was really young. I found it boring back then. I'd probably love it now. But I've never seen Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Miss Tay says, it might have been the fire that started the fire. Oh. Good point from Chips and Diff. He says, well, got rid of the icicles, didn't he? That's a fair point. He did show those icicles who's boss. Jesus. 09 Canyon says, was it the insulation or was there a draft that pulled the fire through the attic? They want to know how it spread like it did. Yeah, I understand that. What burned that caused it to go so quickly. All of the above. It's cold. It's windy. Insulation's going up like a bitch. You got wood all over the place. Yeah, all of it contributed. But I would say nothing contributed more than the complete dipshit literally throwing flames at his house. But again, he did get rid. Well, he got rid of some of the icicles. As you saw in that news report, there were other icicles. Jasper says, yeah, right. He had a bunch of straw bales in the attic. That was exactly what it was. It was a straw bale fire. Those are the ones that always get you. Oh, man, I feel for this next guy. I think we got time for probably 2 more of these. Thank you again. Thank you guys very much for hitting 500 on Rumble today. I appreciate that. Thank you. 500 memberships, I should say, on Rumble today. Thank you guys for getting us to 750 live viewership. That's awesome. That's really great. Crushing all the anti-steel toe channels. I heard the poor morbidly obese restraining order against 11-year-old. He had 500 the other day. I should do something to save him. He needs me to rescue him. He doesn't really have anything without me. God, what kind of trouble can I get in that I'm not going to? You know what? I'm not going to. I'm not feeling very giving today. I'm knocking shit out. We've got our wins. We're coming off our biggest month we've ever had, which is fantastic. Thank you guys so much for your support, both new and old. Huge subscriber growth. I think I'm going to focus on me. I'm not going to try and bail out others and help others. I mean, I've rescued that channel once already. I don't need to do it a second time. This is a couple of stories about just sheer frustration. The first one is Redford Township, Michigan. An Amazon delivery driver had fucking had it with work and this delivery that day. It just so happened that he was ranting in front of a Ring doorbell camera. Let's do this one. And then we've got one other snow shoveling story that we can do before we wrap up today. Again, thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, and follow our show. I don't think we'll have a lot of Epstein stuff for you the rest of the week. I think it's all, unless people comb through it and they find some, further interesting shit. We'll see.
We got a million multi-stops because these people out here in Dearborn Heights, they can't go anywhere and get their own. So now I'm sitting out here delivering a million packages to a million one houses.
That's kind of your gig, though, buddy. I don't know what am I supposed to say to an Amazon driver? He's like, these people are too fucking lazy to go out and get their shit. Yeah, that's kind of like why you have a job. I don't. Did you get tricked into it today? Are you usually a janitor in the distribution, the warehouse center? Or I don't really understand. Your job is to go deliver shit, and you're mad that people need shit. I don't understand the logic.
Boy, we've been talking about this one for sure. It is a rant going viral tonight.
It was a long day for him. An angry Amazon driver delivering packages in Redford when he was part of an outburst caught on camera. He was the outburst.
It has been the talk of the town. So we sent 7 News Detroit reporter Christiana Ford out there to see what these neighbors have to say about it. And we also turned to Amazon to get...
All right, I can already tell you, this guy and this guy are going to be awesome. Absolute characters. This guy, meh, I'm going to hate her.
Get their take on this.
Those packages being delivered to a home here in Redford. What that driver may not have known was that him airing out his frustrations was all caught on camera. Everybody makes mistakes.
Now I'm sitting out here delivering 1 million packages to a million.
And everybody certainly has those days.
So nobody out here know how to go to Walmart or go to a Target or any.
Right. If they did, you wouldn't be working. Again, that's like a DoorDash person being like, man, this motherfucker doesn't want to go to a restaurant. Right. Exactly. That's supply and demand.
Something like that. These bro.
But what happens when that expletive-filled rant is caught on camera and shared with the world?
Here's what I would say.
Oh my God, you got to be kidding me.
Good one. I told you she would suck. So anyway, like, if you have that on your Ring doorbell camera, do that guy a favor. Like, everybody has a bad day at work. You have a bad day at work. Like, let it go. Just delete it or don't share it with everybody. Why do you got to put this poor guy on blast? He just needed to vent. Like, you can't understand.
Really?
It shocked me.
Video shared by a Redford homeowner captured on her Nest security camera showing an Amazon delivery driver airing out his frustrations while dropping off packages.
I mean, if he doesn't want the job, he shouldn't keep the job if he's going to be complaining about it.
It's kind of unprofessional, but I can understand his frustration. It's cold and people don't want to go out.
I like that. That guy's name is Fitzmac. Fitzmac is all right. This guy's going to have a great take for us.
You sign up for Amazon, you got to deliver packages. Don't tell you that you ain't got to deliver when it's a certain type of weather. It's tell you that's your job.
Yeah, that's right. That's what Dwan said. That was Dwan Hanna. I like Fitzmac the best. I like the OG. By the way, I don't like this. This is another getting old thing. Basketball court, was it yesterday or Saturday? Saturday, early evening. I got called OG on the basketball court. I didn't. That stopped me for a second. I hit a shot, and after I hit a shot, one of the guys on my team goes, "There it is, OG." I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm OG." I don't see myself as OG. I see myself as one of the young guys running up and down the court. Little do I know, those guys are all in their mid-20s and shit. And now I'm 39. And I knocked down a three, and there it is, OG. So I'm not. What do you mean? I thought you and I were like the similar. I'm OG now. I don't want to be OG.
Owner wanted to remain anonymous, but she tells me she's pretty annoyed. She's a single mom. She works 3 jobs and goes to school, and she says she pays for the convenience.
So I feel like he should be more appreciative of people like me. I'm a felon. I can't get no job.
Amazon tells her.
Okay, Dwan's my favorite now. He just comes out with that shit. He's like, man, he might be happy you have a job. I'm a felon. I can't get no job. Those are nice sunglasses for a felon with no job.
Statement, they are actively looking into this and will, quote, take appropriate action following our review. Based on the actions depicted in the video, this behavior does not reflect the standards we hold for drivers delivering to Amazon customers.
We'll give his job to Dwan. Dwan seems like he would be very happy to have his job. You'd be changing Dwan's life also.
End quote.
I love to be Amazon worker, to be honest with you. Tell them they can fire him or hire me. How about
there you go.
In the meantime,
job
this
for
video
Dwan
has been viewed by tens of thousands online and counting. In Redford, Christiana Ford, 7 News Detroit.
Yeah. You know what? I like that idea. Fire that guy, hire Dwan, and then when your shipping warehouse has, heavy theft losses that year and a lot of deliveries that claim didn't arrive, just try to go easy on Dwan, all right? He's trying to go straight. By the way, McBuster says they called you. Oh God, they're coming up with what? They're coming up with what the OG stood for. McBuster says, Dan Bongino blocked me. What a fucking pussy. Let's see. OG equals old goon. Jelly for the Smelly says, you misheard honky. Joey Caravello's mommy says, OG, old gay. Papa Shop, unemployed Negro talking about get a job. McBuster says, odd goy. Bill Grant says, you didn't hit no 3. I can knock down 3s, son. I'm sorry. They are always surprised, too. Whenever we pick teams, they think I'm going to go underneath and I'm going to be camping out inside. There's been a couple of times where I've hit a 3, and this is also disrespectful. It's been, oh, shit, he can shoot. Fucking right, I can shoot. Please. Little fucking respect for the OG. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, wait until they hit you with the unk. Yeah, nobody's called me unk yet, just OG. Das Optic Nerve says, OG, overweight gluttony. They're saying that Dwan would steal all the packages. No. OG, obviously gay, old geezer, original grandma Aaron. OG, old grifter. No, none of these are accurate. None of these are accurate. Last Dabbler Standing says, projection much? I'm not a felon. I'm misdemeanoring. I'm just misdemeanoring. No felony for me. No, thank you. No, thank you. Shit show, yes. Not only did we do it, we crushed it. We went over it. They hit over 500 memberships on Rumble, so here I am still. The white man can always knock down a 3, says Eric Rosas. Yeah. I really couldn't until I started playing again, and my long-range shot didn't arrive until like probably, let's see, December. So like month and a half, 2 months, I've been able to shoot 3s. I've never been much of a 3-point shooter. And you just spend enough days in the gym just shooting around. Eventually it comes back to you. Bill Grant says, prove it. Film you making a 3. Otherwise, you're full of shit. All right, I'm going to do clips after this. And then I'm going to try to go to the gym today at about 1 or 2. How many shots are you going to give? Bill Grant, you throw $20 right now. I'll film me shooting 3s. How many shots do I get? You let me know how many. How about 33% hit rate? I got to hit 1 out of 3. How about that? $20 super chat, Rumble rant, whatever. I'll go ahead and film myself shooting some 3s today. You got yourself a goddamn deal, Bill Grand. Youngling Slayer with $2 says, Aaron, I made the mistake of watching the Royal Rumble, and goddamn, it's more clear than ever. The creative team needs a guillotine. Do you really get to call yourselves a creative team when there's absolutely no creativity to what you're doing? I have an idea. Let's take the guy who gets the biggest pop of the night all the time, and let's just have him eliminated unceremoniously by Cody Rhodes after he no-sells his reverse DDT. That's a really good idea. All right, guys. Evening show coming up at 6 o'clock. Be sure to be here for it. We're going to have plenty to talk about by then. I'm going to keep working. I'm going to go ahead and do some clips, put some stuff out there. We've got quite a few Epstein clips that we can put up today. Thank you guys so much for the incredible generosity today. I appreciate it. Talk to you soon, and have a great rest of your morning.